Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Esta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
From the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं। करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण। चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं। आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप। Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना, आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना। ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना। 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. I am the, 'cause I am the Raja. I am the, 'cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been while it's traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला, ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला। मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना, तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया। तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां, चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया। Come to me and you just gonna die, that's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world, the choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them, that's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना, आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना। ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना। 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. I am the, 'cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, what you just doing? Put your back down on your knees, what you, I am the, put your back down on
that time of year again, the best time of the year, where we start the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia Split 1, starting off real strong here because the storylines are getting more and more insane. Because for the first time in a long time, we are seeing some massive imports coming into the region. We're seeing stories of comebacks from so many teams that happened just break apart before, and also the comeback of me and Zach. By the way, this is Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia, and you're with me, Tash, as well as Zach on the Endless Dusk.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Tash, for that amazing intro. You're absolutely right. We've got some banger games coming ahead, and it is the best time of the year because, you know, when that first split of Game Changers starts, you know, when you see all the teams coming back, all these familiar faces, as well as a bunch of new ones, as you were talking about, it gets really exciting to see, you know, who is going to be that new champion, who is going to be able to take that crowd and, you know, come out on top, especially with 3 teams from SCA, you know, who are going to be qualifying at the end of the year for Pacific. So a lot of opportunity, a lot of things to be won up ahead, and we're just starting out here.
Yeah, speaking of starting out, I think it's really exciting. We have 4 teams that's really exciting to watch today. We have LILAX versus Falcons starting off today strong. And then after it's going to see Precision Power Quick versus Play Ascend. Now, I think it's really exciting to talk about these teams because, as we know, for Falcons, they've been such a big staple name in EMEA for so long already. Coming here to APAC is definitely a big decision. I think for a while now, especially last year, I think the rumors were we're going to be seeing imports to EMEA. Specifically, we're talking about Exipto roster, especially Ineri as well as Alexi, and finally Camille. But it turned out it was the other way around. They actually ended up coming into our region. What do you think, Zach, about this big change?
I think for Falcons, it does make sense because they, being in the position they are, they could as easily play on either server. And after 2 years over there, I think that for them, maybe it made more sense to come to SCA. Personally, I'm really happy about it because, you know, this is like the stuff of fan fiction, you know? You have like your favorite players in SCA, and then you have some of your favorite players in EMEA, and you never think you're going to see them on the same team playing in whatever region, you know, whether it's EMEA or SCA. But it's like somebody decided, all right, let me put this together, and came up with this absolutely banger roster. So yeah, just like you, Tash, I am really, really, really excited to see Falcons debut here. And I mean, looking at the stats so far, you know, during that group stage, they've been having a pretty flawless record. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be continuing their run in the playoffs, so as to speak.
Yeah, speaking of run in the playoffs, guys, if you guys don't know what's going on here in the formats for the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia, here is what's going down.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers 2025, where Southeast Asia and Oceania's best female teams compete to secure a spot in the Valorant Game Changers Pacific. This year, there will be 2 splits each for Southeast Asia and Oceania. Split 1 of Game Changers Southeast Asia will take place in March, followed by Split 2 in May. The top teams will face off in the playoffs in July. Game Changers Oceania will start off with Split 1 in March, followed by Split 2 and the playoffs in June. Let's explore this year's tournament format for Game Changers Southeast Asia. Split 1 begins with an open stage where teams will compete in a Swiss format with best of 3 matches. The top 8 teams from the open stage advance to Split 1 playoffs with a double elimination format. The finals will be played in a best of 5 series. The top 4 teams from Split 1 playoffs will then be seeded to the Split 2 group stages. Split 2 starts with another Swiss Open stage. The top 12 teams from the Split 2 Open will join the top 4 teams from Split 1 in the group stage. These 16 teams will be seeded into 4 groups of 4 teams and compete in a round-robin format. The top 2 teams of each group will advance to the playoffs. The playoffs will follow a double elimination format with a best of 5 finals. The top teams will qualify to the Game Changers Pacific 2025. Now, let's take a look at the tournament format for Game Changers Oceania. Each split will have an open stage with a Swiss format, where teams battle it out in a best of 3 format. The top 2 teams from each split will then proceed to playoffs. The playoffs will be played in a best of 3 double elimination format, while the finals will be played in a best of 5 series. Are you ready to represent Oceania at Game Changers Pacific 2025? Mark your calendars and ready your squads. The battle is about to begin, and we want to see you rise to the challenge. Join the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia and Oceania 2025 and make your mark in the competitive scene. For all the latest information and details, visit gamechangers.fsl.gg.
And there you have it. If you guys are not sure of how exactly the roadmap of Game Changers Southeast Asia looks like today, so we're going to start off with stage 1, which is happening now, where the top 8 will be going to playoffs and the top 4 will be going to stage 2. And then from stage 2, we also have a Swiss stage for qualifiers where the top 12 will be joining the top 4 in the stage 2 groups, where top 8 will go finally to the stage 2 playoffs, and that is the story.
Story indeed. And well, we got the playoffs coming up right now. Like you said, Tash, top 4, they get a direct invite in. So even if you're not able to win the whole thing, there is a lot of incentive for you to get that direct qualifier, that extra prep time if you really want it. And in general, just cement yourself at that top of the legacy, because I think this is a year, Tash, where there's been like a lot of shakeup in terms of the players and the teams participating, because last few years, in fact, there was always like one consistently very strong team with the roster repeating even if the team name changed,
Yeah.
But we no longer kind of have that. So with that kind of transition coming into play, I'm very excited to see how this new top 3 is going to look, for example.
It is exciting. I mean, beyond today as well, I talk about returning players. I'm talking about players coming back from China, rejoining the APAC scene. You'll know more about that tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. We're seeing old teammates that haven't been playing for a long time, who had been playing for a long time, disbanded, coming back together as well. I'm super stoked for this year because we're coming back full circle, and that's what's really important here, that full circle moment that we saw from the glory days of the 2022 Game Changer stage, So this is very, very fun to see as well. Now, coming into today, the first match, we're going to be looking at LILAX versus Falcons. We talked a lot about Falcons here, and I think for good reason, because Falcons is not only one of the best teams in EMEA. Falcons is not only one of the biggest orgs, but they also have brought in a player that's been taking a hiatus for so long, and that is Mary. And I think everyone was questioning how Mary was going to to play against her teammates back then in EMEA against G2, and it felt like there was a bit of a struggle. But while it was a bit of a struggle, you could tell that Mary still did not lose any of her edge.
Yeah, I think that Falcons, even if they weren't able to actually take that trophy, any of the 3 tournaments last year during EMEA GC, they still were consistently coming in that top 2 or top 3 kind of placement, getting themselves over to that World Championship again. And I think having that kind of consistency is in a large part because of Mary being able to continue to do so. Because the year that Mary did win the GCC, it was that chamber year. So, there were questions like after coming back after a hiatus, switching into a different role, would Mary still be able to put up the same numbers? And she did after that last year. So having her come back now in a different region with a new bunch of teammates, it's really exciting to see. But on the other side, right, you were talking about it, we've got LILAX. Personally, first thing, I love the logo. I think of all the logos, I think it is my
it's an orange cat. You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, as a cat owner, I know I gotta vote for the cat. But
yes.
I really do. I love their logo. And apart from that, this team also does have a lot of familiar names. Like if you've been following GCSEA for the last couple of years, you might recognize them. So the first thing you need to know about this team is that they are a fully Thai team. So for those who watched Masters Bangkok recently or might have visited Thailand, you know the energy. You can kind of imagine it. It is looking great right now. And of this team, right, a lot of them are very familiar names. You got Senderi, you got Nuki. Both of them have been around since I think like 2021, since the first SEA tournament. I think they were playing back then, and they're back with a couple of newer players as well, like Right Round, for example. I think I'm very excited to see how this team is shaping up, especially since their record was so strong in the Swiss stage. They only lost 1 game, and that was to Falcons.
That's actually crazy if you think about it. This could be a rematch for them, and this is going to be huge. But on the other side, we also have Precision Power, Quick, and I think it's really cool as well about PPQ, because when you look at PPQ, it's also the same people again. And for PPQ, I think this team, I believe, is an Indonesian roster. Yeah, still in the Indonesian roster. I think we know Crescents before. We've seen her play for a long time before. Opal, you know Oreophilia. Come on now, she has rebranded herself to Opal now. Samfire, we've seen some big names as well. But on the other side, Ascend, this is a roster that just signed Sisu.
Yeah, so to recap those who may have missed last year's Pacific qualifier, which I think was a tragedy for it, but Sisu was a team that narrowly missed out on qualifying for that global championship. I think that they came just one slot away, lost in that lower bracket final, so it was a very, very close call. But yeah, unfortunately that was the case there. That said, though, they've been assigned by Ascends. They have Filipinos on the team, a 6 fully Filipino roster here, and like you said, Tash, a lot of veterans here. I think everyone would remember Capricious. They've got Grahams. Grahams, I think, was a player that took everybody by storm in that LCQ during 2023. Yeah, completely out of the new and spent 2024 kind of like proving herself. So excited to have her. And of course, you got Japeeps. I think Japeeps made a bit of a stretch into South Asia to play for a while along with Casper, but now she's back in SEA along with Fady, Khan, and Sheena. So I think Sheena is their substitute player. But aside from that, right, all of these players, we've seen them so many times over the last 3 years in SEA, and I am very excited for one to have Japeeps back here and to see this roster take on Falcons again, because I think that since it's a rematch, right, maybe they've been able to do their homework. Maybe they have what it takes to make this game look really, really scary.
When you talk about Falcons, bringing it back to our first game, talking about Falcons, I think it's very interesting when you bring in this major sort of like roster change from other regions into this region, because I think one of the biggest, I would say, conversations, especially in VCT, was how different each regions play. And then you're bringing in the Southeast Asian style play, right? Very W gaming, very aggressive. We see it so much from Aneri and Alexi, and then you put it together with like, Mad V as well as Mary. What's your thoughts, Zach?
I think that it's going to be great because Mary is one of the most aggressive players, as you know, with the kind of roles that she's been playing, whether it's that Chamber or that Raze or that Jet, I think she's going to be fitting and just fine with SEA. And of course, Madvi is actually such a great player because, she started off as a duelist as well when she began playing in Game Changers. But after getting into that IGL position, she's kind of like transferred into playing different kind of roles for her team, whether it's like that Harbor, which is what I've seen her on most of the time, or something a little bit more flexible. So I think that she's been really able to grow, and seeing that she's continuing in that IGL position, I think that she might be able to lead on the other 4 people who are very well-known sharpshooters at this point, I would say. And one more thing, I'm excited to see Alexi back, back in that full fragging position. But here you go, the lineup for both of these teams, and I like this kind of face-off that we have here already.
Yeah, I usually do it by one, but also it kind of helps us as well in terms of storytelling, and I think it's really exciting as well. I mean, while we look at the, when you talked about the IGL as well, Matt V being a really good IGL, I think we saw her prowess, especially last year in MEA, how she's managed to lead the team forward. I think Falcons had a very slow start in the beginning of last year, but it slowly kind of gained speed, right? As soon as Mary joined in, as soon as Matt V found her footing, it looked really good. Now, on the other side of the coin, my question for Falcons is that when you have Alexi, who's always so actively doing calls whenever she was doing duelist, do you think that anything's going to change? We're going to see it in the game, but we're gonna go to it LILAX now. Now, we talked about LILAX just a little bit just now, and I think it's really cool as well. We just had Masters Bangkok. We know what Thai AIM has to offer. They are cracked for a reason.
Absolutely, and I think I'm happy that we're seeing more Thai players coming up as well. I think this year I was going through all of the team sheets, and I think this year we have the most Thai players that we've seen concurrently sign up. I think we have 2 fully Thai teams almost, as well as some solo individuals playing as well. So it's great to see that there's been such an uptick in so many different kind of nationalities coming into SEA and like building these teams together. Yeah. I also like that, Tash, we have so many more new players coming up, because with this kind of transition period, it's nice to see that you have people stepping into that duelist role, people being able to form these teams with a mix of veteran as well as more rookie talent, and I think they've been putting up the numbers as well, so it's been pretty impressive, right? Like a 5-1 record is no joke by any means.
It really isn't, and I think it just really shows what this team has to offer as well. I mean, I think like it's nice that you have LILAX with this really strong kind of like component of newer and older players. I think DRX has really shown us as well in VCT Pacific what they have to offer when it comes to a mixed roster from veterans as well as newer players. So I think for the newer players, you can expect a little bit more firepower, a little bit more rawness, but at the same time, it's up to those more experienced players to bring in a little bit more of, to just kind of hold them back and say, okay, I think this should be the call here. You can go crazy, but at the right time.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's kind of the biggest thing, right? No matter how cracked you are at the end of the day, as much as we like to say Valorant is just an FPS game, there's a lot of utility that's going to be coming in your way.
A lot.
So, being able to smoke a lot of it out or take your timings perfectly, I think a lot of that, it comes down to having good IGL, having a good IGL and having like that great coordination. So, which comes with having those veterans on your team. But yeah, like you said, Tash, the DR exploit was absolutely great. I think we saw the kind of impact they were having, with a veteran IGL like Mako at the helm and a lot of like newer talented players coming into position. That Human, for example, was absolutely like popping off. So I think when you have that kind of experienced person in that ideal position leading the charge, the rest of the team is kind of free. It's kind of free to do what they really need to do, which is shoot some heads. And I'm hoping that that is going to be the case here for the teams that we see coming up, because there is so much rookie talent here this split, and I for one cannot be more excited.
Yeah, now speaking about talent as well, I was kind of looking at the roles a bit for Falcons, and I think it's very fun when you think about it. I mean, for a long time, we always think of it as Aneri, Alexi. Aneri in this, I would say, flex duelist role. You have Alexi in this, I would say, just a duelist role. Kamiyu as one of the most insane initiators we've seen here in APAC. And now you add in Madvi as well as Mary. Now, Mary has sort of moved into that suit, that sort of like a, I would say, Sentinel duelist role as well. I think it's great. And then you mentioned there's also Madvi, who used to play a duelist, right? Like, this team sounds really scary in terms of firepower, but like, on paper, I questioned you just now, right? Like, what are we going to be seeing in terms of style of play? Because they came from EMEA, the land of where, it's calculated, everything according to plan, everything has to be at the right time and moment, compared to W Gaming Southeast Asia. But from looking at this roster and looking at the styles, it sounds like it's the perfect roster for a Southeast Asian team. What do you think, Zach?
No, I definitely agree with you there. And I think in terms of playstyles, right, I think they found the team that could probably work with them the most, especially since they already do have Alexi probably in that kind of second IGL position. I hope that we do get an interview with Falcons during the course of this tournament, because I am very curious about how that works, since you have like two IGLs on this team, very talented ones who both made it to their World Championship. And I think that it's a perfect mixture of playstyles as well, because Mary is aggressive and Eri is aggressive. I'm kind of curious to see if they're going to be running a double duelist, kind of like what we saw from T1 at Masters Bangkok, or if it's going to be someone switching roles. So there's a lot of questions in my mind about the team composition, but in terms of playstyle, I think that they've got that perfect mix of strategy and aggression. We did see that last year as well, coming from these players, exactly, right? They were able to kind of find that balance. I'm hoping that they'll be able to put it together in a new roster, because I think that's always the biggest problem with new rosters. There's that period, that honeymoon period, where you gotta build that synergy, And I think if they've found that already, which I think they have, going by the 6-0 record, I think that might be a good indicator.
Yeah, but as I look at the map veto, we're finally in here right now, and I'm super excited about this map veto, honestly. If you think about it, now coming in here, it's immediately Abyss Haven ban. Honestly, not surprised here. I mean, looking at the maps before, there is a reason why that most of these teams want to ban this, but it's Lotus LILAX picked here is what I am curious about, because if you remember last year, Falcons had one of the strongest Lotuses we've seen in EMEA.
Yeah, I think they had like an almost flawless record. Like one of the even G2 kind of struggled on the map against them sometimes. So it was always like a very competitive map for them. So I think that Mappy will definitely be able to kind of push that IGL experience into here. One more thing I'm curious about kind of is how Falcons are gonna be, adapting to the team comp, because you still got that kind of old guard comp where people are still kind of running the same agents, and then you have those optimized kind of around the Teho and the chamber, a little bit more fluid, a little bit more aggressive kind of comp. So I think I'm hoping to see that kind of pick coming out of the Falcon side here. But I mean, for LILAX, the fact that they've chosen this map, I think that they've had a pretty good record over the group stage. So curious to see if they are going to be able to pull things together for this one. But map number 2, Tash,
I know, I was going to say something about that. It's been a hot minute since we've seen a Fracture played. And I don't know, I'm really excited. It's a very aggressive map. It's very lurk heavy.
Lurk heavy, I mean, it depends on what you call a lurk, right? Because half the time you do see defenders like going for these kind of crunch plays, pushing in from both Dish as well as Arcade, just trapping people, because, often you're going to leave somebody lurking from that attacking side. So I think it can be a very heavy map in terms of push and pull, in terms of strategy. So I think that it's definitely going to be a difficult map in terms of control, and you want to be running those quick rotation agents such as like a Neon, or perhaps I mean, eventually the Waylay coming in, I think that it's also proven to be a very util heavy map as well. So a lot to look forward to. Personally, I am so excited for this because I haven't had the chance to analyze Fracture in a while. So it's nice to be back and to have Fracture back as well.
That's right. So for now, let's have a look at our predictions here, Zach. I think you and we've been on the same page. So let's have a look here. Yep. Yep.
Not surprised.
I mean, at this point, it's. I mean, both me and Zach have actually seen all the players play in action before from EMEA and here as well. So we kind of have an idea on how exactly Falcons can go. But for me, there's a little bit more of those question marks for LILAX, right? I mean, you did take a loss against Falcons. I am still a big believer that a team who takes the loss will learn a lot. My question is, will LILAX be able to fix those mistakes as we go into today?
Yeah, definitely. I think all of those are great points. And like you said, Tash, the fact that the last time, the only loss that they had was against Falcons, I think that might also be, it could go two ways, right? It could be like you going into your anime training revenge arc, getting ready to take down the person at the top. But, you know, I know Falcons hasn't been proud yet, but I think they're one of the only teams that has that flawless record from that Swiss state. So if you come towards the top, you better not miss. And LILAX, well, they have a second chance to do so in this particular opening. And I mean, this is the upper bracket. So either way, we're not going to be eliminating anyone today, but it's always nice to start your tournaments off with a win. I think that both Falcons and LILAX, that's exactly what they're hoping for today.
I mean, we could start off strong, or you could follow the T1 route. I mean, it's pretty much scientifically proven in all the VCTs now that the lower bracket runs actually make it to the grand finals.
True.
Right?
It could.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a thing, but at the same time, although in the lower brackets, there's like so many different people.
I just feel like at this point Falcons is a little bit tired of the lower bracket. I don't think Alexi
they've been
and Ari are the kind of people.
Yeah.
I don't think Alexi and Ari are the kind of duo who like the lower bracket either. I think we've very rarely seen them there, to be fair. So I think that it's like at this point it's a clash of like, are we gonna go the EMEA lower bracket run route, or are we gonna go to the usual SEA upper bracket run route? And my money's on the latter. I just gotta say that.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I think at the same time, I'm a big fan of being surprised here right now. But looking at how, you know, things are, I think when you look at Team Falcons' run, it's quite dominating. It's just really undisputed when you talk about their names. And when you talk about teams as well, I'm sure that you guys are questioning how exactly are players from EMEA playing here in APAC. Actually, Falcons has a boot camp, all the way in Thailand. They're actually playing together now. And from what I've seen from their IG stories, from their posts, it feels like every single member has really gotten along with each other. And I'm really excited to see how this chemistry is actually going to be translated into the game itself.
Yeah, definitely. I've also seen those pictures, and I like it looks so like there's such aura to them, you know, like, you know, the picture of the five of them walking down the streets of Bangkok at night, or like Alexi holding her Lola.
Yeah,
there's just like so much happening there. It's not just them, you know, going for these scrims, working on the game together. There is a lot of that, don't get me wrong, but it's also like the kind of opportunity that you have for team bonding when you have that kind of boot camp available, and when you have all of your teammates in the same place, you get to feel both the highs and the lows together. And I think that this new Falcons roster, they've definitely been working hard on building that kind of synergy. I think I also saw Alexi in the chat a little bit a few minutes ago. So yeah, I think they're definitely chilling.
Yeah, definitely chilling. I mean, I want to go back to the map view. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around here a lot here, Zach. You know, the last time that Falcons versus LILAX, we saw Pearl as well as Fracture. Now, I'm curious because when Fracture was played, Falcons actually won over LILAX, dominating 13-7. Now, again, I did talk about, like, you know, learning from your mistakes and stuff, but a map this dominating and they are allowing the, you know, Falcons to choose this map. What do you think?
I think it's that, maybe that, like you said, they've gone and worked on their mistakes, but also I think it's just a question of how deep your map pool really is, because, you know, Falcons, every single player on this team is a veteran, several years of being able to play and stuff. So I think all of them, even if they haven't been playing together as a team, it might be easier for them to formulate like a deeper map pool in terms of strategies and stuff. So they're not afraid letting as many maps through. But I'm just speculating here. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
I mean, it's more about LILAX, right? I mean, LILAX.
Yeah, they don't have as deep a map pool.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what.
So
I'm
maybe there's something they don't want to let through more, you know. They felt comfortable
Maybe.
letting in Pearl. They know how Falcons plays. Maybe they have like some anti-strats available, and there's something that they don't want to let through more.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the, you know, I mean, I'm talking a lot about Fracture because I can see here right now. I think what's really exciting is the fact that, you know, I was expecting to see a chamber, at least from Mary, but we didn't see a chamber from Mary. We were actually seeing a raise.
That's wild. I really personally I do like that a little bit because we've seen the kind of power that having these kind of aggressive duelists can have. But yeah, I mean, how much do you want to deviate from what a meta is? Because you can come up with these meta breaking comps, and there's gonna be a lot of variation coming in, especially with the new Thai duelist coming in. I think that with Waylay coming into the meta, there's definitely going to be a drop in terms of pick rate for Jet at least. Ray still has some utility aside from just movement util, so I think that we might still see Rays being chosen. But with Waylay coming into the meta, I think there's definitely going to be a lot of changes and a bit of a difference in how the game might continue to be played. Like we saw that with Teho, right, during kickoff as well as during Masters Bangkok. You saw how the teams that really were able to integrate him quickly and were able to build strategies around him kind of thrived compared to those that were still kind of running like the old guard meta. So, like for example, DRX literally had a player play nothing but Teho for the whole tournament, and
Free.
look where it got them. So we love it. We love to see it. I really wanted to get like Freeing's tips to make like a guide how to play Teho like a professional.
How to be a one-trick Teho.
I think he already made that video. So.
Okay, now, coming back into our first map here, let's look at Lotus real quick. Now, we talked about Lotus being one of Falcons' best map pool in EMEA. You know what's really interesting? We're not seeing Mary play Chamber on that map. And we remember last year, remember how you and I, we freaked out about how Mary is able to hold C Mound on her own with just a Chamber. Like, no one can pass C Mound at all. But this time around, we're seeing Mary go into a more, I would say, a more aggressive duelist role. We're looking at an ISO. Mary going into an ISO, and Neri is going to be running that Chamber. And honestly, this is shocking to me because I see faster duelists in in Neri's hand compared to Mary.
To me, maybe it's not that much of a shocker. Maybe they're just trying things around. And I mean, we've seen Aneri before on the Cypher. Sure, one of those games that where we saw her on the Cypher was a little bit of a troll game, but aside from troll pick. But aside from that,
I mean, they won it, so
they did win it. Yeah, and what was it again? 13-3. Yeah, I just like flexing this every now and then. But jokes apart, I mean, I think that it's okay for this team to kind of flex around a little bit. Like you said, they've got 4 players who have played duelist at some point or the other of their career. I think Camille is the only one who I haven't seen to play duelist as much. I still remember one time seeing her on the arena, but aside from that, it's been more of her playing like the support kind of role, especially Camille's KO. I think one of her strongest agents. But just the pop flashes that she puts together, my god, like it's so good to see that this core has stuck together. And like I was saying, with 4 people who have that history of playing duelists before, I think that we might see a little bit of variation, especially with Waylay coming in. When Waylay is allowed, I am very excited to see who on this team is going to be playing that agent, whether it's going to be Inari or if it's going to be Mary or even Alexi, because I think Alexi did play a Jet on a lot of the maps last year.
Yeah.
Like so I would be excited to. I would love to see Alexi back on that Jet, for example.
I mean, Jet, yeah. Okay, I mean, if you ask me, who's most likely to be playing
Waylay?
I think it might be Alexi.
I think she was their star Jet player, right?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of movement, it suits her. In terms of aggression, also it suits her. I don't think we saw Neon though. Wait, I think Neri played Neon.
Neri played Neon.
Played Neon. Look, when you think about this, how flexible these players are, I feel like the coach is gonna have a field day about what kind of comps he wants. He has so much freedom right now.
Yeah, I think that's a very good position to be in, because all of your team has experience playing a variety of different kind of roles. Like, you've got Matt B who can step into that initiator, controller, flex, and Camille who's just like a goat at it, for lack of a better phrase. The question that I am more interested in is Matt B going to be playing smokes full time, or is there going to be a little bit more flexibility, especially on those maps with the double controller? There's a lot of question marks in my head about what this roster is going to look like, but I think there's a lot of flexibility there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they keep swapping roles around at this point.
Yeah, I mean, last year as well, Exipto roster, SMG roster as well, they were known to swap roles whenever they go into tournaments as well. And I think in a way, I mean, back when Colbat was their coach, I think it was his strat of hiding what they have to offer in the later stages as well. And I think it's great because it's a lot of confidence knowing that your players are able to flex, but at the same time it comes down to that one fundamental thing, which is how cracked these players are. When you put it into like a 1v1 situation, these gunfights, they are most likely to win them. Now I think in these situations, we're only talking about past history here, we haven't really talked about LILAX a lot, and it's really hard for us to talk a lot about them because all we know so far about most of these players is Sinderi and Yuki. Because for RNG, Micro, and Right Around, I don't think that we've seen them play a lot quite yet, at least not on the stage.
Definitely. I think those are some really important points, and I think that stage experience in particular, right, that might translate into a lot because these are players who have, like we are talking about, that capacity to stay calm, even when you are like under a losing streak or you're being outstretched. You got to be able to kind of calm down under pressure and get yourself with that mentality to be able to maybe make that comeback. But yeah, I think that mental strength is definitely going to play a huge role here in this game. You brought it up, for example, last time the scores weren't too bad. I mean, you said, for example, on Pearl it was 13-7.
Yeah.
Either way though, for map number 1 for Lotus, we have our agent picks here, Tash, and look at this. Falcons, they're actually, we were talking about it, right, like the previous meta versus adapting, and this is exactly that case, right? Falcons, they've got the most violent comp I can imagine. Breach flashes, stay-home missiles, raise nades, being caught by the Vice wall and stuff without your teammates.
The Steel Garden, yeah, there's just a lot of util to play here, and it's terrifying because right now, while Vice seems very quiet, I feel like it's very deadly to have a Vice on your team. You have a lot of info with that wall. You have the the shears, which just hurts so much. You cannot move if it's out. So a Neri will definitely. I feel like the way that we're gonna be seeing a Neri play this Vice is gonna be more of like pop the shear, swing out, get that headshot, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that we can see her really take advantage of.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you about that. Also, like, Vice is kind of that character where even on that attacking side, you can kind of do your own thing. So I'm excited to see how she's going to be navigating it. But either way, Tash, for now, I think we're going to have to say goodbye.
Yep, we're going to say goodbye because now it's on to the casters. Let's see what this new Falcons roster has to offer against our full Thai team, LILAX.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia Playoffs Day 1. My name is Raf, joined by this handsome gentleman named Realize. Before anything, we'd like to thank the desk for really giving us the lowdown on the history and what's behind these matches. And that was the refresher we really needed. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Like Tash said, it's that time of the season again. VCT Game Changers rolling in, especially for Southeast Asia. And I do believe, the arrival of Falcons into this scene will just bloom even greater because now we get to see, players like Mary, for example, back then playing in the EMEA, now coming up roses into Southeast Asia, and then still retaining that Sipto core alongside Alexi and as well as Henry and the other players as well. So it's going to be very interesting, especially in this new and adjusting meta, right? With the Tejo coming in, so there's going to be a lot of things I think that we have to keep our eyes on.
That's true. I mean, I really like how it's been pretty open for everybody. It did look like we were still getting into the swing of things of a potential like Vice pick for a lot of these teams, but we are going to be jumping into the game as of the moment. And looking at the rosters again, LILAX, they did have a previous encounter with Falcons, I believe, just didn't go their way. Hopefully they can come back from this. There was a lot of talk about mental strength and just accessing that deep playbook for both these teams. Me personally, I think FLC just have way too much experience and time played as a core, even on different regions, that, like you said, it's just making them look a lot scarier these days.
Yeah, they're like the team to beat, right? The immortal giant just moving around and running rampant, especially in the qualifiers as well. Still yet to drop a map, so it's going to be interesting to see what LILAX rather could bring to the table today against Falcon Esports. As we take a look at the pistol round rolling in, they will try to enter towards rubble. This is a pivotal part of the map that you have to win. Lotus, especially as the stuns come in. The flash pull is perfect. Ryu gets one. Enter trades again. 2 kills for the Vice. As RNG able to pull one back. The flash is way too good for Alexi. Still RNG dancing in the open. Mary does get another, so it's a 1v3 situation with the drone crawling behind her. A very, very hard place to be in for RNG, and she will get tapped away by Madby. Going home with nothing.
It did look doable. Everybody was quite low, and like you said, this is the team to beat. If the Falcons can go for another dominant year, and just to remind everybody, this is the core that did go unbeaten for what was it, 2 years in a row, 2 seasons in a row for at least like Southeast Asia. even with the new roster right now, they're already going on with a pretty strong start. There is still a few questions on how they can adjust with potentially a different calling style and how the roles are going to be shifted. But like you said, LILAX still looking to retaliate here.
Yep. The sheriff in her hand, of course, they have to go back to eco.
Shadows.
It's a kill towards Enery again, being the prime victim of LILAX's small but deadly weapons. The sheriffs does make noise. They have control for Mound. But the question is, where do they wanna traverse from here? Because Falcons, they still wait inside and they have the superior weapons, Raf.
They do have the option to try and maybe get that outlaw for their side, but they're not risking it. Already a great pick though. Losing the Vice means that the Falcons will have to worry about those flanks just a little bit more. Meanwhile, LLX taking a good amount of time to crawl onto C. Camille is in a position where she can't really TP out. She could get spotted by the utility here though.
She'll just and the shadows, and there you go. Yuki is oblivious. Camille just waiting in the wings. No stuns connecting towards her, as well as the haunt being broken. And Camille might finish a lot of kills behind the smokes, and there you go.
Spike down,
Does
C.
come in. After the second one though, Alexi does join in on the party. It's 4v2 situation.
10 seconds
Weapons
left.
for LILAX, Sandary, and Micro. Just waiting for their ungodly demise. And LILAX
One
will run
enemy
down the
remaining.
clock. Falcons will just wait for them to arrive. Camille with the quad kill. Of course, farming the orbs for her ultimate.
I thought for sure Camille was in a one and done position. You know, if anything, she could have gotten traded out very quickly, but that was not the case here. This is just a testament to how well prepared the Falcons are. You saw the immediate response by Mad V to try and layer that defense, and then the smoke was also being put down by Camille just to really reinforce C. And Falcons are looking to convert on this bonus round. Meanwhile, LILAX, they're going to be equipped to the teeth with their Vandals and a pretty decent armory all around.
Yeah, that'll be their course, because they don't want to let Falcons run away with a 2-0 lead, and possibly winning another bonus would be nightmarish for them. Yes, LILAX will control the site. Enery succeeds control of Mound as Micro enters the site. But the Razor Vines does prove to be harmful towards her. But no worries. The regen shield is there. 65 HP though. That's going to be very scary for LILAX. If they want to play this in a post-plant way. Arinji does get the plant spike planted. Falcons will play the retake game. Enery gets first blood with the Outlaw. Now Falcons need to hold their ground outside LILAX. They want to play inside, just inviting Falcons to come in, Raf.
So much patience. Mary gets another one of the Outlaw, and suddenly the rivals are
remaining.
not given a fair
One
chance.
enemy
Yuki,
remaining.
come on!
Woo! What? Mary gets the piercing shot though,
Clutch.
as she brings home the second bite of the cherry.
I'm just right
That 2
about
kills,
Yeah.
it looked very, very much imminent for LILAX to finally get their first round, but oh my god. That Outlaw proven to be deadly again.
One enemy remaining.
Maximum value, and a lot of these weapons, they do get a bunch of upgrades. Now, LILAX will have to suffer the consequence of dropping their bonus round. They will have a Bulldog and a Marshall, but Micro is going to send that back.
They don't
Now,
have a
I
chance.
love the patience by Falcons. I think there was a point in time where you would see them just be willing to take all these roles, but it does look like they're even more organized this time around.
Yeah. And it's the patience, right? We're talking about the patience from Falcons. You could see how organized they are and how experienced they are as a team, as a unit as well. It takes into account how they respond to the situations given by LILAX. As now LILAX, for the third time in a row, they want to hit the C side again. Micro caught in a rock and a hard place. Enery again, just dancing to the death. The Razor Vines popped, and LILAX plans foiled. They might look for a rotate as the smoke once again being refreshed up in the C main.
I like that they're really trying to scout out C. They know that they have, I guess, the quote-unquote luxury of sending this round just for pure info. At the same time, the Falcons, again, very willing to hang back and be patient and just play off the
One
positioning.
enemy remaining.
Now, you can miss another one.
You can't see my face right now, but just know I'm
Quad kill
smiling.
for Henry to close out the round, and Falcons
No charges.
feels like they haven't really broken a sweat for every round they've won.
Yeah.
Except for the previous round, I guess. And that was also from a Hail Mary play by Mary.
One
So,
enemy remaining.
Three.
Falcons looking so strong. And again, our assumptions and speculations of this team being so scary in the playoffs is translated into their performance now in the group stage. And it's going to be very, very hard for LILAX to traverse a way around this. I mean, look at their economy, not the best again. And it seems like the ultimates are also rolling in for Falcons.
It does feel like there is a little bit of hesitation on the side of LILAX here. Maybe they're afraid that they get isolated by the sheer if Aneri shows herself early onto the site. But once again, they're trying to default towards towards this end of the map.
Yep, again, control towards C-Mount. It's imminent for Arinji to hold 2 kills with the headshot as well. The doors are open and LILAX, they come and clutch. The cavalry arrives. Micro might look for a flank angle behind her. Is Mary though not yet aware of their
One enemy remaining.
as Enery will be caught, thrown to the wolves in the wide open, and Micro good kill with the flank. Mary still unaware of where Micro is. As LILAX, finally, this is where I believe they will pick up the round.
Yeah, this is the tall order for Mary, despite getting one, but it doesn't look like she's gonna waste any time. She will get spotted out by the crowd. I'd wager triple peek would come in anytime soon.
That's perfect. Perfect triple peek from LILAX. And yeah, for a second, maybe, Raph, you were grasping into the situation. And it seems like Mary was looking at the exit frags, but she got really, really relentless on the attempt to just push to waterfall. Possible clutch, but I do believe it was nigh impossible for her. So yeah, LILAX finally getting themselves a single score on the board, which is, I believe, going to be very important for them in the upcoming rounds.
True, as long as you can stop the snowball for at least against Falcons. Sign. Mary gets one with the off.
Yep, very impervious. Mary just holding his ground on rubble, and this is another advantage again for Falcons, just winning that rubble control, though they will relinquish it for now, as LILAX given the time and space to rotate into B side, it seems like. But Mary so mobile with the operator, and now she will aim on towards B main. This is a hard task for LILAX. They have to clear this one out with the Prowler. She will hide and get it destroyed, and a flick off the operator. The magic stick in hand of Mary. To her maker. 3v5 situation though for Falcons, and they will really enjoy this lavishness of that woman advantage that they have.
Well, that operator being a menace, repositioning as quickly as Mary did, will definitely bring the best out of this weapon. But C looks like it's the name of the game for LILAX again. Do they know that Resistance is already ready to receive? They have to reset to a default here, and they're still probably looking for some sort of opening. But the Falcons, they are just, once again, incredibly patient with this defensive side.
Salvos coming in to delay. This is the power of the Tejo. Look at that. Even the Razor Vines, Tejo Vice is so much of an
10
abomination.
seconds left.
Face again, Mary. Just picking up bodies left and right. As LILAX, again, running down the clock. They have no chance but to save this. And Falcons, again, you can talk about the nature of this composition, Raph. I mean, the Tejo, the Raze, and then you have the Vice as well with the Razor Vines.
by
It's just
minha
way
família.
too much of a pesky task to deal with. I mean, there's so much delay that you have to face with. And on top of that, Mary, who is basically on fire at this
10
point.
seconds left.
I mean, it's business as usual for the Falcons. Like you said, individually, they're incredible. As a team, they're even greater sum of their individual parts. You know, I was about to call back on how they used to play this map. They'd really go for aggressive 2-on-2 skirmish on both ends. But right now, they're really just playing super solid. And Mary goes for another shot, but this is just game.
What? Micro getting that veto. There goes the showstopper. Connecting towards the micro. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Mary still sticking out like a sore thumb. LILAX are yet to deal with her. The elephant in the room now. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Execute towards A side. There goes the Earthquake. Rinji enters the site. A medal to vulnerabilize the players of the Falcons, but no. They will take their sweet time. And there goes Steel Garden. Their primaries jammed. And Alexi gets the kill. The spike is wide open. Defnido gets the right click. Fighting for so long.
One enemy remaining.
Grim Reaper looking for victims yet again, Falcons. Unstoppable 6 rounds to 1.
To be fair, we're used to Falcons kind of hitting 7 rounds, 8 rounds in a row before we see some sort of retaliation. But again, I'm really not trying to lean toward one side here, but with the history of Falcons plus how they're showing up for day one, it's been a lot to talk about. LILAX, they've been having a lot of good ideas on how they would want to approach the map, but Falcons have just been so active, they haven't necessarily left any part of the map unchecked, and perhaps this is giving LILAX too little room to operate.
Even no room to operate. It seems like, and Mary again. Oh my god! Backup is good from Alexi and Randy as well. As LILAX hit the floor. 2 players remaining. It's Stephanie and Arin. Going in the Bulldog. I don't know what they can do with this. Throwing smoke. Out of confirmation. The operator's just banging hard on the doors of LILAX.
One enemy remaining.
Locked in place. There we go. Flawless round from Falcons. And seems like they want to end this quick because they've been so active on the offense. And as they say, Raph, offense is the best defense.
Yes. You don't have to defend when everything is dead. Don't use that as a piece to justify random guys. Come on.
That's true.
But
don't do it in the ranked games.
No, do it in your ranked games. I'm joking. Honestly, like, sometimes I wonder if I even listen to my own advice because I'm a Reyna main. But again, going back to the game here, the Falcons, they've just been so solid. And number one, they haven't been able to punish Mary despite getting those early pieces of utility being thrown towards their face. I'd expect them to invest a little bit more towards Rubble. You know, Falcons, they've readjusted yet again.
Yeah, they actually have the tools to punish Mary. The issue you raised. They have the Prowler, they have the stuns, but it seems like Mary is able to get this out of jail card for free. I don't know what's happening with her.
You should run.
She's just so insane, and she might pick up another kill behind Hobbit. She lies standing underneath and waits as the lockdown does pop. Waiting for it to completely control the side. Flash towards Camille, and Camille is blinded. Sentry get first blood. Syringy plants the spike. Micro hiding in the shadows behind the spike, still standing very strong as the salvo does come in. Oh my god, Headman exposed, and Mad B does get the kill. And here comes the annihilation. Brace yourself before LILAX, and there goes the thumping of the explosion. Stephanie takes it down. Victim of that ultimate. Nennery dancing again and again. It's up to Senderi having to clutch this. She jumps to her death, plummeting down, and Falcons pick up 8.
My goodness. I mean, Falcons, they're just so good at repelling a composition that's built to win around contact, having a lot of like oppressive initiation tools alongside the breach and the fade. There's obviously the lockdown by Daphne, but we haven't seen that really come into play to the effect that we would want and LILAX would want. But right now, they have to get something going. They really want to avoid Falcons hitting double digits before the half, and Mary has been one of those linchpins. That operator has just been finding its mark every single round, and if not, she's been getting away from these duels scot-free.
Yeah. Almost certain to be skated. Relax. Do they want to chance it again to peek this deadly operator of Mary's? Mary will fall back and just take the orb for herself. as the spike
My
does
goodness.
fall down, and this is so close. A pixel angle definitely might want to tempt fate against the operator, but still, it's way too far to peek for her. And Mary grows confident by the second.
There.
As LILAX, they want to hit the site again. This is scary. A game of inches for Mary, and she might just cut the momentary lull. The flash is good, but there goes the rolling thunder from Alexi. Hold up by the Salvo, and Alexi just get the aftershock towards Henry. 4v5, not a bullet being tapped. And they have a victim to their name.
That is so crazy. I'm glad that like we see this type of support from Alexi. I mean, once again, LILAX, they try to play off tempo and maybe catch Mary and any other FLC player
30
on
seconds left.
transition. But that was not the case. There's just so many protocol being executed to perfection here by Falcons. But dude, check this corner.
One enemy
Oh, they
remaining.
don't check in! That's
Spike
Alexi!
down
Just growling out. It's Daphne. Sharks. Salvo. That is up to injury. Falcons, they get 19th. LILAX. Still yet to break the deadlock. I mean, they have been, what, waiting for like 5 rounds straight to win yet another round, and Alexi.
A. One enemy.
Again, such a quick reposition from every single player here. There's just so much confidence and knowledge on how they can get to their spots with complete safety. I mean, Alexi was just so far forward alongside Mary, and it did look like LILAX was trying to take into account if they're playing at a different timing. But now, do they expect Mary to be the one playing close here with the off?
Again! The magic stick movers for Mary! She's not spotted yet! The shorty is there! And Matthew as well. To the rescue. This is just insult to the
One enemy
do
remaining.
behind this.
Spike down B.
And Falcons might be charged for assault and battery.
all
And
that
they'll close it out for Falcons. 10-1.
Last
Going
round
to be
before
a
the
very
switch.
wonderful first half if they can get the 11-1 scoreline, and even a 10-2
Oof.
would still be ethereal to them.
Like you said, there could be something brewing here on the side of the Falcons. I'm glad that there's been like this
Enemy remaining.
evolution of level play for really both sides. You see a lot more ideas being thrown onto the map and a lot more, I guess, counterplay on both sides. A lot of quick thinking. But LILAX, they have to figure something out here, and it's really been starting with the lethality of Mary.
Grenade is live.
Just stoppable. And this is the duress towards the players of the LILAX. I mean, the flash secondary. Let's step into the site. They want to take control. One more teams like Enery is aware though.
Spike
Gets
down,
figured out.
B.
But look at the chaos happening. Other pandemonium inside. Mary might come for another one.
One enemy remaining.
Still alive. Held the tail, not for long though. He gets 2. 22 HP though. What can she bet on?
Placing
Falcons,
swarm
they
grenade.
tone down the pressure.
Bomb grenade out.
Play up close and personal with the shorties in hand. Oh my god. They're just waiting for Daphne to cross. This is unbearable. No way. 11-2 on Falcons.
Switching
My goodness,
sides.
what a strong half by Falcons.
This
and
should
I
be simple
don't
enough.
think we expect any less from such a star-studded roster with many championships to their name. And, you know, it's just been dominating. What else can we say? Hopefully LILAX pick it up in as soon as the second half.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. Again, I mean, we could talk about the bare bones foundation of both teams, right? You take a look at LILAX, and they do want to bring it, I'd say, a much more direct approach of Valorant, right? You have the stuns, the flashes, and you can have micro dash into the site, but it just doesn't work because Falcons, they have this super complete control of the map when you have a Vice, when you have a Raze, when you have a Breach, a Tejo as well. It seems like you can play behind flexibility. You can anchor the site, wait for the rush to come in, you have control and delay. And if you want to play aggressively, you have the Raze Breach combo and the Tejo as well, with the salvo to just stop any possible advancements or engages coming in from LILAX. So it seems like Falcons, they're brewing a very strong and solid composition to top it off as well. Falcons, they're firing on all cylinders. I mean, like almost everyone except MadV maybe has a double-digit kill score in their names. So I don't know. It feels like, again, a foundational problem that could be addressed by LILAX if this does go to map number 2 later on.
That's true. I mean, again, if we just have to play like comparison's sake, Falcons have been running a very, very solid core for God knows how long now. Meanwhile, LILAX, if I'm not mistaken, this core has not played as long, at least together. So, you know, maybe they are kind of cornered into playing these quote-unquote simpler executes, which is totally fine, right? But like you said, the Falcons have almost seen it all at this point in time. Some of the things that they do probably don't even need calling anymore. It's really just running on muscle memory and a lot of this chemistry. At the same time, since we have like, you know, we have Mary and MadV on the roster, there's a lot of influence from like maybe playing for EMEA to be that much more structured and that much more like organized with everything. But LILAX, it is imperative that they win this, and I say that, and Daphne gets caught out.
That's a very nice insight you brought upon, you know, the whole EMEA style. But yeah, definitely does fall. And again, total control from Falcons. Even Mary with the paint shells is taking names. Camille as well engraves her name in the scoreboard.
Spike planted.
Falcons, it seems like 12 they're gonna get is imminent, coming right soon as Micro and Arinji, last 2 players of LILAX. I don't know what they will try here, but Falcons, they have set up a very strong formation for the post plant. Utility still full control of it. Micro, let's get Enery. The hunt connects towards MadV.
Last enemy remaining.
Fowler will look for information as Camille gets the triple kill. Bags at home for her. Falcons match point, 12-1.
Match point.
There was a lot of talk on the desk also with when it comes to like Camille occupying potentially the more support flex slot now that there is the addition of MadV. But
Enemy remaining.
no matter what comp or no matter what configuration Falcons have been doing, Camille has been so solid. I think she's probably been one of the most consistent like backline players we've seen on GC so far, and it's really translated well, regardless of the version of the Falcons or SMG or really any of their like old teams.
Seems like they're evolving into even greater players, right? And time will tell how far they can really reach that ceiling or potential that they really have. A jump peek from stairs rattles Enery into waiting in that position with the Outlaw. As LILAX, they're called upon to rotate, because it seems like they heard the rolling door being opened. As Falcons, again, seems like they will re-aggress into the B side. The salvos coming in, Satchel in is Mary. And again, they have subjugated B side completely for themselves. The spike will be planted, and they retake next.
Spike planted.
Yuki. This could be a really good spot for if she remains undiscovered for a little bit longer, but it does look like a reset. She tries to fend off the players here, but no, Falcons keeping this post plant strong.
Very, very strong indeed. Flash coming in, they will swing it recklessly, and they don't even care.
Attackers
Falcons,
win.
you can do whatever you want if you're gonna win the map. 13-1, LILAX. They have to reset in map number 2.
They have to, again, mental strength was a big key point from the desk. And it does look like the Falcons. Well, this is as usual. Really good play from them all around. LILAX, like we mentioned, had some, you know, plays that they were trying to cook up, but no matter what timing, no matter what execute they were trying to run, it just seemed like there was a brick wall right in front of them.
Yeah, a huge one at that. A tall brick wall. Not even a brick wall, I'd say. It's an iron wall that LILAX aren't able to get past, right? I mean, it seems like even if this team is, you know, newly formed, there ain't no chemistry problems inside of the Falcon players, and they're firing again. Their aim is on point for today, so crispy. And for LILAX, it's all about how they want to reset in map number 2. Maybe change a bit of the compositions, or maybe they can take map 1 as a warming up game, because you never know. Maybe in map number 2 they'll be more fiery. It seems like.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of time to reset, but the Falcons right now are just like that Stratocaster behind. You can't really go wrong with that choice of, instrument, and with how it's been going. Oh yeah, I see that, Axe. I think it looks great. I think it's going to be great when you play it on air for everybody, but
I'll wait for the chance to come. I mean, I'm gonna play a few songs, especially for you, Raf. But before we do play the guitar, we're gonna toss it back to the panel for an insight of what happened.
That was a hella dominating game. Let's be real here. Me and Zach were talking about it during the game, and we were just like, okay, what are we gonna analyze here? Because honestly, that was just pure dominance, pure aggression, pure confidence coming in from Falcons. I think in anything, we did see the fundamentals, and I would like to talk about that more, honestly, if you think about it. Because when it comes to fundamentals, it was just that one setup play from Camille, and then everyone in the team just completely waterfalls in.
Yeah, I think that round with the setup play was great, but when you talk about setup plays, Tash, it was there like throughout the game, I think, for example, the amounts of utility that Alexion Breach was able to provide Mary so many rounds. You saw the position that the operator was able to take, and that first split consistently coming through. And of course, I mean, Mary was one thing on defense, being able to consistently find that first frag on that A and B side, start things off like that. But then you also got Inari on that opposite side, on just being able to anchor down C, have so much damage coming through by yourself, and I think it was just such a well-played game. There was just no avenue that you really see LILAX.
I think what's really important to note as well is that experience. I think we talked about it previously on the desk as well, right? About what experience can bring to the table. And I think out of everyone in the team for LILAX, it really showed, its experience really showed, especially from Yuki, because she knows exactly a little bit more about what to anticipate and what to see from these teams. But then again, that disconnect between, the lack of confidence between her and the other players was just really, really showing here. And sometimes, I think in most situations for Falcons, they're very opportunistic. You make one mistake of not checking a corner, and suddenly 3 of your teammates are gone.
Exactly, right? It's just minor mistakes as well, like you said, like not checking corners, not being able to follow these fundamentals, but also so many of these rounds, even that 4x round, right? The fact that they were able to win that bonus off the back of an outlaw, that final wallbang shot coming in from Mary, that was wild. But even then, the one round, they found that lurk kill, everything went right for them, and LILAX were able to win it. But unless circumstances were in their favor, it was just consistency, kind of shining through from this Falcon side, right? Out of these 14 rounds, it's been Falcons 11 times they found that first kill. I'm willing to bet at least half of these were off Mary's operator, by the way.
Yeah.
And yeah, aside from that, right, clutches as well. There wasn't even a need for too many clutches, because they were just so consistently in control. Every single time it was like they were able to win the round with at least a 3-player advantage, it felt like.
I think what's really interesting as well, I think we talked about roles in the beginning in the show, and then it was a very interesting moment when you said okay, Inari plays the Vice like a jet, and you know what, it does make sense, right? I mean that she just kind of makes use of her shears, and it just swings out and then shoots. And then at the same time, you look at Mary, we're so used to seeing Mary play chamber on this map, seeing her on the neon, yeah, she's great, the showstopper was great, she takes up space well, but putting an op in her hands as well, I think it just brings back to what she does on that chamber as well, especially on defense. Just her being able to hold down that, I would say, the A long that A long area or rubble, or even that mound. It just comes down to that simple things when you see about these teams as well. Alexi, all she does is just put in the pressure, but if anything, I think that when it comes to Falcons, it just, the confidence, the experience just shows a lot more, and they're just not afraid to take up that space and go aggressive. MVP going to Camille, what do you think?
I think it makes sense, because Camille, even if it wasn't those fancy first op kills or whatever, there was that consistency, right? Every single round, able to get at least a kill or two, being able to just set up the team. So many of those rounds, you saw the paranoia really being able to clear that space, or facilitate in a retake. There was just so much background utility that Camille was able to provide, and I think we were talking about this, Tash, before we went into the game, who would be playing smokes, and I think Camille shifting into that role makes perfect sense, because historically she's always been the support player for this this team. And I think that Omen is kind of that the controller that lets you play like a little bit more aggressive and stuff. So I think she fits perfectly in with the rest of this comp. And I think that this entire Falcons side, I also love that Madvi has shifted over to that Tejo, because I think that if there was an interview during Kickoff Americas where John Kitty was talking about shifting from playing like that Sentinel role into like that initiator role, and I think that, you know, playing as an initiator while IGLing, there's definitely a lot of benefits to it, and I'm glad that Madvi has been able to kind of lock in, because even though she didn't have the highest skill, she was still consistently doing the damage. I think that she had like 200 and something ACS, so that was wild, man.
Yeah, it was really well. And I'm also really loving the fact that in terms of team chemistry as well, as soon as the game ended, you saw everyone just really go around Alexi as well. I'm curious to see what they're talking about, but perhaps we'll see it later in the second game. So do not go anywhere. This is the Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia. We'll be right back for map 2.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia. It's me, Tash, alongside Zahk, your desk for today. Now, we saw a very, very dominating map 1 just now by Team Falcons. It was what, 13-1, I believe? And that is one of the most dominating wins we've seen so far on that map. We were questioning just now about the role changes for Falcons, about what we can expect, and also about LILAX being able to just allow this map to go to get picked as well, knowing the fact that this is one of Falcons' maps, and this is exactly the outcome that we could all have anticipated. But as LILAX mentioned just now during his cast, hoping that map 2 would be the map they bounce back, which is going to be Fracture.
Yeah, I think I'll be very realistic with you, Tash. I think it's going to be a very much of an uphill struggle because we were just talking about this during the break and about how Fracture is a map that has so many lanes, right? You've got 4 open lanes and there is a lot of area, a lot of potential for plays to be made. And I think that this Falcons roster, especially with them picking the map, have probably been hard at work at this. I'm also curious to see what kind of composition we're going to be seeing coming out of this Falcons side because personally, I would love to see like a mix of Neon and maybe another duelist coming in with the amount of aggression that they've been showing here. I think that a double duelist comp is something that this team would probably excel at on a map like Fracture.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, you also mentioned something to me earlier about what to expect from this map, crunching, right? You mentioned that, coming in from 2 different entrances, coming through as well, just really crunching players around. I wouldn't be surprised if that is something they can do. And I think this is something that they can really work with, especially if they run that double duelist comp.
Exactly. So, I mean, we also saw it on the previous map, right? In terms of map control as well, there's just so much that Falcons were consistently doing. Like this 13-1 score, it's not just because of Mary finding those operator picks on A or B. It's also because of Mary consistently being able to clear out C. The lack of map control that LILAX were able to find on their own map picks. So, especially on a map like Fracture, which has so many lanes, it's going to be so much more difficult for them. And we were also talking about this, right, Tash, like the team comps themselves and how like Falcons, they're adapting more towards like what the new meta is, while LILAX, it's a little bit more of the traditional pick for them. So on Fracture, starting off on defense against Falcons, it might be really difficult.
Yeah, I agree with you there. When you talk about that I think we had this conversation for so many years now. Zach. I think it's really cool. Sorry, I was looking at Quack's name just now for some reason.
I'm flattered.
Coming back to what we're talking about just now, about that conversation between comfort pick alongside the meta pick. I think for Game Changers for a long time now has really relied on that comfort pick, really relying on what they're really good at when it comes to playing on this level. But now a lot of teams have started to really grow and move out of that phase. Falcons especially is just one of those teams. I think Ascend as well has also been one of those teams to really adapt into the metas as well. And there's a reason why these metas are so important, because it's kind of oppressive as well, especially when you pick up Teho. Now on that map in particular, Teho I think will be so valuable. It clears out corners, especially on the map like Fracture. You want to clear these corners. It gives you so much space to get out to the map. Waylay for entry on that map, think about it, running it in with the Neon. Thoughts?
There's definitely so much. I think I was watching the streamer do like this streamathon playing only Waylay to like Immortal, and right now they're somewhere at Ascended. But there's so much potential for Waylay on this map in Fracture, right? You can set like your beacon down, go into site as long as someone doesn't instantly headshot, you're gonna get so much information and space, clear out the way for your team, and especially you combine it with the Neon or you combine it with the Raze. There's just so much that you can do in terms of like execute. So I think that she's definitely going to be a very interesting agent once she comes into the meta, and especially I think that Jet in particular is going to be super threatened, because until now Jet was kind of that main space taking agent, Jet and Raze together, but now that you've got Waylay who basically does Jet whatever Jet does, but also does a bunch of other cool stuff, it's going to be like much more competitive for both Jet and Neon.
Yeah, and I think when you think about, in terms of, it's very oppressive, it's very fast as well, and Waylay has the ability to go in, just see if anyone's close corner, just run back if you want to as well. There's just so much space taking potential when it comes to these two agents. But coming through, if you look at the last time Falcons played this map, it was actually against Ascend, where it was again a very dominating win. It was a 13-7 win, and interesting enough, we did see the Teho, and it was MadV running that Teho as well. And I think I think you mentioned it just now, how MadV coming into that IGL role as an initiator. I think it's great because it gives her so much control on saying, okay, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to see you guys execute. And I think it works so well with the other players being her chess pieces.
definitely. I think that, like we were talking about that initiator player having like that IGL, you're gonna be able to get the information, you're gonna be able to make those calls and play from a safe position while setting up your teammates. And you've got teammates like Mary and Ari and Alexi. You're just gonna want to have to send them in like at full tilt, especially on this map. I'm gonna be really curious to see what those agent picks are gonna be like. I think that Alexi in particular on that breach was really able to facilitate, along with Madvi, her two teammates on this defensive side, whether it was in area on the Vice or the other, or Mary on the race. So we do have agent select coming up, so let's see if we are going to be seeing the double duelist that we wanted, Tash.
We also talked about just now, there we go, we did see the Teho, we talked about Teho as well, Breach as well, so this is going to be very oppressive. But we talked about how teams are not really adapting to metas. LILAX here showing that they can beat those allegations. Teho in the mix for RNG.
Yeah, definitely. I like the way you said it there. But yeah, I think that at least on this map, it is much more closer to what the current meta is. I think that Breach Brimstone make perfect sense. I'm not too sure about this Jet pick from Micro. Maybe it's something that's more comfort, because you just have so much more utility with the race. So at least until you get Waylay a lot of the server, I think it makes sense. This is kind of like what the meta comp looks like. And I mean, in area in particular, the Vice can be so useful, especially in those retake situations. We didn't see it too much on that previous map, right?
No.
But that ult as well on a map like Fracture, especially with the way it covers all of the side, I think that it's going to be super useful. So curious to see what exactly it's going to look like, especially with Falcons going to be the one starting on the attack this time. But at least comp-wise, I would say that Falcons have a little bit more of a push in the utility direction.
That's right, and I think it's really important to remember as well, the last time LILAX played this map was against Falcons. It was a 13-7 loss for this team. Let's see whether or not that they learned anything from that loss. Can they come back is the question. So on to you, Realize and Raf.
Oh, that's perfect. That is great. I like how we didn't say anything. My mic was muted on Discord, but we were on point with the thumbs up. At the same time, we've learned a lot. I think that's been the keyword from our desk. It's still Raf and Realize, by the way, guys. So welcome back. Is this going to be a Falcon shutout, or is LILAX going to respond?
I like the Teho pick. I mean, like Tash said, it's kind of hilarious. They're beating the allegations of not playing to the meta, and sure they did. I mean, with the Teho, it seems like they're gonna have that, they have that versatility in that conversation. I hope they might pack a punch against Falcons, and let's see if they can reset and push us to a map number 3. Because if they do bring us to a map number 3, it's gonna set the tone for the upcoming matches as well.
It has been a fire sale of rounds for the Falcons. It's been streak after streak and adjustment after adjustment. Like you said, there's still a lot of improvement that we're really looking for on the side of LILAX, and I feel like Fracture is the map to do it on. It is the type of map that will make or break a team. It does reward the very well practiced heavily. And if this is how LILAX want to come back into the series, this is going to be such an impressive feat.
Yeah, more than impressive, it feels like. Because again, like we've characterized Falcon. Well, they're the team to beat. They're the colossal giants that everyone has to take down. So if LILAX can do just that, it's going to be very, very nice. But hey, it seems like we have a sub in. It's a Fanny's with the deadlock. And Falcons, they will play again still with the Teho Beach combo. This time around though with Mary on the raise. So contrary to what LILAX is bringing with the Jet, they will still stick into that bomber. That is very oppressive so far for them.
Man, again, Falcons this time starting on the attack, so they can dictate how this map is going to get opened up. We do see a lurk on the opposite side, but Falcons look like they want to send it towards A main.
Yep, A main control against Teho. Oh, that's a very good combo, and Mary gets eaten alive, and that is what you want to see from LILAX. These little mini games that they can bring. That combo with the Grafnet and the salvo finally connects Falcon down to one player. Or rather, down one player. Still have 4 beating. Because now they might change their course on towards the B side still. Just trying to lull down their footsteps. This will be their go-to signal to enter the site. Enery still just playing behind, lurking in the shadows. Syringy steps forward and a retake situation for LILAX, but this is her bullets, not for the second one though. The Falcons do come in, clutch for them. Alexi gets kill for herself. The 3v3 situation, Falcons still holding their ground in the side. Mew, my goodness, thankfully she gets the kill towards Syringy. As LILAX, they come in numbers to the side, but Alexi is on the back of the side, gets taken down by Nuki. The time dwindles for LILAX as Micro might look
One
like
enemy remaining.
salvo again, just disrupting all the efforts. LILAX to defuse the spike and Mad V goes mad with 2 kills. Falcons, perfect pistol round.
Such a great recovery from, and honestly, great opener from LILAX as well. Like you said, there's a lot of these like mini games that they would want to enforce, especially with such like a setup heavy comp with the deadlock alongside the Tejo. And
One enemy remaining.
you know, if it was a different team, if it was like a less practiced team, that is a really tilting play. Because now what do you do? Do you really want to force the issue and kind of run into like minimum 2 players, in that case 3? And if they keep repeating that play, that just actually forces Falcons to either play passive or take that space even quicker.
That's actually what they want to really focus on, right? I mean, LILAX, they had a very good start with the combos that they were able to fly in. And now Mary seems very relentless on pushing towards A site, or rather A main. She has full control of this proximity.
There.
And this is her neck of the woods, but look at that thing. She smells something fishy. Oh my god, Fanis! No way! She's unpunished though, she doesn't die! Escapes death by the skin of her teeth. And now Mad V, out of the side, Mary as well looking for the kills. Fanis does come with the bucky,
player
with the
standing.
connect towards Falcons. And Mary with the triple kill pays a very expensive price of dying in the first round.
I'm really surprised Fanny was able to just kind of stay there and persist. I thought for sure either the nade would have bounced onto her or maybe the barrage, but no. I would have hoped for her to convert with the Bucky, but again, the play just unfolded way too quickly. Now LILAX on their gun round here, looking to reinforce themselves and maybe get 1 round on the board. It does look like Falcons have a pretty potent lineup with all those Guardians, but we'll just see how this pans out.
And this time they're equipped with enough firepower to push on. Triple push towards Star Wars. There's a shear though, waiting, and yep, baited out. The wall erected. And that forces Henry to be more on her toes. As Falcons seems like they want to aggressively control a B site. But so far, no signs of life. And they themselves are still taking the time. Here. Salvo as well, just stepping her foot aggressively into the site. Fanis has to hold her ground on the backside. Doesn't really get the kill. Her fingers tremble on the trigger. And Falcons, they mop up B side, planting the spike as well. This is their turn. LILAX has to win it back.
Spike
They're already
planted.
taking so much chip damage too from beyond the smokes. RNG does get 1 on Alexi, but that's still 4 players remaining. It does look like this could be an exit call. They're too low and their economy is not too strong. So they'll fade out into the safety of the round. And once again, Falcons, they're just commanding the rhythm of the game here. Whether it be like a delayed explode towards the site or we have yet to see like a full-on rush, it's been pretty much going their way, and they've been pretty unfazed with how LILAX have been trying to set things up. Mary actually taking a little bit of damage to her armor there, but all should be good.
Mary was walking on eggshells, but she did not give a damn. She just was able to step foot on heaven, forces her way onto the salvo as well, and every other possible obstacles. But LILAX, like you said, it seems like Falcons, they are not moved by what LILAX are doing. I mean, the pistol round was a good example of that. They were able to combo up the graph net with alongside the salvo as well. It took Mary down But it seems like after that, Falcons did not give care towards what's going to happen to them. They're playing bravely. They're so relentless on pushing onto the choke points that they want to win. And LILAX. Now, though, what do they do? And Neri gets micro. Still with the Outlaw. This Vice is so vexatious. She takes the long way back with the Flying Fox, the ropes. And now they rendezvous together. S5, another hit towards A side. Seems like the stuns do connect. Mary flies in. Villaringi, the method of Falcons to just precisely enter the site is so flawless. LILAX being picked off one by one. And now it's just up to Fanis and Sandary.
They don't even have a weapon to really retrieve at this point for an upgrade on Fanny's. And like you said, that Vice has been a thorn on the side of LILAX that just hasn't been addressed. That Lurk was cooking for like the last 2 rounds. And it's been working out really well, at least on these cash-out rounds. Kamiya's already suspecting something here. Actually, a double swing could come into play, but it's just a little late on the side of LILAX, so they get cleaned up. 4-0. Nothing going the way of LILAX at the moment.
If you close your eyes and open them again and take a look at Falcons, the way they play, it seems like they're playing on a very, very high level. What I'm trying to say is, it feels like they're in the same frequency. Everything is just on point for them. They're on the same page, synchronizing well. It seems like they're communicating through telepathy, and everything they do is so well targeted that LILAX doesn't have to counterplay towards it. I mean, the stuns, the flashes, the missiles, just on point every time. Almost spotless for them to play with. And LILAX, now they have to hold again with the same formation, 3-2, the 3 pushing on towards Arcade.
Oh, I think there's a little bit more caution being thrown towards that Lurk. They are sending out 2 players, but little do LILAX know there's more than just a solo player here. Mary has revealed her weapon, but can't find one.
Annihilation onto the side. Mary bounces her way in, and Fanny's still holding her ground. This might be where she shines the most.
Spike
2
down
kills. The Iron Wall finally taken down by Falcons. The Spike Planet salvo coming in. Look at Camille, she's playing a cheeky angles, praying down with her Sheriff as well, but not enough to deal the damage. It's a 2v2 situation now. Falcons they hold. Nuki and Micro has to clutch this together in unison, but Henry is just dancing around. And Falcons, the Falcons take flight. LILAX still left in the open.
Oh boy. It does look like this is becoming a bit of a problem for LILAX. There was a lot of info being gathered for those first 3 rounds, but it's been played to perfection on the side of Falcons here. Like you said, it's been pretty spotless. They've been using this to deceive LILAX for the most part on how they would want to approach the site. And it does look like they are 2 steps ahead for at least this map. Like we mentioned, this is a map that requires way more practice in comparison to like the more common maps. And Micro, reliable to land maybe 1 more shot here.
Luckily though, she doesn't, and Matt takes her away. Falcons, they're punching the clocks and taking names.
Enemy remaining.
It's just up to Fanny's now. She will make her way from the back from Arcade, and she does get caught by Alexi. And Falcons, they run away with 6 rounds to 0. LILAX yet with a reply. And Falcons, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They'll take a kilometer. And
hell yeah.
Seems like Falcons, they haven't even been breaking so much sweat. I mean, they still have their orbital strike. They still have the showstopper ready. And the Rolling Thunder, I think, 2 orbs away. By the way, I'm liking the new look of the UI. What do you think of the new UI, Raf?
Actually, I was talking about this like a few weeks ago. I like how Barracks has been a lot more readable this time around. It's only been getting better.
Yep.
I think we went for like the radial one a few seasons ago.
Yeah.
But it wasn't so clear to see how many orbs we were missing. But this version is definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah. So minimalistic as well. And it seems like back to the game we go. Nuki does have a stun in place to wait for Micro to maybe get a contact play. And LILAX, they have 5 ultimates ready to be popped. As Mary will pop her own showstopper, and Vanis will be sent to her demise. Madvi as well following up quickly. As Falcons again much control. The threat unraveling though as Camille gets Nuki. And she might reaggress, but the drone is there to disincline her to push even
One
further.
enemy remaining.
Oh my god, what was that, Camille? No way! It's just up to her. She can't do much. But Camille, what was that? I have no words to say.
Neither do I. I mean, we expect everybody to be sharp on the server. LILAX trying to put up a fight towards Sand and maybe get a little bit of control towards Rope. But Camille just being
One
ridiculous.
enemy remaining.
What?
Precision. That is a precision kill. The crosshair wasn't even near her head, but hey, you know, sometimes your opponent is just having a good game and Falcons are having hell of a series here.
Flashing.
I like
Good
that.
hit.
Yeah, they're having more than a good day. They're having more than a good game. They're having a good day. And Mary, she's just running rampant into the site. This is her neighborhood. And LILAX, they have no idea. They're oblivious of Mary. Arinji isn't even expecting the second push. Camille does take her down. Morgul strike at the ready. Zenary will enter towards a site. 3 players pushing towards drop. But what can they do, Raph? What can they do?
That's a very good question here, but now they're checking in on those ultimates that they've had stored for a good minute. Spike is gonna go down. LILAX will have a difficult time, especially with this popping. I'm surprised it only got 1.
What was that combo? Falcons. So many tricks up their sleeve.
One enemy
A
remaining.
very long one at that. Camille gets Nuki. It's just Vanis having to take time and take a look at the dead bodies of her teammates. As Falcons, they evacuate the site and they will run back. LILAX left behind with an 8-score line deficit.
It also seems like LILAX are being a little bit more passive towards A. You see them a bit more regressed towards the spawn itself. They are putting a lot of presence towards finding that lurk player either from Sand or towards either of the mains. Falcons again with a great read. Go for the speedy approach towards A and just secure everything. They know they're not too far anyway from their other, I guess, tide-turning ultimates here with Steel Garden and Rolling Thunder. But a few efforts here on the side of LILAX, just not enough to really hold the Falcons back on this attacking side.
Nothing is holding them back. I mean, they expended to ultimates on the side of LILAX with the Blade Storm and the Annihilation. But again, it seems like Falcons shrug it off quickly. And now their movements, shrouded in secrecy, still holding their footsteps. Sandary will be the one to take contact. No, she gets the timing. Down to the wire. Mary, though, gets Sandary back after what was a dink. It seems like Enery picks up Fanny. Now it's just up to 3 players having to play the retake.
Another difficult retake perhaps for LILAX. This time ill-equipped. Micro with the only rifle in hand. Matthew could be displaced here, but does find more safety towards the site. The press should expire. And LILAX looking to get whatever they can here. Mary should be candidate number 1 with 5 HP remaining.
Yeah, they need a respite. LILAX might look for it.
enemy
Enery is
remaining.
just there to bury them 6 feet under. And Falcons run away with 9.
No charges.
It's 9-2-0. LILAX yet again with a not yet again with a response. I mean, still, we haven't really been able to see the creativity aside from that best round. It feels like, Raph, even with the ultimates being given to them, it seems like they've been faced with a cul-de-sac. They can't really turn back and turn things around. And Falcons 9-2-0. This is not what you want as LILAX in the second map.
I definitely don't want to see any team experience a dead end. And like you said, there was a lot of potential with the play that they showed early on. Hopefully they're not too rattled to be a little muddled, to not access their playbook. And Senderi peeking, giving a positional advantage for Falcons, and he responds in kind.
Oh, Armageddon comes in, but no one is there. Funny gets the Rolling Thunder onto her face. She gets concussed, but Mad V will reply. But Micro being taken down.
One enemy remaining.
He's just running out of the smoke. And Falcons, Pandemonium and Beast site, but they love the chaos. 10-0, and it seems like every round is played under 30 seconds.
That's brutal. That is so brutal. I do hope LILAX will come back from this, especially in their second half, because typically when you have a deadlock and just Tejo in general, you can slow the game down.
Yeah.
I really like the combo, but I don't think we're seeing enough of the utility that they showed on round number 1, right? I think we expect a little bit more GravNet play, some barrier mesh action even, just to keep the pace in check. And right now, all they have to do is just ignore the scoreboard, play this round by round.
Oh, I do like the confidence from Micro to take the peak. Mio is there to punish her. Sanderi, though, the nice barrier to further control. Sanderi might be the light that LILAX needs, and there you go, the triple kill is there, and Nuki will close it out. Sanderi with a lifeline.
Last round
for LILAX
in
to
the
breathe
half.
on. Falcons finally losing a round and ending their 10-win streak in Fracture.
That is a difficult score line to deal with still. But like you said, there is hope, there is light. It is in the form of Senderi picking up that 3K just to maybe get things going for her team. Anything can happen in Valorant still, despite the rounds looking this way. Just have to keep focused towards the game and basically lock in, to make it nice and short.
That's true. You have to lock in again, like you said. Don't care about the scoreboard. Just play your hearts out. Maybe you'll find a way. And LILAX, the game is not over yet. Anything can still happen. LILAX might pray for a miracle. There goes the orbital strike. Doesn't connect to anyone. Meanwhile, Madvi almost burnt down. Scorching. But Alexi does get Fanny's, and Enery picks up another kill with Nuki. 5v3. Micro and RNG together with Senderi. I don't know how long they will hold out. And Madvi still holding for dear life. 27 HP, dripping with blood, but oh my god, LILAX! 3 quick kills. Madvi will be the one to create back. Salvo is perfect, it's stunned! Alexi's taking time, but Micro is there to still bring this to a 1v1. The edge and the precipice of defeat is Madvi. LILAX needs this. They need
30
this
seconds
second
left
round to go into their pocket. 30 HP to 27 HP. And this is still
push.
taking a long time.
Madvi does have Spike. I mean, realistically, she could have gone for full sprint, but doesn't want to risk it.
10 seconds
Bro
left.
might have had the read here. Repositions to Canteen. Can she win this out for LILAX?
A momentary lull. And Micro, oh my god, so close. Full of tension. The salvo might be disruptive. But she positions herself in a clean way, and Madvi cuts the tension with a sword. Micro gets taken down. And what was closely going to become LILAX's light in the end of the tunnel, shut down, dimmed down by Madvi, no less.
Definitely palpable, but Falcons being calm and strong in that situation, taking that, I think it was like a 2vx, 3vx.
Yeah.
In such great stride. It did look so precarious for them, but once again, a lot of sharp shooting and a lot of smart utility play despite the heat of the moment is keeping this championship caliber team alive and very much dominant still in this matchup. But LILAX, they're heating up. They're getting a few kills their way and getting better openings. But once again, you kind of have to wonder, did it come a little too late? Could have they done this earlier? Either way, it's not an elimination game, so they do have a few more chances at life for their run. But Falcons are looking to get their first W out of the way already.
I take it as a learning, I'd say a lesson, to prepare themselves even further in the lower bracket later on, because to face a team with the caliber of Falcons, it's going to be a great lesson, a great learning experience for them. And for LILAX as well, right? It seems like, yes, they have been struggling to pick up rounds against Falcon, but hey, it's not the end of the day. It's not the end of your run in Game Changers yet, because you still have another life to go with in the lower brackets later on for LILAX. So yeah, take it as a learning time for them, a learning experience to maybe fix their mistakes, maximize what would be their last 2 rounds in this series, and maybe translate it into even greater insights. But for now, LILAX, with the deadlock in the attacking side, I don't really see this as the oppressive composition you want to have. But when you can get into those post-plant positions with your barrier mesh, with your wall, that is where the deadlock becomes so effective in stopping the retakes happening.
There's just so many roadblocks. Like you said, Falcons are so good at setting up all these obstacles for LILAX. And it's not like they're even playing sloppy despite a lead that they've built for themselves. It's all been disciplined. It's all been tempered. And they've been really, really good at just playing their game no matter what. Typically, teams do overheat. Falcons, they are just way too experienced.
Oh my god.
Spike down B.
This is
One
just
enemy standing.
a massacre in B site. It's just Vanis left alone. She was looking for the lurk, but where does she lurk when all 4 of her teammates are down? Flawless pistol round for Falcons. It's going to be a 12-1 scoreline. LILAX, they have to pull out everything they have in their repertoire.
Has to be more too. I mean, like you said it earlier, they were hinging on a lot of these tried and tested strategies that virtually everyone has seen at this point. And now they're maybe forced to be a little more creative. I definitely think they could do more with their utility. It does feel like a lot of these fights are happening without them expending everything they have. But that's so much easier said than done, especially against a team like Falcons, who pretty much traveled the world and seen it all at this point. Yuki does land a good start, could follow up.
They will, but Madvi push on towards Micro. As the stun is there to catch Nuki. Doesn't get stunned though, but still not able to escape death. As Falcons up 5 members, 2 down for LILAX. The drone will reveal Tash in arcade. But what can LILAX do? Or LILAX rather. Henry will come to the base. Henry's still there.
Not ready.
Pulling
One enemy
strong. The
remaining.
flash pop. It's just up to 1 player left. That is Senderi. That is fed to the Sharks, and Falcons take the series 2-0.
Very ready for the camera. I feel like the Falcons are probably one of those like camera-ready teams. if Alexi's not first, it's usually like an area reacting. But wow, what a great showing by everybody here. It's just so hard to deny how much Falcons have grown too. We talked about how they've tempered themselves in comparison to previous iterations of the squad, and how they are still so good at not revealing their hand way too early. If anything, if you were looking at it, they were shuffling their strats very well. Either they'd play like a standard 2-1-2, and then on the next round they'd send a lurk just to play off rhythm. But wow, what a great start.
Yeah, but it seems like as well, Falcons are still hiding their strategies, right? It's very hard to squeeze those out when you're hardly getting any rounds against them. So yeah, I think Falcons, one of the best things that can happen in this game as well is the fact that they don't really have to reveal their hands as of now. So still a lot of things hidden behind that cape, that green cape of theirs. But yeah, congratulations for Falcons. They advance into the next round with that 2-0 scoreline. But of course, we're gonna toss it back to the analyst desk to break down what happened. Tash, Zahk, are you there?
Anytime now.
Anytime now.
Hey, we were waiting for the transition.
I'm sorry, I got off card just now. Anyways, what a game just now. I think Falcons really made short work of LILAX. I think that is just very obvious to see right now. But I think on the second game, I think Falcons just felt a lot more confident in how they played. I'm not sure which round that was because Aneri actually got scanned and two players from LILAX were pushing up onto tower A side. Instead of backing off, you know what she did? She said, you know what, it's okay. Let me just rush up forward and right click two players in their face with the classic because oh my god, what the heck is that?
It was round 13 and yeah, that was just Aneri doing Aneri things, being able to pop off there. So yeah, I think the fact that Aneri was able to find both of those kills was wonderful. But I think this is just a symptom of what we were kind of seeing throughout the entire game, right? Falcons were completely in control the entire time, whether it was in terms of taking care of the map control, being aggressive, taking that initiative, set up for retakes. They had every single card going into this game, and the only round they lost, Tash, was because of the fact that Senderi got a 3K.
Oh yeah.
So it was just a case where they looked much better prepared, especially since this was their map pick. They looked much more dominant. I think that out of the 12 rounds in the first half, for at least 7 of them, they had more than 3 to 4 players left standing. So there were at least 3 flawlesses. It was just a very dominant map coming in from this Falcon squad. But I mean, heading into this tournament, we knew that this was the team to watch out for, and I think this kind of explains the 6-0 Swiss stage now.
Yeah.
The way they played today.
Yeah, I mean, we already sort of knew that this run was going to be happening, but let's have a look at the highlights while we talk about this a bit more. What's most interesting for me is the fact that the last time these two teams actually met up in Fracture, it was 13-7. For me personally, coming into this game, I had expectations that it's not going to be a 13-1. I was expecting it at least to be a 13-8, 13-6, or something off the score of that line. But it felt like when I talked about when a team learns from their mistakes, it felt like if anything, it wasn't LILAX that learned from their mistakes. If anything, we were looking at more of Falcons learning for what was was lacking in their previous run against LILAX on this map.
Yeah, I think what was lacking. I mean, in terms of that, it's just the experience. Maybe a couple of strategies you might put together. Especially, I mean, on Lotus at least there seemed to be a little bit of a plan. They were willing to contest towards that east side, or try to at least play around with a bit of the map. But here it looked very mono-dimensional. There's just no way for them to really pivot around or be adaptive. And Falcons, they never really seemed like they were under any pressure at all throughout this map. Even that final round was a flawless, and I mean, the scoreboard, it tells the entire story, right? You got 4 flawless rounds, 11 out of 11 post plants. Like I said, the only round where they didn't get the spike down was because Senderi denied them from getting side with the 3K. So yeah, there's just not much you can do when the stats are so obviously low side.
Yeah, and even then, I think that LILAX was able to steal a round away. Again, remember Mad V was trying to just put down that spike, but if anything, I was so sure that she was going to lose that round, but for some reason, Mad V made it ice cold. She made it look really, really close, but really, really competitive as well. And we talked about it just now during the game as well, how it's just these micros that are just so good, right? Mad V's strafes that just really caught the players of LILAX off guard. That confidence coming in from Aneri, just take up that space. And somehow even in certain rounds when it was not that when rounds are not in Falcons' favor, you see Alexi still pushing up to fight players from LILAX up close and personal. So if anything, I think it really shows right now that Falcons, they're hot, they're feeling good, they're very much in controls in their element.
In their element indeed. And I mean, looking at the scoreboard here on the previous map, it was gonna be Kamiyu coming out on top as the MVP, but this time around it's Mad V, IGL Teho, 19-1.
That's crazy.
19 KDA here. That is absolutely wild to me. And yeah, just that being able to do that well, IGLing, very, very dominant performance coming out of Falcons. But I mean, the rest of the team as well, right? Just putting up those numbers. And even though it's very weird to see Mary as the bottom frag on a team, but even that was better than everybody else on the opposite side. So it was just very much a team difference coming into this particular map. And
50% headshot percentage rate. This is crazy.
That's what I was thinking.
This is crazy. I really like what you brought up about Mary being bottom frag, and I think it's most of the time Mary go in, take up space, she will get shut down. But that reaction from Mary going down is 3 more bullets to 3 different players' heads from LILAX as well. So it just felt like, if anything, I'm not sure if I had this conversation with you, but what I thought about a Neon player, right? A Neon player is sort of like a walking drone. Technically, Mary took up that role, coming in hot, coming up close, getting one pick for herself, kind of pulling away crosshairs from her teammates to allow them to kind of like rush in with her. And I think it's really great to see this chemistry between this team, because how they work together or how they come onto a site as well is just so dominant. When I mean, sometimes there's this conversation about how the duelist goes in a bit too quickly before her teammates could catch up. That's rarely the case that we're seeing from Falcons.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, there's always that trade, right? Even when Mary does go win and gets like shot, you know, there were a couple of rounds where she was instantly shut down, or it was the first pick being found by the side of LILAX. But even otherwise, you have this backup line, like both Madby and Alexi always there ready for the trade. You've got the Lurk coming in as well. There's just so much always in play here from this Falcons roster. And I think that it's just gonna make things so difficult if you're on a side like LILAX, where it's not even your map. You don't have like you're gonna have to take these fights head on, and every time there's just no respect being shown by your opponents. They're just getting ready to run it down, and I think that's exactly what Falcons were doing in that fracture map, right? We barely saw them rotate. They just decided we want to go A, we want to go B. 4 of them, they go for a crunch play, they rush in, they get the spike down, and boom, easy post plant. So I think it was a very, very well planned and well played map by Falcons. And I mean, we had our expectations, Tash, when we were talking about this team and the roster that they put together, and I think that they're definitely acing it right now.
Yeah, they're looking really good, and I think they're looking really dominating as well. It's really scary when you think about a team that's not only this good when it comes to their aim duels, good when it comes to utils. I mean, come on, we had one round just now where Camille was just chilling inside the smokes, and she was not punished for it. In fact, she just kept people outside of that smoke. That smoke is supposed to keep people off from, you know, pushing through the smoke, but they can't even get close to that smoke as well. So, you know, what the heck is going on here? But coming back to my point is that because they're just so aggressive, they're just looking so good right now, I think it just comes down to the fact that they're just feeling hot. But anyways, we're gonna be having an interview with the players of Falcons. You have Alexi, and you know how exciting it is when you talk to her. Let's go. Hi Alexi. Hi Camille. Also, hi Madvi. It's nice to see you guys here. Welcome to Asia Pacific, Madvi. Now, let's talk a little bit about your team now. First of all, I just want to say, what's it like coming to play here in Asia Pacific? Is it hard for, you know, 2 regions to play together? Was it hard to find that chemistry?
Oh wait, is the question for Madvi?
Anyone. Anyone. Alexi, you know how this works.
They asking how is the feeling playing in APAC server? She said it's very good and it's very fun here.
Okay, so what about the chemistry? Was it so different playing in a different server outside of EMEA? Like, I mean, for you, Alexi, I mean, you're from W Gaming Land, and then, you know, from EMEA is more of like strats, you know, set plays. What's it like?
For me, I promised myself after the champs last year that I want to try something new, because for the past 2 years we've been playing for like just aim duels, you know. I want to see, like, I want people to see that APAC can do strategic plays also. So it's a good addition for us, and also like the coach way of teaching is very, very good.
All right, Zach, do you have a question?
Yes, hello Alexi, it's nice to see you again. Firstly, congrats on the win today, guys. Really dominant show here. I was just curious, so, you know, Madvi is currently IGLing for this team, and you used to be in that IGL position as well. So how does it work right now with, you know, all the different experience that you guys have together? How does it kind of work?
I mean, for me, it's more easier to aim, because I don't need to like call, you know. I just need to help my teammates in terms of utility and like trading, and sometimes I'm also helping Madvi to call like mid-round calling if she's like she needs help, you know. So it's more easier for us.
Okay, I love that. Okay, thank you so much, guys, for the interview, and congratulations on your win here in playoffs. Hoping to see more from you guys. So see you later.
Bye.
What do you think there? Mid-round calling from Alexi? Honestly, I'm not surprised by this news.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense, because when you do have that additional bit of experience right there, having someone as a second IGL ready to step up and, you know, provide that additional bit of insight, take a little bit of the load off of Madvi's shoulders. I mean, you heard it from Alexi. She's happy to just chill and point and shoot, but it's always nice to have that additional resource available if necessary. And I think that this Falcons roster has that perfect blend, like Alexi was saying, right? You've got that, you have that aim already. I think that at this point, Alexi and Aneri have proven themselves year after year in terms of them having that raw fragging potential. But you also want to be sure that you've got the strategy into play, and it seems like that merge of regions, getting these two EMEA players in here, is exactly what we needed. And I'm very, very excited to see how this tournament plays out.
Yeah, I'm super excited for that as well. Well, that will be the end. A 2-0, very dominant here. Both 13-1, 13-1 by Falcons against LILAX. Now, coming into the next one is going to be another interesting game, and we're going to be looking at Precision, Power, Quickness versus Ascent. So do not go anywhere. This is Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Sped ran it all the way here to the second series today. This is Ascend versus PPQ. Now, it's super exciting looking at this one because this is technically last year's GCC second seed before we headed into GC Pacific. Anyways, I'm Tash alongside Zahk, your casters today for the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. Now, coming back to this team here for Ascend, I think everyone knows that they are currently in Southeast Asia, the ranked 2 team here in this region. But at the same time, when we talked about coming back, our team's players that are returning into the region, we're going to be talking about PPQ because you have players like Crescents and even Opal, who was previously known as Aurophilia, making their debut back here onto the big stages.
Yeah, definitely. I think let's talk about Crescents and Co here first, right? PPQ, a team that has some familiar names. I think Samfire was playing as well over the last couple of years, a very popular Singaporean player, along with Aurophilia under the name Opal and Crescents. But then you also got Sleepy Keiki and Bear, who are those rookie players that we were talking about. So this team, it has that mix of experienced talent and newer players coming up here. And it's on the opposite side, you do similarly have this very veteran squad here. We were talking about it in that first opening pre-show there, Tash, about how Sisu, they narrowly missed off on qualifying for the Game Changers Championship, and it was a very, very close game as well. So a little bit of a heartbreaking case for them. But the good news is that now they have an org.
Yeah, because I think that this org was a long time coming as well. I think they were looking for an org for quite a long time. And if you look at Ascend, I think I'm going to just put a little bit more emphasis on Ascend here for a bit. I think for Ascend, one thing that I really noticed about this team in particular, since I would say they're showing here on the big stages, was it what Aurora something previously, right? One thing that's really interesting about this team in particular is their aim. Their aim is incredibly sharp, and I think that's one thing that we know about this particular team. This team is aggressive, and now with a change in their roster as well, bringing in Japips into the fray, I think it looks a little bit more, I would say, strong coming forward, especially since Japips is such a veteran player compared to the rest.
Yeah, definitely. I think you were talking about it. Japips is also one of those players who has experience from multiple regions, having played in South Asia for a couple years as well as part of that orangutan squad. So pretty interesting to see this team come back in here. I think, like you said, having Japips join up here has been huge. You've got Grahams, you've got Piety and Con. Again, all three of these players, incredible talents, and I think Grahams in particular is the player I have seen evolve right from that beginning. Stepping into the duelist role as a rookie and now learning to kind of fill the shoes of whatever might be necessary. Going from that rain out to the sky. And for Ascend, I think that this is a team that has been pretty consistent over the Swiss stage as well. So I'm pretty excited to see if they can continue pushing forward in this, because Sisu as a team looked really, really strong last year, right, towards the end. I'm just hoping they can continue that momentum, and now that they have an org, have that additional support here, it might be what they need to kind of break through here.
I know, coming into a PPQ now, this is a full Indonesian team, and you know what, it's really interesting coming forward. I think we talked a lot about how Aurophilia was, and Crescents were the more, I would say, veteran players, but the IGL is cast. So personally for me, I haven't really heard a lot about this player as an IGL, but there has to be a reason why they chose her as the IGL itself. So I'm looking forward to see what they have to offer. But anyways, fun facts about this team in particular. I love that we have a fun fact sheet about this team. Apparently, Sleepy Keiki is playing with the broken mouse. How does that work?
Alright. I think it doesn't work. That's kind of the point.
Wait, what?
No. I'm sorry. Jokes. Bad jokes apart. I think that I think at the end of the day, a lot of these players have been working with different challenges. I don't know if you remember Tash, but a couple years ago, there was a player who had this really, I forgot their name. It started with an R, but they had this really, Rosie, yes.
The laptop,
they had a
right?
really wild setup, yes, this wild desktop setup that they said posted after the match. And, we've got a couple of players here who work with rough conditions to be able to make it. So, yeah, hopefully, we're able to get a new mouse.
Listen. Just hold up. Just saying that maybe, perhaps that broken mouse might be double clicking. Perhaps that double clicking gives them the extra tap that you need to get that headshot. You just don't know.
You never know. Who knows?
Exactly.
There might be buff, unintentional macro buff.
Yeah, you never know, right? Sometimes it's just that, a trash might be a feature, who knows. But anyways, for this team in particular, for PPQ, they finished the Swiss stage with a 5-1 record, which I think is also quite, an impressive feat if you think about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a similar. We had a couple of teams with that record as well, and I think that being able to have that kind of 5-1 record, it's more than anything, it's consistency because there were like more than 100 teams who started off during that Swiss stage, right?
Oh, yeah.
60 to 100 teams. You had so many rounds that you needed to get through, and being able to make it to that Swiss stage from the open qualifier and then continue to have that record where you're winning most of your matches to be able to make it to this top 8, that in itself is like an achievement for BBQ here, with the fact that they have a roster that's been playing together for such a short time, right? It's the same case as what you had in that previous matchup. I mean, in Falcons' case, they were able to compensate for not playing together as 5 because they still had their they had the trio that have been playing together for more than a year, and then you had the duo as well who had been playing together for more than a year. So because of that, you were able to put together 5 that seemed like they had a good experience working together. But I mean, for PPQ, that's kind of the question mark in my head, whether they'll be able to achieve that same result. It did seem like LILAX, they struggled a little bit in that regard in terms of pacing and coordination. So I'm hoping that this particular game, it's going to be a little bit more closer. And I mean, it's the same question, right? Ascend, ex Sisu playing together for so long, now coming in as an org after a year, narrowly missing out. What have they done in that time since last year's miss out on that GCC and all these months? Because that's my question. And have they been able to adapt to the meta?
I think adapting to meta might be a whole different story. I think when you remember Sisu, they were kind of the outliers. They don't really go for comfort picks, but they don't really go for meta picks either. I mean, we see Yoru in the mix now and then. We see an ISO in the mix now and then. And I think it is understandably so because this team is a team, again, they're cracked. They're cracked as heck. So what better thing to do than to pick agents that really complement them in that regard? Regardless, let's talk a little bit about our predictions here. Just now we were on the same page, but are we on the same page here right now, Zach? Let's have a look here. Production. When you're ready. Okay, it's not ready. There we go. It's ready. Okay, Ascend.
There we go.
I think it's fair. It's very fair for us to really see to expect this from them. Sometimes I talk about this team. It's always going to be that cracked aim. But I also neglect to to really emphasize on nothing they have. It's confidence. The way they play is very aggressive. It's a lot more. I wouldn't say heroic, but it's a lot more impactful. From like maybe one round you'll see Capricious really step up. Another round you'll see Graham step up, and that's really scary because you have no clue which player is just going to go crazy.
Exactly, right? And it's the same kind of thing you have when you have such a strong number of players on your team who are just capable fraggers, right? Anybody could pop off at any given time, and Sisu have a track record of having proven to do so in the past. I mean, I'm a person who bets on things that seem logically sound as well as have it happened before. So I think for me, Ascend takes both of those cards, and I'm pretty sure you'd agree with me, Tash. That said, though, I mean, PPQ, firstly, I like their name a lot. Secondly, I really think that they have the talent to be able to go head-to-head with Ascend. It's just a question of whether they've done the groundwork to be able to catch up to the sheer amount of time that Sisu have spent playing together as a team. I think for Sisu also there is that little bit of a question mark because I think all of last year they had a different coach. So for this split, the last few months they've been working with a different coach. So has their playstyle changed in any way? Or is there going to be something that they're cooking up that's very different, drastically different from the Sisu that we knew coming under this new organization? So there's a lot of different questions about what we'll be seeing from them, but I'm pretty confident that they're still going to be the same, players that we've been seeing for the last few years. So I'm confident in their ability to adapt and just frag out, because at the end of the day, I mean, that's what these players are known for.
I mean, both teams going in a 5-1 record, and I think at this point, it's really hard to really put like I would say a yardstick on what to expect. But from what I know so far, Ascend did manage to go up against two of the strongest teams here in Southeast Asia. Talking about Falcons as well as Mad Army as well, and they were so dominating. It was very, very convincing against Mad Army, and this is the team that used to be the Sapphire roster back in the day as well. We had Ginny and Muffin previously play from China, so coming into this one, being able to take down a team that was possibly, I think, last year 3rd seed or so, at least for the core, is also something that's not it's definitely something to brag about, because it's something very, very, oh my god, I'm not Englishing right now, this is crazy. It's something that is really exciting to think about. Regardless, coming into this one, I think in terms for me, the reason why I chose Ascend was the fact that they did lose 0-2 against Falcons Vega, but at the same time taking down Mad Army also puts a little bit of a higher ranking onto them, as opposed to say like looking at the stats, or at least the history coming in from PPQ, where they were going up against, I would say, newer teams coming up forward as well. So it's really hard to really gauge where they are. And I think the only loss that PPQ had was against a team called 6-12, which I don't even think made it into the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a great difference that you brought up there, right? Even though both teams have 5-1 records, they are slightly different 5-1s. I mean, look, after what we just saw coming out of Falcons, the 2 concurrent 13-1s, I think it's okay if your only loss happens to be the Falcons, because I think that just shows that you're a very strong team. PPQ haven't faced off against Falcons yet, if I'm correct. I remember going through their games, and I didn't see that particular match. So I think that, maybe they had a little bit of a better draw, and they were able to make it to the playoffs, which I think does deserve applause by itself, especially considering, like you mentioned, that they are a little bit of a newer team. But yeah, the point that it was Falcons that this team had their only loss to, it definitely counts for something. And I'm excited to see what we're going to be seeing coming up in terms of this first map here, Tash, especially since we haven't seen Haven on screen yet.
Yeah. Oh, wait, was that foreshadowing? Dun dun dun. Anyways, coming into this one, that we are looking at Haven, and I think that coming forward, I think these are very, very different comps, but comps that we've definitely been seeing on this map as well. Personally, for me, I do like that Sova, so both teams having these Sovas give that hard info, which is great. But Capricious on Astra, I'm sorry, I'm just not used to seeing Capricious play something that's not duelist for a while now, so it's something very new to me.
I mean, I think there was a little bit of a period when she was on the Omen, but yeah, definitely Astra, that's a new one to me as well. But Ascend, both of these teams kind of running like what is pretty much the meta comp, nothing too crazy. We're not going to be seeing the Teho coming in and stuff. And the only difference here that you really see is that Cypher versus Killjoy. Both teams opting for the Jet. Grahams versus Sleepy Cakey, that should be a fun one to watch. But for me, at least, the real question is which Breach is going to be coming out with more assists. Is it going to be Japeeps or Sapphire? Because both of them have a lot of experience playing in that support role, and I think Japeeps in particular, I've seen some nasty close over Breach, and I would not want to be on the other side.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I think for a while now, Japeeps has been one of the most dominant breaches around, even before she left for South Asia. Now that she's back, I'm glad that she's still staying in this role, especially since Breach is very much in the meta right now, especially if you pair it with that Teho. But coming into this one in particular, for me personally, while a Killjoy is very, very dominant when it comes to those retakes, the lockdown is really, really good. But for me, the Cypher will be the game changer here, especially when it comes to just taking up space. You can have one single Cypher holding on a site and play off the util, suddenly 3 players gone. So let's see whether or not that's going to be the case here, because as we go into this game. Now, I think that's also really, while these players, again, when you look at both teams here, both teams have a lot of players with a lot of history, but at the same time, it's still very, very much new lineups coming up forward as well. So, we talked about a lot of team chemistry. I think Falcons really, really was able to show us what they're able to do in such a short amount of time together. But at the same time, I think for Ascend, I think they announced Japeeps quite some time back. So while the teams, not everyone is playing at the same place, I think for sure they have been practicing a lot.
Yeah, and I think especially with Haven being a map that you are already historically going to be super familiar with, I think that hopefully they have had a lot of strats cooking, because I, for one, am very excited to see where this matchup takes us. I expect it to be, I don't expect the 13-1 results coming through, but I am excited to see who is going to be coming out on top. Either way, though, I do hear a call from Production Tash. It's time for us to say goodbye for now and throw it over to our wonderful casters for today, Raf and Realize.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are now at the second series of the day. In my it is looking as exciting as ever. Thank you for the wonderful toss, by the way. It is, yes, Raph, and that handsome stud over there.
Realize.
It's there, okay. Realize, yes.
I'm here. Double R's. I think that's going to be this duo name. We do need a name because I think we're going to debut our album very, very soon with that Stratocaster behind us. Like Raph said, there you go. The guitar is always very ready. We're both musicians, so that's very nice. But yeah, we're gonna go and enter the second series of the day. It is going to be Team PPQ coming up against Ascend, and this team, by the way, for Team PPQ, this is a team that is going to make me a little bit excited, Raps, because it's been quite a while since I've seen a full Indonesian lineup, and of course, me, I'm Indonesian. I'm gonna get excited watching this team, I feel like.
I think that's a fair assessment of everything, aside from PPQ being, you know, a very, very solid team, as well as Indonesia being one of the true juggernauts of FPS in general. So we've definitely had so many fantastic players coming out from the region. Of course, we have Ascend. And we all know the statistics. The more Filipinos you have on your team, the better you are at Haven, apparently. And I was gonna bring that up. I think Ascend, especially with Japips on board, it's probably one of like the most sturdy teams. They're definitely so hard to rattle, no matter what the scoreline is. This is the type of team that does not give up.
There you go. Gets the ender towards Cast. After shocking behind, Skune gets 2 kills, but Khan is able to rattle one back. 3v3 situation now. The retake for Team BBQ. There's Oreophilia. Samfire also close in the distance. Sleepy Cakey as well with the broken mouse. What can she do with those double clicks and maybe broken optical sensors? As Khan is down to low HP.
One
Sleepy
enemy
Cakey enters the
remaining.
site, but Japips and Piety able to pull 2 together as Khan picks up the triple kill. PPQ lose their pistol round.
Really aggressive start too. You saw that swing out towards C long there, but unfortunately Ascend was just a little too committed trying to take that route. Shune did attempt to go for a pretty solid hold at that. But like you said, there's just too many players on the site, and there were just too many duels going the way of Ascend. And I think this is telling of how the game is gonna go. Sure, it's going to still have the strategy, but it's going to be pretty brawly. It's going to be a lot of scrappy fights just for the pistols. But PPQ, despite everything, go for a really, really reserved buy here.
Yep, very reserved. And taking it to account as well, how Ascend approached this in a much more reserved way as well. Very pacifist, because they know they don't need to rush into the classics and the ecos that PPQ is playing and dealing with in this round. Oreophilia almost getting a kill, but Sleepy Cakey was able to pull one back with the classic. That's a very nice skill to have in such a dire situation. Now dashing into the site, as Grahams, the spike is going to be planted. Ascend might be able to hold their ground to the side with the superior weapons. They come raining in with the bullets towards PPQ. Samfire pulls one back, but still, Ascend 2-0.
Really fast rounds here, despite trying to scout out info early on. PPQ and Ascend, obviously they have an agreement on how they want the match to unfold. A lot of just standoffish approaches. PPQ on their buy round, I believe. So Ascend does have the responsibility, at least to try and convert this. They did get quite hurt in those few exchanges. If anything, these Guardians could pose a bit of a threat, but at the moment, we're waiting for PPQ to throw out a little bit more utility this time around.
And Ascend, a quick change in tempo. They were going C previously now, and then previously again it's A site. Now they want to go towards the B site. This fortress of Samfire, who has to collapse, and from the stun that was brought upon by Grahams as well. Now Ascend, as easy as flipping the palm of their hands, they have control of B site, but from behind is Sleepy Cakey lingering around. Are they aware of this flank? 2 quick kills from PPQ, but Piety able to spot Sleepy Cakey. Falls to her death, but Xune is able to pop the neural theft. 1v2.
One enemy
Reveal.
remaining.
And a tap from Piety is so sweet. Xune is ready, and Piety!
Focus for a second.
The triple kill. And a public beheading of the 2 members of PPQ is in display. Ascend 3-0.
So clean on those final exchanges as Piety, and really letting her team just use her as a solid rock to be reliable.
One
And
enemy remaining.
now
One enemy
PPQ, despite a pretty roaring start to that round, get cut down yet again off a massive 3K. They do have Hunter's Fury available on console. If there's going to be a fast day, they could use that to supplement it or maybe save it for the retake. But does look like it's going to be a pretty decent default round on everybody here. Or as I say that, PPQ walk up.
Yeah, they do. Not even walking anymore. They're rushing and strutting into the base of Ascend, but they are more than prepared. Japips able to behead and decimate Sleepy Keiki again. The duelist gone. And now Cass, formerly Crescents, playing in the Omen. Wanted to go for the rotation up towards A site. Exune. Sheriff in hand. Hand cannon.
Spike planted.
Still too many to deal with. Con flying around with the guillotine in her hand. The stun to discourage Cass from pushing up front. The shoulders there. Cass is aware of the flank. Capricious gone. Vandal collected. 4v3 still very hard for the retake.
I was a little scared there for Oreo. It did look like she could have gotten caught out by the E, but once again, this post plant is going to hold strong. Cass has something to say, but it is unheard. As Piety will once again close it out for Ascend. That's 4-0 now.
4-0. Very contradictive of their name. You know, they have Ascend as their name, or Ascent if you want to spell the T in. But they're able to perform well in Haven. Maybe they should just rename their team to Haven? Who knows? Maybe they will be able to bring home the 13-0, but PPQ is still without a fight. We have a lot of stellar teams in Indonesia that do have the Q in their last name. So you have the RRQ, and now it's PPQ, so we hope they're able to replicate the success. But at this point, oh my god, good recon! Where did that come from? Ophelia though,
down
is able to avenge the death of her teammate. Keep the second one, good headshots lined up by Mrs. Ophelia. 3v4 to Pips, yet with the Rolling Thunder, but Con has the Hunter's Fury.
If she could confirm where or at least where majority of the players are on the side of Ascent, she could have probably popped that, but this defense is looking far more impressive for PPQ. It does look like the adjustments have been made. Samfire waiting in the wings here, prepping for a retake and avoiding a flank. It has happened in the past. And trying not to let it happen. Capricious on that smoke, on that controller, opening it up for Ascend. And is this A site free?
That's the question. It is free for now. Capricious able to strut her way to the site. Ophelia discarded from this retake. And they have the post plant tools. If they want to play the long game, if they want to rely on Con, even Capricious has Cosmic Divine to split the side into two. And they're playing the long game with the smokes and the flashes readied up. As they set their sights on the 5th round, PPQ will have to reply this. Marching into the site, slowly but surely, Cast exposed on Graffiti. Is Capricious with the triple kill, and Japips will be the last player in line to close the round, not even needing the Hunter's Fury to get the Cosmic Divide and Ascend at 5-0.
About to say that Capricious has really gone like the 10 Lonyet round, you know, explosive duelist player going into the controller role where you do get the luxury of getting a bit more tucked into safer spots. At the same time, it's very like easy to let old muscle memory take over and forget, oh right, I can't like die early in the round, but this early action.
So much action. Cass forced to TP out of that aftershock. One member just plucked out of the equation for now. As Cass shields herself in the smoke, but it will expire soon. Look at Ascend. Look at the way they're so content on moving slowly. Giving up control early on in this round is okay. As long as they can explode into sight, this will just aggravate things for PPQ. And Con will regroup with her teammates. Seems like C-sites, or rather C-site is in their sights. As of now, as PPQ will wrap around from behind. The trap will catch Grahams, but it's not going to be a problem as no one is going to follow up that trap.
Lucky for Ascend here, they have a lot of control towards C. And PPQ, despite the disadvantage rather in the numbers, they still have a few ults. I doubt that they're going to use it though. They're probably going to try and hurt the economy as much as they can. But Piety has been on fire. This could be unfortunate timing for her.
Dink as well, connecting towards Con. Hunter's Fury might be used for now, but no. They will still hold it. And Sleepy Keiki again having to deal with 3 on-fire players. One shot of the body towards Con will connect. No more than Ascend 6-0.
Come on!
And it feels like a replay of series number 1. With this advantage that they have, PPQ struggling to, cement themselves into the game, and now they might have that, momentum with them with 4 ultimates. But how do you come back from a 6-round deficit? And by the way, a timeout being called, which we didn't see at all in series number 1.
That's true. I mean, not entirely sure if LILAX does have like a support staff behind them.
That's
but
true.
To answer your question, like how do you come back from a 6-0 deficit? Pausing is definitely one way to address it as a first step. Just go back to the drawing board and see what you can like fix if it's like quickly fixable. At the same time, PPQ, they have the tools for it. They have quite a few ults. They have an operator if they really want to slow the pace down. But one thing that they have to address too is Sleepy Keiki has been getting punished, not just in these fights, but positionally too. Ascend so good at dissecting that first point of contact.
Yeah. And they're very, very incisive as well in terms of what they want to do, when they will give up control, when they will take control, and everything is just so calculated. PPQ is just read like a bedtime story as of now. And Ascend still yet to explode with their four ultimates that are ready, 1 away from the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Japips. And let's see with the operator, will this turn the tides around? Unstunned is Sleepy Keiki, good flick, catches Graham's lacking. And that first kill will be very important because now Ascend do not have their duelist in hand, but still, the makeshift or pseudo-duelist in the hands of Capricious might do wonders.
Have to think about how much control they would risk though if she were to swing first, but Cosmic Divide in the pocket. They could use this to potentially hit A very quickly if they can get that scan out, but PPQ doing a good job of maintaining this advantage and burning a lot of clock. They don't have any players far forward either, so they really are trying to secure just the rounds for now before they can be a bit more brazen.
You are divided!
Yep. And now, of course, Cosmic Divide into the site as Con brandishing this Vandal pushes forward, and Cass is there. The Dense on the verge of death. Vips enters the side. Cass still rumbling alongside Xune. PPQ on the back of that pause, able to pick up a round. And you've answered the question. How do you come back from a 6-round deficit? Pausing is a way to start, and now they get their first round. Even though that happens, Ascend, they still have the credits advantage in this round, Raf.
Normally you'd see the pause maybe at like round number 4, at least if there's like 4 rounds that were unanswered, but there's a lot of confidence in PPQ to try and pick it up. They did understand that 2 of those 4 rounds were quote-unquote swing rounds. They've done a good job of maintaining their ultimate economy too, so they're not too strapped if ever there were an exchange of these big abilities. Opening again this cast.
The trades do come. Still, back to square one. An impasse happening on B site. The recon going to fly on the backside. The smoke on time to just discourage Sleepy Keiki from taking other aggressive angles. And PQ, slowly but surely, they will reaggress towards the garage with the drone to spot out the traps. And Sleepy Keiki alerted. Looking left, right, and center, head on a swivel. She does not have information on where PPQ could be. And she relinquishes control of B site. This gives Capricious the opening to enter the site slowly but surely.
Right there.
As she is clouded in covertness, she has control of site, and Ascend might spike plant this site.
Ooh. Operator answering true for Sleepy Keiki. Still making this quite possible. 2v3. Hunter's Fury getting used to deny, but off the mark. Time is winding down. Play aggressive now.
Oh no, that Hunter's Fury does miss, but at least Capricious is down, and Neural Theft activated. Good swing on the back of that white hat, and Oreophilia able to bring another round in the pockets of PPQ. Again, slow approach from Ascend. I like how they are always so flexible and just cutting the noise, playing it low key, not giving PPQ the chance to just pounce forward and close the round. They're making PPQ overthink on what they will do next. This trade though, very good early exchange for both teams. But I feel like PPQ was on the back foot of that trade because they lost Cass, their smoker, so that they don't really have the vision block to stop and dissuade Ascend from re-pushing the site.
It did look like it was getting really messy, especially towards that B-Link position. It looked salvageable on that 2v3, especially at the tail end of that round. But again, when you're on a disadvantage, you're somewhat forced to be a bit more aggressive just so you can have the fact that you can't wait for the numbers to collapse on you. But a big quick execute on the side of Ascend here with the Killjoy ultimate will not be denied, I believe. They try to walk up and
What? No way, Piety!
Placing swamp
With
grenade.
2 kills being picked up, PPQ fumble the bag with the push towards the lockdown.
Spike
And
planted.
2 birds with 1 stone, even 3 birds with 1 stone. Ascend now, sitting comfortably in the site, cozier than ever. As Samfire and Xyune, they might not want to chance it, and yeah, they will save the guns that they have. Even a recon to become a preemptive measure for PPQ to just stop the pushes and retakes coming. But yeah, Ascend, good hold. Piety was on the precipice of death. She was stunned, she was dazed, she was pushed by like 3 players. But again, a good backup as well coming in from Capricious, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, don't block. Don't block it! They're gonna die!
Nah, they're fine.
Nah, they're fine now.
It
Just a
would've been
little bit
funny,
of
though.
trolling. A little bit of trolling.
A little bit, get the spirits up. And after all, I still think that's like a core mechanic in the game. You have to have fun. You have to actually enjoy. Because, again, the nerves will obviously be there. Playing on the stage like this is always going to be in the back of your mind. But when you're just enjoying your stay on the server, regardless if it's like a W or an L, it always makes the day a lot better, Wow, life advice or something like that. I don't know, just don't tilt.
Life advice. I do hope Ascend does listen to your advice, Raf. Sleepy Cakey, misses the operator shot, unluckily enough. As Piety escapes death, stared between her eyes. And Grahams might want to walk her way into a long, still holding her steps. And Ascend, they're still scratching on the surface on where they would want to go. Cass has been a solid anchor on this site. Now, together with Oriophilia, will have to hold their way into the site. The TPs will save her from the stuns, but Oriophilia gets dinged and down she goes. Falls to the floor. As Samfire will fall, it seems like. Not Oriophilia, excuse me. Oriophilia is still hiding behind that box in sewers. Might look for the timing, but Japip sniffs it. Sense it very, very well. Spike will be planted, and Ascend still perfect with 5 players. Oh no, nobody knows. Spidey lingering. The shadows playing with the striker discipline. Doesn't even need to fire her bullets. Ascend is quick on the kills. 7-2 becomes 8-2.
I was about to say that losing Samfire in that situation could have been so dangerous because they would have loved to have that Rolling Thunder for the retake, and maybe it could have influenced how they were holding the site itself. Because now they're worried, are they gonna flood out knowing that there's no stun, there's no flash? But they have a lot of their eyes trained towards CT instead of watching the links, maybe catching that potential flank off Piety. But again, PPQ, they've had some interesting solutions on those rounds that they've won. Ascend now going for something we're a bit more familiar with their grit and grind attack, where they do burn out those first 30-40 seconds just for some clean scouting. And if PPQ can identify this rhythm, then they could be a bit more aggressive and take a little bit more control away from our attacking team.
Yeah. Still Ascend, relentless, not stopping with the breaks. Good flash, but it flashes Grahams as well. No worries, because she does get the kill, but the retakes now might come in. Ascend again, so easily tinkering around the site. Gets control over and over again. They want to overpush this. They want to claim total dominance of the site. The stun gets 3 players, but Cass, where's the follow-up? Still whiffs the shot. Con gets Cass. Bips as well, follows up on pursuit of perfection. Bips with the 3 kills to her name. Samfire, 5 HP dripping with blood. Can't cover up or stitch it down. And Ascend 9-2. They're running around.
Last round before the switch.
That they are, and you know, it's thanks to, aside from these very, very confident hits towards the site, regardless of the rhythm, they've been catching PPQ on transitional like movements. So it does become very awkward if you're the retaker here. They don't have an opportunity to use the Rolling Thunder alongside proper support. They are still going to have a few more buys, I believe maybe 2, including this one, moving forward, but they can't let this lead build up too much for Ascend. Yes, it's been, what, 7-round difference, but it's been feeling more competitive than the scoreboard would tell you, or at least for some of these rounds.
They found my wire.
Still competitive, regardless of the scoreboard. Honest there. So just usher Grahams into the site. The swarms come in. The spike will be planted. Smokes left and right. Yune will get the kill for Capricious. Sprays down for the second one, but Con able to run and bring one to her grave.
Remaining.
As Oriophilia will
Spike
spray
down,
down the
C.
players of PPQ. Or rather, if Ascend and Con has to clutch this. Impossible. Cass gets the last round in the first half. 9-3.
Switching sides.
Again, the question becomes, will this be the classic 9-3 curse?
Actually, my math was wrong. I thought that was the 2 rounds before halftime. So now that makes me ask, why didn't they go for the up? I mean, sure, they had a few missteps with it in the early rounds, but it was almost enough to dissuade Ascend from just kind of charging in. And now PPQ on the responsibility of working this stronger side. We talked about it time and time again. Haven, notoriously attacker-sided, but Ascend, have they built enough of a cushion to comfortably cruise to the finish line, or at least for map 1?
I mean, 7-round margin is more than a cushion, I feel like. But again, you know, things could slip off. Haven, a lot of debates going on whether or not is this attacker-sided map or a defender-sided map. But with this composition, I do see from PPQ, it feels like on attack, this can be very, very strong as well. You know, with the breach, with the Omen flashes as well coming in. And then the Sova might do a lot of, you know, technical work on the recons and that. So, yeah, we are yet to see how PPQ will function on the attacker side. And I believe, if we're talking about Ascend, at least with the Killjoy, they have much more retake potential, right? You have the Lockdown, you have the Hunter's Fury later on, the Rolling Thunder as well, compared to Exune, who on attacker side did not have the privileges or the lavishness of that Lockdown as a Cypher. So at least now, for Ascend, if they are able to at least, you know, get early control, then they have so much domination over the, you know, the first few minutes of the round.
It's definitely been a case that's been talked about for many years at this point. Do you really want to run the Cypher, the Killjoy? And it's always been oh, let's run the Cypher if we're a bit more confident sending our lurks out and having a quote-unquote harder doorstop with the trips. But there is a lot of merit to Killjoy. You know, the mollies, the nano swarms are amazing early round. They're great for area denial, even on offense. And we cannot stress it enough that despite how people have figured out how to counter lockdown, it's still such an oppressive initiation tool. And with all that being said, it does look like PPQ is going to be quite patient here, or at least up until this burst.
We're stuck into the site. Piety though picks up 1 kill to her name, dropping low on HP to 15 with PPQ. Their efforts halted because of that single kill by Piety. Exune looking for an opener towards Con, but Con is way superior with the Sheriff in her hand. As PPQ, they run, scampering into B, or rather A side. Graham's playing hide and seek behind the smoke. He's able to be sought, but Cass equalizes the scales. Meanwhile, Oriophilia, it's trades left and right. On the side, Piety so low. They want to start. Can she finish this? No, she can't. And Oriophilia is able to close that one out. PPQ come back from a 3 or 2 player margin in that round. That was courtesy of Cass and Ophelia hand in hand together, just able to get the kills needed.
Big start now on this half. Like I said, there is a little bit more comfortability on this more aggressive side. There's also some fancy shooting to just really cap off the round for PPQ. Now though, for Ascend, they did do good damage, so not a lot of the members on PPQ can have like a straight up upgrade. They did burn a little bit more credits to just keep the shields up and maybe get an extra sheriff. Ascend, they're also willing to challenge. They have a pair of sheriffs of their own, and they're out in the open.
Yeah, they can, but they are eaten alive by Sleepy Keiki. Garage control again exerted by Capricious, but she only has a classic to her hand. This looks hard to do, and hard to deal with this whole Sleepy Keiki. Running rampant with the Spectre. Just taking the names of Ascend. Piety also falls to D5. And this dash into the side might herald yet another round for PPQ. Spike planted. And Ascend called upon to retake. The Pips with the Sheriff alongside Con as well. They might just look for exit frags as of now. Because this spike will be so hard to defuse.
That drone actually saved, I believe, it was Sleepy Kiki's life there on that swing. But now Con trying to be shooter. Just too much firepower in front of the set. But like I said, this was an eco round. Now PPQ looking to do the same. They want to go for a potential 6-0 opener. And what do they have in the bag here? They're not looking too great on the economy, I believe. At most, they're gonna have half armor and some vandals if the math does add up. They're gonna be missing some pieces of utility that could hurt their mid round, or unless they go for like a full contact play here.
Yeah. A full contact play does sound very, very nice, but I feel like Ascend will try to control this. Yeah, you can see Rams running and rushing over towards sewers. Oh, an exchange of bullets without any victors whatsoever. It's PPQ. They will re-aggress towards long. Graham's repositioning herself, tucking herself into that wall. And Sleepy Keiki with the Spectre. Not the best weapon, but again, if you're rushing in and playing it up close and personal, it might work. Next Yune scratched down into 87 HP, but still okay. And PPQ, they're taking their time. They don't want to rush this one out. Maybe they want to bait out Ascend into peeking. An unfavorable angle, but Graham's got 6 Yune. Oh no, Con with the timing! The headshot is there, but Con, can she get more? She does with the triple
Spike down mid.
Ew.
And Ascend, oh my god, Con doing wonders for Ascend. PPQ is just up to Sleepy Keiki, stunned, dazed, and just swarmed. Only Predator and only I can spray dash Predator, excuse me. Graham and Sleepy Keiki in the end. What was that from Con? Nasty.
I thought for sure that should have been a free kill, but maybe it could have been like a timing thing. Maybe she was checking the radar. Could have been a myriad of things, but great shot by Con here to follow up on the potential traders, getting as much value as she can, and, you know, helping preserve that economy just to snowball further into the round. Ascend, I think statistically they're better on defense if I remember the numbers correctly. So PPQ, they'll have to put in a little bit more elbow grease just to get this side going. But Hunter's Fury already tags one. Will it find one on the third ball? No, just a tag.
Only a tag. And the injury apprehended towards Sleepy Keiki, and Cass prepares herself for a smoke towards heaven. It seems like PPQ, they want to come barging into the A side. Con is more than ready, but oh! She gets taken down. But Piety is good enough with the swarm to get the kill. Piety, oh my god, what a recon that was! They sense her out! And they take her down. 3v4, PPQ. This plant will go down, Ophelia. With the drone to scout out information. And Grahams will re-peek onto the base, or rather spawn. Capricious trying to smoke, juggles around. Precisions, Graham stashes in, good stun! But where's the follow-up? Exune! But it won't matter for her. Sapphire saves the lives of PPQ. Capricious was saving Grace not for long. And Sapphire with the classic, the good old classic, gives PPQ their 6th round.
I'm not sure if Jipip still had an extra flash there. I think they burnt one on the entry, but I thought for sure with that spray, it could have been the round for Ascend. And right now, it does look like this is really, really challenging for them to hold. PPQ is doing a good job of maybe spreading out all of the pressure, so Ascend can't go for like a confident stack. They are gonna go on a pretty shaky buy here. Con will have to be the sacrificial lamb in terms of eco. Sheriff and full armor, while Graham, operator and no armor, but will already find a pick to her name. Send strong start.
Last cannon from Graham's. What a showing. Full confidence with this operator when her other teammates are only settling in with the rifles and even a single sheriff in the hands of Con. The PPQ. They're still trying to grab information. So slow from the approach. Piety ready to strengthen Garage alongside Capricious as well in the windows. Cass will flash in. The stun as well connects. The Piety swings to no avail. Because PPQ, they're aware of the set plays happening. Recon expended and splurge into Garage. PPQ, they still want control of that Garage area. Meanwhile, shifting their sights onto B. And this B site looks very enticing for them.
It is enticing, but it could be a trap set by Ascend. They do have the utility to shoo them away. It is 3v5 now as Capricious takes one, but Samfire trying her best to reply. Capricious still undiscovered. Utility will slow her down just a little bit, but a dink is gonna knock Ophelia a few notches and will get finished off. But remember, Graham's has no armor here. A few shots could be the end. All they have to do is delay. They don't have the spike.
She runs over. And able to plant the spike.
Rolling Thunder.
And now Samfire has the Rolling Thunder as well. Waving a huge flag saying, come and get me. And Ascend will be on the chase. Rolling Thunder forces Ascend to evacuate. No stun connects. And Samfire will play this cheeky angle in graffiti. 1, 2, 3, 4. Samfire collects all 4 for herself. And PPQ saved by Samfire. Their guardian angel. As Lady Luck gives her a thumbs up. Ascend lose a round.
What a great clutch by Samfire here. It did look like it could have been potentially unsalvageable, but a few quick kills and great decision making all around keeps this really competitive for PPQ. I thought for sure she was gonna pop the Rolling Thunder just to get an early swing on towards A-Link or towards CT. But again, Patience has won out that round for her. And Ascend, they look to respond in Kai. They pop blades. That's about all the firepower they have here.
Here.
Patience is a virtue, and PPQ again with full enough patience to hold the push. Coming in from Ascend, Grahams. Hiding in this pocket. In pocket rather, with the Blade Storm ready. And look at PPQ, they're not pushed up yet. They know that Ascend might just overstay their welcome. See long, and they want to change and shift their perspective. A side, it seems like that will be attacked by PPQ. Capricious, look at that bravery to go for the peak and get the head of Exune. And now backup arrives, but it's just one player to help Capricious clean up the site. PPK keeps shifting left and right. Cass gets Piety, but where's Capricious? Still hiding in the shadows. Just trying to blanket herself behind the smoke. And Sleepy Keiki misses all the blades!
What?
But thankfully Cass is there to cover up for her mistakes. 4v3. Stun is good, but Vampire has one aftershock. Grahams with the Blade Storm. Too many things happening. Utter chaos and upheaval inside. Grahams gets the 3 kills and Ascend. 11th heaven for them. But what was that round? PPQ, they falter in the last stretch.
Oh boy, that that was a fantastic recovery on the side of Ascend here. It did look like they were stuck in the mud for quite some time, and PPQ were doing their best to run up those rounds as quickly as possible just to close the gap. And a lot of heroics coming out from everybody here. Grams to finish it off with a quick reaction on already a low, I believe it's Oriophilia on that last few seconds. But still, what they have to worry about is that PPQ, aside from the pause, they do have a decent armory to work with here. Sure, Sleepy Kiki won't have an extra Vandal in hand, but we just saw a win off the back of a weaker buy. PPQ could have the same exact idea here.
Yeah. And I like the... How would I say? The bravery of Ascend to make those micro plays. It's not just one player, it's everyone just taking a gamble, flipping a coin, and getting that extra kill. It was Capricious who just stops Sleepy Kiki on her tracks in that A-long fight with the Sheriff. How do you peek as an Astra that has to anchor his sight? But again, like you said, that duelist blood is still flowing in her own very veins. Capricious with that kill was, I think, presenting a very important kill as well for Ascend, right? And then Grams just comes flying in with the Blade Storm, connects one kill, and then gets the 3 kills with the clutch as well, presented for Ascend and PPQ. The question is, how do they recover from that? They had a heroic play, like you said, from Samfire in the previous round, but again, the heroic is just replied with another heroic play by Grams with a triple kill. So Ascend, it seems like they want to extend their lead. Getting that first match point would be a very, very beautiful sight.
Can they continue though? I mean, again, it's been scrappy fight after scrappy fight, and we even get a Sleepy Kiki judge kill. Now it is gonna allow her team to potentially flood the site, but now Khan plays the spoil sport on the A side.
Look at the way they're swinging behind the utilities, though. That is a well orchestrated move by Ascend, but look at the triple stack on A side. PPQ has to realize this. If not, they're gonna walk into an open trap of Ascend. And Khan just peeks out in the open. Look at that courage that she has. Is playing it like that. This is full confidence coming in from Khan and Ascend. And Neural Theft claimed and reveals the players of Ascend, and now PPQ will run back for their rotate. Where will they go though? Where will they lay their hands on? It seems like C-side is the most sensible option for them.
Sensible
30
could be
seconds
the
left.
right word here, is they're not gonna encounter too much resistance, but this is Piety we're talking about. The moment that she will get a warning sign, she might have to turn up here, but she's being very patient. She's waiting for the rest of the team to really collapse onto the site. They know that it's a 3v4.
Cage triggered.
How they're gonna hold this is potentially quite limited.
Yeah. Not much options. As stuns do come in, traded back and forth. Aftershock to clear logs, but Piety swings in the nick of time. Exune will hold her ground, but not for long. Ascend. Match point in their sights, and they do get it. Their prized possession still intact. PPQ though, they lose everything in that retake, or rather in that post plant. It was hard for them to encounter the stuns and the aftershocks. They were playing in a very, very tough position. I mean, one had to hold the backside alone, isolated basically in every potential fight that was happening in that previous round.
Like I said, Piety knew exactly where everybody was going to get fanned out with the way her utility was set up. And PPQ, despite making a good decision to go for, I guess, the road less traveled, at least for the defenders. But once again, too many safeguards on the side of Ascend. Very patient team, very gritty team. You just can't really like tilt them or grind them down like most other teams.
Yeah, stuns after stuns again, but look at the control from Sleepy Kiki. Exune gets Khan. And they're down to one player. But Graham's still picking this over suspicions that Sleepy Kiki might just be here waiting for her in the wings, but Ascend 2 quick kills. The lockdown destroyed, and this is overcomplicating things now for PPQ. Cast, stock, unmovable in the backside. 3v2, Cosmic Divide, Pop and Japit will close out the round for Ascend. PPQ lost every little grasp of what they have in this game.
Not your day, is it?
It did look like it could have been a
Defenders
potential
win.
comeback for PPQ on that first map, but a comfortable 13-7 is what's waiting for Ascend. Like we said, right? It's just so hard to decipher if this team is going on a bit of a slump, but hey, Ascend, they grind it out, they get their closers. Even after such a dominating first half, they don't necessarily like overheat or anything like that. I'm excited to see how the second map is gonna go though.
Yeah, because this is obviously Ascend's map pick. You could say you still have Fracture, right? Which actually is PPQ's map pick. So that is where they're gonna brew things down. That is where they're gonna reset and maybe look to maybe squeeze out game number 2, because now they have to reset. Game number 1, it was a very, very great showing from Ascend individually and in a macro scale as well. But of course, we want to hear from our panelist desk on what they have to say after that game.
A strong start coming in from Ascend, but I think it did look a little bit more competitive toward the mid side of the game before finally Ascend able to close it off. Now, that was a very exciting one looking into that, Gwen, and I feel like in that particular game, it's all about heroics. What do you think, Zach?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, even though the scoreline, it does show that Ascend, it does look like they kind of dominated. I think especially in that second half, right, when the scoreline was about 10-6, there was one round where Grahams was able to clutch out like a 1v3, and it was such a crucial round because not only here for the side of Ascend, there was also the round which would have narrowed the margin considerably in that kind of quick situation. And I mean, kudos to PPQ, right? Ascend started off with such a huge advantage. I think it was like a 6-0 start there, Tash, before PPQ were able to kind of catch up. So the fact that they made it look competitive on their opponent's map pick after such a delayed start by itself is a pretty good sign. But then also the fact that they let Ascend pull together so many of these hero plays like they're talking about, it can make things a bit difficult in terms of mental.
Yeah, and I think for both these teams, I mean, I emphasized a lot about what Ascend has to bring in terms of the aim, right? Crack players all around, but I'm seeing the same coming in from PPQ as well. Look at this round in particular for Samfire. I was not expecting that clutch to happen at all, and I think in this situation, a lot of heroic plays are happening here, and some of these rounds felt incredibly scrappy, and I think it's understandably so because both teams are playing very, very aggressive. But more importantly, in terms of aggression, I'm seeing more aggression coming in from Ascend, but sometimes that aggression, and kudos, and honestly kudos to PPQ because they're able to shut down the aggression and punish them for going aggressive early.
Yeah, I think PPQ also had like some pretty good strats in terms of like being able to retake towards Ascend or deny them that space as well. I think that they had some pretty good initiative heading into a lot of these rounds here. It just felt like Ascend, especially Con for that Ascend side, was definitely on fire here. I mean, looking at the statistics, you talked about the aggression that Ascend was showing here, Tash, and I mean, it shows in terms of those first kill statistics. Even though 13-7 was the scoreline, I think this could have very easily been like a 13-10 game or even like an OC game. PPQ did have a little bit more of a banger start. I think Ascend got off to the early advantage and they were able to kind of maintain it for most of the game. There was always like a buffer of at least 4 to 5 rounds between them and their opponents. And I mean, looking at the scoreboard, PPQ, they did try their best. You had every single player on every single team kind of like doing their best here. Nobody to really criticize or praise excessively except for Khan, who on the Sova did have like the highest KD there by far. Like everybody else is around the same range, you know, like 11 to 12, 11 to 15 kind of thing, and you just got Khan who's almost at like a 20 bomb.
I mean, honestly, when you look at Khan, this is her signature style play if you think about it. And I think what's really important is that even in rounds that her teammates would have like, I would say, rifles, she would still be very comfortable on that sheriff. The way that she just swings out, gets a headshot, and move out of the way. I think she's one of the sharpest players I've seen here in Asia Pacific get game changers, and it's so terrifying if you think about it because her headshot percentage isn't too high, but she's very sharp with how she moves and how she plays. And most importantly as well, I think we talked a little bit about the Sentinels head-to-head, right? The Cypher and the Killjoy. I have to say both these two Sentinels have done a great job of lurking. I think B, as soon as B is just straight out open, whether or not you plant it in C or A, you have to anticipate either Piety or the Cypher on the other team. I don't really remember who ran that Cypher. I need to check again who it was. But I think that it's really great looking at them and how exactly they played, because both teams have this great understanding on what it means like to hold that control on that map itself. If anything, it's toward the end of the games is that really the deciding factor between these two teams, whether or not they can hold on or not. Because at the end of the day, I think in the beginning it was great that we seeing a huge, I would say, first pick-off from Ascend, but there's always that follow-up back from PPQ as well. Regardless, that will be the end of map 1 of series 2. After this, we're going to go straight into the second map. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Sorry about that. Let's redo that again. Anyways, everyone, welcome back to the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. Game 1 will look a little bit more dominant, but Game 2, we are presented with a much more competitive map, and it was Ascend versus Precision Power Quickness. Now, we're going into map number 2 now. And, you know, just now on Haven, it felt very scrappy. It's all about the hero plays. What are you predicting up next, Zahk?
I generally don't know what to expect because, like you mentioned, Tash, the series was definitely much more competitive in terms of the gameplay here. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of PPQ's namesake on their own map pick, especially on a map like, I think it was Fracture, which is that map 2. So I'm hoping that we get to see that power, precision, and quickness kind of coming into play here. Because if there was ever a map that you really needed, it has to be Fracture here. So I'm excited to see what exactly this team has been cooking here. They are going to be the ones starting off on the defensive side as well, so they have a lot of territory to hold here. We saw how Ascend were very capable of those quick executes, and like you mentioned, those hero plays, you know, whether it's Graham's on the jet fighting that 1v3 or the consistent damage that was coming in from the rest of the squad here. So gonna be curious if they can convert it on Fracture as well. And one more thing is on Haven, we did notice that both teams were running that jet as a duelist, so
yeah.
Curious to see if they're going to be continuing that off-meta pick on Fracture, or if there's going to be a bit more of a transition to something else.
I mean, if you remember Graham's, I think her duelist pool is actually quite interesting as well. We've seen her run the Reyna. I believe we've seen her on the Raze as well, but don't quote me on that. But looking at their, looking at their last time they played on this map for Ascend, at the very least, it was against Falcons. And the comp they ran last time was actually with a Neon, with Graham's on that Neon. Ooh. I mean, we did wish to see a Graham's on Neon in the last series. I think we might be getting it here. And if I'm not mistaken, last year Graham's Neon was actually quite terrifying to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was one of the highlights to watch for this particular team. I really like Graham's flexibility as well, because I think that last year, I think 90% of the time, Graham's was only playing that jet, especially when she started out. It was very much a comfort pick for her, aside from the occasional Reyna, like you mentioned. But this time around, even though she continues to lean in that jet, she has flexed a little bit more. Like you mentioned, played a Neon. She even played Yoru once on one of these maps during the qualifier in the Swiss stage. So I'm excited to see what is going to be the case, what this team is going to be picking heading into this particular map. That said, though, I mean, on a map like Fracture, we were talking about this in the previous series as well, and I mean, we talked about the importance of Asian compositions, but you also got to talk strategy. And do you think that both of these teams, which one do you think is better prepared, Tash?
For me personally, if you look at PPQ, they did run this map a few times. I believe it was 3 times already in officials. And I think it's really, and it's also all during the Swiss stage. So in terms of, I think, experience, they had more reps in on this map itself. And the last time they played this map for PPQ, it was a very, very close 13-11 against Kitty Nyanya. As opposed to like Ascend, they only played this map once. And it was a loss against Falcons. So, you know, again, it's such a double-edged, like a... both same coin, different sides. You have a team like Ascend who lost against a really, really good team like Falcons Vega, and they did come in close. It was a 7-13 compared to previously, right? It was a 13 when we saw in the first game. And opposed to like PPQ, 3 maps against teams that's not super powerful, at least that we know of on this stage, but they had more reps in. What do you think? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the point you made about reps and the quality of teams faced makes sense, because, you know, you're talking about the records here, and for PPQ, it is a 2-1 record on Fracture. The first time that they played it, they did lose to 6-12. I think that was their sole loss in this stage as well. So maybe you can put it down to beginner's love. You know, it was the first game, they weren't prepared, they kind of need to ease into it because this is a little bit of a newer team, so there is a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here to be given. But that said, I think that this team comp as well, PPQ have been keeping it fairly consistent. You know, it's the most meta comp you can probably imagine for this map with the Teho. You got the Raze, you got the Cypher, Breach, and Brimstone coming in. And for Ascend, they run something that's a little bit more wacky. You mentioned the Neon there, but instead of running, a traditional Teho or Sova at this point, they prefer to run the Gecko instead. So a little bit more in terms of stun and flash utility available. And I think that Wingman could be a huge factor in that attacking side for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you about that Wingman as well, but we're not going to be seeing, that's going to happen, because I think there's a change here right now. And, Sleepy Kiki Keiki will be taking the helm here on that raise. I think it's great that, you know, Sleepy Keiki will be running that, especially on this map. It's so important. But now, for me personally, my eyes is not only on just on Taeho and Con, because for me personally, Con is one of the most insane initiators we've seen in this region. But I'm looking at Graham's here, because a lot of the times last year when Graham's ran this Neon, it takes up space. It's terrifying. It allowed her teammates to just really go crazy based on her pace. I'm curious to see whether or not this would change now with the new roster.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest plus and minus of the Neon, right? You were talking about the space-taking thing, but so many times, both in GC as well as VCT, you know, we've seen these Neon players go ahead of their team, get cut off, and often turn into like a free pick. Especially, you know, if you have a agent composition consisting of like a Cypher or Vice, which is the case here. So the spacing is gonna have to be very particular here for the side of us, and they're gonna have to be careful about how they want to play this. But I mean, I do like the adaptation. I'm glad that they took that loss from Falcons. They came back and they decided to pop a Taeho in instead, and I think that could be really valuable.
Yeah, but for now, let's go into game. Let's see whether or not it's gonna be 2-0 or it's gonna be a longer night. Into the casters, Realize and Raf.
I wonder if that's Tash actually cursing the series to go into 8 million overtimes and maybe like 10 maps or something.
Yeah.
But I hear like whispers in the background here with my frog bell. Let's prop him back up, as you know, Ascend is looking to close out the series as mentioned earlier. Or are we going to see a 3-map banger?
I mean, we know the power of Tash's jinx. It's intercontinental. I remember her jinxing FUT back in the days, and you know, it's now a regional thing. So you know, a 3-map banger, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a 3-map banger, I feel like. And from what PPQ was able to show in that Haven clash that they had, I feel like there's a possibility where it goes 3 maps, especially now. This is the map pick of PPQ in Fracture. It's going to be very interesting to see how they bring up this composition that they have in Fracture, as now we prepare for Fracture as the last, possibly the last map of tonight, or maybe, just maybe, PPQ can go the extra mile to push us into map number 3.
I'm thinking how like stylistically they're gonna fit into this map, because normally again Fracture very execute heavy. Yes, you can default on this, but this is a map where you can severely knowledge check another team, and you know, with Ascend letting it go, it's also like maybe a sign of confidence, like okay, we're ready. They have a very adaptable playstyle anyway. At the same time, PPQ, they really want to double up once they get to potentially that attacking side. They do have a pretty interesting comp, in my opinion. The Taeho of Reach will have a lot of set plays on paper, but as said, it does look like they're gonna go for something similar, but the Neon brings the speed.
No, the stun is way too perfect for Ascend, and now PPQ rattling back through with only 3 members in their own regard. And Ascend, suddenly they tone down the pressure as PPQ left wondering, or where PPQ, or rather Ascend, might be, as Piety prepares the flank from drop past the cam to supervise that arcade area. Samfire knows that they are coming in after Shock, not in time just yet, because Japips and Graham's able to sneak their way in. The salvo will expose Cass into such an open position. Japips stuns back, Con plants the spike. 3v2, or rather 4v2, because Piety is still breathing up top, as the smoke will just spot and close out the vision. This is going to be a hard one.
Enemy remaining.
It seems like the dink is good from Graham's, dancing around as the Neon will give Con space to get the last kill. 1-0, Ascend win yet another pistol round.
I definitely think Tash could have been a bit more passive there, but she did see potentially like a window of opportunity to maybe find the player that was stuck onto the site. So merits to really both decisions there. At the same time, a lot of the Taeho utility has become such a pain to deal with for a lot of our players here. And I'm glad that the rest of the community and everybody really is getting better at it. Because for a time, a lot of the teams were still like figuring out how can you really play Taeho, what the inherent timing to this agent, and you know, with the salvos and everything he has, just being so flexible, I don't think there's really a wrong way to play him, unless you're just gonna wide swing and not use your utility. That's probably the objectively wrong way to play him.
Yeah, I mean, Taeho is just so oppressive, right? It really curtails the opponents and even yourself to play a little bit more aggressively because you don't want to wait in sight until the Teho missiles come flying at you. But then they come flying, but PPQ respond with 3 quick kills. The pistols doing heavy work for them. Sheriffs and Classics. Classic round could be again brought upon. Cass not quite good enough. But Ophelia and Cass will close the page. Thrifty with 3 players standing only with Classics and Sheriffs. PPQ, this is it. This is where they will breathe life back into this map.
Great recovery here by PPQ just to potentially throw a wrench into Ascend as well. I always say that it's almost worse to lose the second round than it is to lose the pistol because it does drive you into a really awkward situation where he can kind of buy up, but then it's not really enough to snowball onto the enemy team here. We only have 1 Guardian and it's in the hands of Karn for Ascend. And it does look like PPQ wanna run this down, but Sleepy Keiki gets out of dodge for free.
They just being maneuvered upon finesse by Grahams, but Cass avenges the death of his other teammate and re-smoking it because the spike has fallen into their arms. Cass, 20 HP, injured, but not down and out. Capricious though, has to hit the floor with that kill. Herself, Cass, triple kill for her, speeding up the process of that orbital strike. Ophelia as well, just being chased down his Piety by the Boombot. But she takes the long way out with the Flying Fox, or rather the ropes.
There.
And now, how does she recover this? Only a Classic in hand. APQ, they swarm the spike. Cam is out to clear the site. The PPQ, they don't give a damn of that site. They want to control this spike. Sheriff in hand though, she might do some magic tricks with the Sheriff.
30 seconds left.
She can honestly shift block this now. This is still very much doable, but just wants to get the round over with. Piety, you know how destructive this player can be regardless of the weapon, but PPQ playing it really, really smart. Try to just huddle up and get control of the spike and just not risk anything. PPQ, great round, only losing 2.
Only losing 2 is the highlight of that round, of course, because they now, you know, have the privileges of saving that guns, a few guns, the Vandals and the Phantoms, going to the next round. But Cass, good hold here, even getting the 3rd one. I'm surprised Piety was able to pull, to grab a single kill behind that smoke with a Classic only. So at least that's a prize that she can be content with to bring home. But now the operator is out, the hands off. Sleepy Keiki, the cam to spot out a player, but Capricious gets taken down, so no smokes for Ascend in this round at least. But Grahams has made her way into heaven, and this is a bone that they have to pick. Just sticking out in heaven. Exune knows pretty well that heaven might be occupied, so she just sneaks her way in and waits for a possible push onto the site.
Go ahead. Stand your
Hopefully
ground.
they've gotten themselves a Classic Milk so these bones won't be so fragile. Zune gets Grahams, and now this defense is looking mighty solid for PPQ so far. A minute to work for. Ascend, they have a lot of choices here. They've only infiltrated one site, but what's more important is that they've sealed off Sand, so this is going to be a quick rotate. Cass has an idea of what could be happening, what could be around the corner. Has a Molly in hand.
Around the clock though, Ascend wants to go in. Piety, there's a good stun, but only good for 1. She relocates onto a better place, and Cass unable to trade her friends.
No way, right?
And Piety, oh my god, death. There's no way they will clutch this, but Cass will make that impossible. It's a 1v3, Pips no longer standing. And PPQ cement yet another round, and it was so close, Raf. So close to a clutch.
So close yet so far. Only player here with low HP was Cass, and I thought positionally speaking, they're really in a great spot to maybe pinch. But at the end of the day, you have to hit those shots. There should have been a few freebies either from A main or from, you know, top of the ropes there. But either way, this is looking really, really good for PPQ and the squad. Send looking to make do with what they have here, forced onto another eco. This time it's PPQ working that operator and maybe looking to dominate the longer angles. Then how do they deal with it? They don't necessarily have too many options unless Grahams goes fast.
Deal with it with brute force.
Going out.
Just rushing into the salvo. Sand being baited out. Ophelia does have information, only suppressing one player. And Grahams with the sheriff again.
I got Spike.
Just so minimalistic in terms of the arsenal that they have. And Capricious again walking up front. Piety has been lurking since day one. And she might look for yet another opener because Exune is holding a very, very awkward position. But Cass at least is there to back her up. And Piety might just walk into the crosshair of Cass. But the fast lane has been averted. And Graham's able to enter site, but they go back. They might look for an aggressive play beneath this smoke. Canteen might be so susceptible towards the push coming in from Piety. And Exune has to be aware of this push. Piety just gets decimated by that one tap of the Phantom. Sleepy Cakey. Let's go back. Gets a pain shell kill. I don't know how and what happened there, but Ascend pulled two back.
One enemy
situation now. Showstopper. Expanded Japips is no more. PQ 4 round. And this is where they show their might. This is where they show their dominance in their own map pick.
And rightfully so. They did take quite a bit of time to warm up on Haven, and they're making the most out of all those rounds that passed. It does look like Ascent are... Well, it wasn't equal to be fair, but looking a little bit messy on some of these executes. They can be a team that operates like a diesel engine. They will have a few rounds where it's like, okay, it doesn't seem like they're warm yet. But they definitely, like, for the lack of a better word, scale into the game. Will burn the first time out of the series, I believe, at least on their end. So now they have something cooking. They are one away from Overdrive and Rolling Thunder, as well as Cosmic Divide. So big set play ults in the bag. Cass also has Orbital Strike to maybe put like a stop to that if that potentially comes into play. But again, PPQ with 4 unanswered rounds.
A timeout being called, and we have seen a timeout change games. Raf, I think it was PPQ previously, right? They called the timeout in Haven, and they got a few rounds and squeezed a few. So this might be the medication that Ascent really needs. They have Piety with the Neural Theft. I think 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, and yeah, 1 away as well from the Overdrive in the hands of Grahams. But look at PPQ, they're so brave on taking this fight, but the salvo will catch Sleepy Cakey. No, she won't be falling down. She won't fall down.
Oh my
Ascent 2 quick kills. I don't know what happened right there. Able to fight back, special delivery towards your generator. Sleepy Cakey yet to even fall. Ophelia has to go huge behind the smoke. She's fully blocked. And Grahams will play with time. And with patience as well. Retake for PPQ. And a hard setting as well.
Lot of things to decipher if they try to come out from Jenny. The scan is going to come out. 5, 3, very clean. Although Graham might be forced to swing here. PPK does answer in kind. Operator has been pretty online for PPQ. They could find another one, but the timing just won't allow it. They're waiting for the players to try and swing them, but the time is running out, and it's definitely in favor of Ascend. They'll have to go for a savior. This was a big investment that they just don't want to give up.
Yeah, they're saving this. PPQ. They will falter after that timeout being called by Ascend. A very good take onto Arcade, which I do think they haven't really did, right? Because all they, exerted onto Arcade was slow plays, basically. Either a walk up to heaven or just playing contact, but now they expend a lot of utilities to shoo away the players in arcade, and that was also hitting the jackpot because Sleepy Keiki was playing there with the operator, but thankfully Sleepy Keiki still lives to see another day with that operator. So now then, Sleepy Keiki, she will be bestowed another burden up on her shoulders as well with the operator. Again, a quick take onto arcade. It seems like they have cracked the code on what could give them the winning formula to get that first lane, to get that first choke point control. And so far, it's just expanding utilities onto arcade.
Have to be a bit more careful though. If PPQ does catch wind of how they wanna like lay down their utility and their extra stuff, then they could very much play around it. At the same time, this is also true for Ascend. If they know counterplay is being executed, then they can adjust. I'm a big fan of Graham's Neon. I like the ease of use this character generally brings, especially in high-stakes situation. The stun is very powerful. Relay Bolt, but enough of Neon.
Oh my god!
Time for Breach.
My goodness, Grahams! An orchestra of stuns being projected onto base. And Grahams gets two. The pips as well with the Rolling Thunder, but Sleepy Keiki still has something to say. Samfire as well. In unison, they strike. Sam might not be in the safe haven yet. Grahams might be aggressive to base. Samfire coming close. Rolling Thunder catches them. Grahams pops.
Worthless.
One ult, but Samfire's quick on the trigger to the situation now. They're not out of the woods yet. Samfire re-aggressing, but the Pips is quick enough to hold and con. From Dice, she swings. PPQ lose another round. Ascend after what was really strong. Almost it fell out disastrous.
It could have been so much worse, but like you said, Thunder and Lightning to really flood into CT there. Graham's getting one, could have gone more, to be honest with you. Rather getting two. But they'll take that. That was easily the advantage that they were hoping for. A bit expensive. But now this also forces PPQ to access their playbook and maybe exercise a little bit more depth. This is going to be their last gun round before they hit an eco wall if they lose. But they have been doing great so far in their map pick. Ascend, gathering as much data as possible and seeing how this defense is going to set. Capricious is going to get spotted out, but luckily for Capricious, there was no follow-up on the defensive end. And look at this layout now. They're a little more leaning towards A. And B could be yet another retake if they choose to do so. Still do have Teho ult on both sides, so that could play a major factor later on.
That Teho ult. Either you want to use it for a retake or a post plant. And also Oriophilia has that, but Sleepy Keiki will scratch off that possibility off the list. Con is gone. Sand
exactly
attack. But Piety will get one. Oriophilia though pockets Grahams onto the grave. 3v4. Cosmic Divide being popped. Piety might just push again. Heaven. And does anyone know? Exune expects that. Capricious in the smoke, just dancing in the open. But the headshot triangle kill for Capricious, but not for long. She stands. The Pips will plant the spike. The captain has to clutch this. She has to lead by example. The smoke dissipates, and there goes the headshots. Japips 1v1 situation. Japips. The queen stands strong. This is her kingdom and Ascend. Again, saved Captain Japips in the nick of time.
Lead by example. Japips putting yet another highlight moment into her reel. Great showing there. It did look like she was unaware of the close angle, but recovered nonetheless.
30 seconds left.
Oh my goodness. PPQ, hopefully this doesn't knock the wind out of their sails, because it did kind of start with that Capricious double kill there. Could have looked like it should have been a pincer play on their end, but we have to go back. It really does come down to if you land those shots or not.
Yeah, and Japips definitely landed the shots. Not for PPQ though. They're on the receiving end of that clutch. Must hurt a lot for them. And this will just push Ascend and bolster their momentum into even greater heights. But look at this. Exune just sitting down on that arcade block. The cam might look for information. And Ascend just holding their... Oh no, my god, Hey! One kill, looking for the second one. Con just jumps around. Even when stunned, where is the kill? And there goes Exune. Capricious finally takes her down. 4-4. With limited weapons, PPQ has to do something. Pass. Let's get the Bulldog kill. Armageddon. Pop. Showstopper connects. So many things happening. So many chaotic moments, but Capricious stands on top.
One enemy remaining.
Pips. Slips up for
30 seconds left.
But she falls down. It's just up to Capricious. Can she replicate the same moment that her captain was able to bring? No. She won't be able to. Samfire has been able to close the round for PPQ. Ascend cannot follow up on the back of that Japips clutch.
Now it does look like Ascend's economy is in a pretty tough spot at most. They're gonna have like maybe 2 rifles or a hero rifle. I'm surprised they let go of Arcade that way, considering they were hammering it down for a good amount of rounds. But then again, it could have been the raid. Oh, they're probably not gonna play here because we've been dumping utility on it. But this is where diligence and protocol come into play. You just can't leave those things a chance, no matter how hard the read is. Con does have ult available and could potentially use that to be an equalizer. Sleepy Keiki already positioned in a pretty nasty spot if Ascend don't wrestle for sand properly. But this has been the tail of Ascend's core for the longest time. It's always been 5 strong, or at least like 4 strong on the side they want to take. They don't want to overcomplicate that offense, and you know, it's a solid plan.
You want to fight it?
Now it's just with one tap at the button, they enter into the site. Full control over this. Con finds the spike. Armageddon ready for her to use either offensively or defensively, but PPQ, they go from sand. They have other ideas in mind. They want to clear this. Capricious is just sticking out like a sore thumb. The headshot is good towards Exune, but look at the Armageddon. No one is aware of that. Con gets to. Even the third one for her, punching the clock and taking name. Samfire has to fall to the wrath of Con. Quad kill with the Guardian. Ascend to pull it back. We're even 5-5 in PPQ. It's hard for them to really crack the site open, and that ultimate really proved to be something worthful.
Definitely a lot of value, especially in just presence and following up. All these pieces of big utility. On the Conqueror, though, been pretty much one of the most reliable players on Ascend, despite being tucked away into the backline for most of these hits. Now, PPQ, they're trying something cheeky here. There are a few peculiar buys, namely the Bucky. So Keiki might just want to jump into a player here, but definitely not into the open space outside of A lobby. And look at this, Ascend, they expect some sort of aggression here. They know that there could be a bit of panic since PPQ have lost that lead that they've defended so well up to this point.
Look at them just turning down the gas. But close to Sleepy Keiki, who gets spotted out. Just cutting the pie. And Piety does get 1 kill for Ophelia. Hold. But how long can she hold? Look at that maneuver from Graham's. Just too nasty with the neon. Quick feet. Great footwork, I'd say. And Graham's even getting another one. Tash has to fall. Samfire might be next to the chopping block. Oh, chopped up. She is. Spidey.
I'm out of here.
Closes out the round. Look at that. Flawless. Ascend. Untouched.
Last round in the half.
You definitely see them move a little bit quicker and a bit faster. Like you said, there is some fancy footwork going on. The side of Sen feels like they've gathered enough data for them to send it. They just have to be aware of those situations that happened, like I think 2 rounds ago, where they miscleared Arcade. But it does look like everything is proccing for them. They do have Overdrive very soon. Rolling Thunder is not too far away. The PPQ, it's right there. Hero Theft could be used for potentially a pick. But Ascend, they changed the flavor again. They go for a pincer action towards B.
Again, playing the long game. They know when to tone down the pressure. They know when to really hit the
found
gas.
my wire.
But so far, PPQ left with a lot of things crossing their minds in Ascend. How do they want to execute this? They have Japips one away from the Rolling Thunder though, so they might go for that avenue. But the rotations are being made, and Sleepy Keiki has pushed far up onto Arcade alongside her teammate, Oriophilia to be exact. And Samfire calls this invase information. The rotation is happening, and Grahams and Sand will just avert and revert his position towards heaven. Exune is ready for the swing. Neural theft. Uploading information. Exune might re-swing this. Looking for the kills, but Khan is quick enough to respond. The Rolling Thunder is out. The Pips in the same position, has to hold for long, but not long will she stand. Vicious and Khan together, hand in hand. A main, they will try to hold this forever. And Cass has the crosshair ready. Look at the white swing from Capricious. But Cass is ready. And Oriophilia makes it 6-6. Still even Stevens.
On cooldown.
First half.
I really appreciate the wide swing here. I'm glad that it's
Switching
really
sides.
resurfaced its popularity. At the same time, man, a lot of just aggression being shown from Sam to really push away the comfort of players playing A main. Now, like you said, it's so hard to call. 6-6, everybody has made the apt adjustments, and it does look like PPQ are trying to storm back. But now they have the luxury of playing the attacking side, which I still think is the stronger side on Fracture. I think it just does kind of get counterbalanced by Ascend being a very good defensive team. So we'll just have to see how that pans out. Khan looking to continue her sharp shooting with the Sheriff by here on the Tejo.
And Tejo with the Sheriff, I don't think she will really go for that buy, because you're gonna have to buy the drones or the stuns even. But the salvo is already an inherent ability that you can use. And PPQ, let's try to map out how they want to play this attack, right? They have the Raze, they have the Breach. I'd argue that the Raze will be much more oppressive compared to the Neon, because of how she has the paint shells, she has the explosive power to just burst into the site. Plus, she has tools to really destroy the utilities of Piety later on, because this Cypher will be very, very vexatious to deal with. And I think with Sleepy Keiki on the helm, with the Raze, they're gonna have an easy way out to just clear out the utilities. Meanwhile, for Ascend, I do believe in some cases they will go aggressive. With the Neon, you're gonna be like in the choke point in like no time. You're gonna be there very, very quick in 5 seconds, 4 seconds. You have control. So I think for Ascend, offense might be their best defense.
Well, if you can't hold, you push. I think that's something that people like to take into heart, I suppose. But Ascend, very solid control over A main already. They've walked up, so that's -1 to the threats or the places that they have to guess for. There is a lurking Cypher just outside. Be paired with Oriophilia's Tejo. And it does look like an explosive execute could happen here. Ascend have no idea. They have nobody to quickly rotate, but everybody's gonna make a mad dash for it. You also have to take into account Neon.
Oh, Capricious still left unattended to, but there goes the 2 kills. Samfire trades one back. Piety re-peeks in the wrong time. The salvo will cause a little bit of mayhem up in the site. They will still fire their bullets, but now a momentary respite for PPQ to reposition and possibly rethink their navigation, because they might just go for a rotate full-fledged onto A site. And Oriophilia will put on her running shoes, running into
30
A site.
seconds left.
As Ascend is frozen in time, they're still locking their place onto B site. And this plant will go without any disturbances.
Oh, this is great.
And Exune might go for the peak. She does get Grahams. And Exune is the game changer for PPQ in this game. Rather than
One enemy
round. It
remaining.
seems like, look at that. A flick of the wrist. Right hand hospital. Left hand cemetery, but Khan will bury Exune. And Ascend will have to put
All missiles away.
their hopes on Khan clutching this round. The salvo traded back and forth. Khan looks at Oreophilia, but one player waiting on the wings. It's going to be Samfire. They're both low HP. Samfire has the aftershock as well to go with it. The stun connects, but Khan still buying so much time. PPQ just dancing on the verge of death. One tap, two taps! Not enough! It's not enough for Khan. And she has to be content with losing the round, but winning the clutch.
Still a long way to go for both these teams here. Very well played there by Exune. I was worried that maybe, just maybe, they were still trained onto that Cypher. They didn't see her cross back. So, I guess logically speaking, they probably assumed there was a timing here. But like you said, it's been a bit of a crow crop situation there. No matter how you dealt with it, it's still going to be painful. PPQ, they have the luxury of buying up weapons that will allow them to be a bit more rangy than these pistols. But we have seen a few eco wins here. I'm assuming Ascend would definitely love to have that opportunity to do what PPQ did to them in the second round.
PPQ. Again, taking it very, very slow. Ascend low on economy. There's no need for rushes and even explosive plays, because all you do is walk yourself right into a trap and Ascend. They have Piety so far in the A main box, just holding her camera, looking at Exune, who might just rush in, checking the right side, and gets the headshot towards Piety, but Capricious next on the line. She might look for a re-aggression, but Oreophilia is just running down and gunning down Ascend. Cass as well to deal more damage towards Ascend. Grahams and Con,
Spike planted.
last two players only with sheriffs in their hand.
Go, go, go.
PPQ, I feel like they're gonna get that 8th round. Ascend might have to turn their brain around. Confidence in the shot towards the PPK. Grahams, that movement is very, very fancy. That fanciness is not enough to win them the round.
I like the attempt there. They do get one, but an extra body on the end of Ascent could have made this more acceptable. They will have a lot of rifles to deal against, or to deal with, moving forward. Doing such a great job of defending their map pick here. They look a lot more confident despite some of those shaky rounds. But we have said, Ascend can take a while to really ramp up. But do they have that luxury? At least for Fracture.
And of course, PPQ, they have the Armageddon ready for Oreophilia. But Ascend, they know that that might happen, and that might be exerted in this round. As the salvos come in, Piety has to hold this. Good tap and good trip as well. Take down Sleepy Keiki. The Armageddon expended to no avail. And Oreophilia is going on the stun. Good swing from Exune on time. But Grahams comes from the back, stabs them in their own backyard. Grahams slides in with stun as well, connecting Grahams. Kills to her name. Oreophilia and Exune have to hold. They can't hold for any longer. The Pip sticks to the fuse, and Exune will be lured out to the waiting arms of Khan. Good last kill. And does go back to the board.
Pretty good round for PPQ though. They did manage to shave off a lot of credits against Ascend. Now they have to worry about that Cosmic Divide coming online very soon. This could provide like a little bit more leeway for Ascend to play this up. At the same time, Capricious quietly fragging out. Again, we kind of expect her to be one of the more aggressive players, but we have to keep like rather focusing on the fact that she is the solo controller, so has to be a bit more reserved. At the same time, it looks scary for Ascender. There were some moments where a trade or support could have been faster, but they still won that round out. Hopefully they fix that moving forward. Otherwise, PPQ could escape with Fracture in their pockets.
Yeah, Fracture is their domain, and they have been able to demonstrate that multiple times. The way they approach this map And Piety again just hiding in the shadows.
Smoke's down.
Cass smoking to just push out the players of the set, to discourage them from retaking the site. All in her hand, pushes up to Jenny, but oh, Ascend gets 2 in reply. 4v3, Suspicious has the Cosmic Divide, good stun, oh my god, the Bucky! Heavy work from Grahams, but PPQ with 2 kills, the Armageddon as well. Just spacing out Sleepy Cake displaced from her habitat. The spike being stick! Oh my god, Sleepy Cake!
Let's keep it going.
Sleepy no more! She's woken up and risen from the ruins. And you could see from her cam how much it means to her.
Little pop up, just to keep it light for the team.
Enemy remaining.
And another close round, like we said, right? At the start of Haven, we knew that this was going to be a super brawl-heavy series. It does look like none of the teams are willing to back down. Good thing for PPQ is that they've managed to keep majority of their ults, and Oreophilia is also slowly building towards the Armageddon here. Con, who's been sharp all day long, looks to get a freebie with the Sheriff, but PPQ, they know the weapons are weaker. They can't be too complacent, though. They are still really, really lethal to the face.
And Ascend on the verge of losing double digits because PPQ might have their fingertips first on that twin numbers. And now PPQ. Again, slow approach Exune, just trying to traverse her way around sewers or other underpass. Double peek. Totem peek at that. Exune spots one still. Second guesses the second swing. 1 kill. Headshot converted into a kill. Orbital strike to punish that, and Con burns to a cinder. My god, that is brutal. And of course the site is in their hands. The Sand have to retake this via grabs. And
1 enemy remaining.
That's a lot of insurance just to secure the round. I mean, they haven't necessarily been that active with the orbital strikes. So that's definitely a great use for it. Not allowing Ascend to recompose themselves and maybe formulate some sort of backup plan. But now Ascend, they are gonna have more weapons here. They still have a lot of ultimates to use, so PPQ doing such a good job of not allowing them, once again, the luxury of being in a situation to use those ults. I wouldn't be surprised if we burn a second pause here. You don't want PPQ to hit 11. And there we go, just right on cue.
Nah, Raph, that was personal from Cass. Like, they knew Con was on an eco. Con was dinked as well. She was very low. Then came in the stun. But I did not expect the orbital strike to follow suit. Like, that was just brutal. That was just personal, I feel like, towards Con. But here comes a timeout from Ascend. They will try to stop the momentum from PPQ rolling out. I mean, if we take a look at the ultimate count, they have the Cosmic Divide. They have the Overdrive as well for Grahams if she wants to play this aggressively, but she opts for the Operator. And she might just save it for round 11 or round 12 later on. And for PPQ, though, I like their approach from like the previous 4 to 5 rounds. It's just been them slowing down the tempo, baiting out Ascent to go out, to come out from their hiding spots, and just not forcing their issue to quickly and hastily get the round. It seems like almost they're the ones defending, and Ascend, again, like I said, offense is the best defense, but mostly it has betrayed them.
There is a different idea for Grahams now, an Operator, but seem like it's going to push PPQ away. In fact, they're just going to swing it. They're not scared of fighting for the space.
Full confidence. Grahams has to go back. The Operator betrays her. PPQ might might re-hit this site. Showstopper in the hands of Sleepy Keiki. Exune also has the Neural Theft. Grahams changes her position. Oh my god, Cass with the jump peek! And Grahams fails to deliver. But there comes Con, only good for 1. The Pips relaying together with her teammates. Capricious gets the spike. dropping down. Capricious, 2 important kills. But where's the damage? Where's the follow-up from Ascend? Sleepy Keiki and Exune given time to reposition after shock. Fade. Good stun, but Piety is there to take down Sleepy Keiki. Neural theft. Exune has to clutch this 1v2. Guessing the
30
positions
seconds left.
and locations of both Ascend players. He's just tiptoeing unnoticed. Lingering around underneath the wave. The swing and Piety. Patience is a virtue. And it pays off for Ascend. The timeout.
Weapon here.
Also,
Where will they go?
another round.
They still couldn't pick up the operator, so that's gonna be a decent chunk of credits going down the drain. But that's a fair trade in the eyes of Ascend just to get things going for themselves. Grahams does have overdrive available if that is going to be the name of the game for them. But Capricious again, every time she gets a double kill, or at least like for the most part of the day, it's been converting into a round win. Con has been pretty on fire for the most part, but again, Ascend, they take a little bit of time to really dissect. PPQ, they're 3 rounds away from taking this map. And Ascend, they're looking to close that gap very, very quickly. There is a little bit of panic setting in potentially for PPQ if they manage to drop this, but Capricious, where is she?
Oh, they're speeding up. They know the Grams is pushing. Capricious yet to be noticed. Con gets taken down. Where's Capricious? She's not out of the smoke yet. She traverses her way. Has to deliver. She can't. And Capricious, the first to get the contact, the last to be standing. 1v4. Nigh impossible to clutch this. But we've seen her do great things with the Vandal in this position. But the time is dwindling. Getting low by the minute. The cam just to lure her in. Capricious has to stick this. But the double peek from Jenny will be perfect.
One left standing.
Welcome her into round number 11 for PPQ. Ascend. Again, their own aggression betrays them. Ascend. They pushed up with Grahams with the overdrive. PPQ knew that Arcade was clear. They can push up and cast pop the stem beacon to give them that leeway into B site.
Great overrun there too by PPQ. I think that was the perfect moment to just kind of like, let's not back down. Sure, they won a round, but they do have the cushion that they worked for so hard. Economy is definitely leaning on the side of PPQ. No matter what happens, they're gonna have a buy round after this. Rolling Thunder plus Armageddon. Great pair to have. Could guarantee a kill, and I was wondering when we were gonna get one of these things. First of the day, I think.
It is the first technical pause of the day and off Game Changers Southeast Asia 2025 for split 1, I guess. This is the first ever we are going to go to a technical pause. So we've seen Tash and Zahk yap for quite a few minutes in the opener. Now it's our time to yap. Is it because of Sleepy Keiki's mouse? Sleepy Keiki. Is there time for me to buy a new mouse?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I'm really still stoked to see players still compete despite, like, things that are obviously hamstringing them. But we're back into the action here.
We're back.
Despite everything, PPQ looking quite solid. They will burn the South drone just to get some safety towards a main. And Ascend, they're on the opposite side of the map. There's no way to sound spot this, but they have seen the signals. The sheriffs will have to do something miraculous to keep this afloat. Otherwise, PPQ could run away with Fracture.
And possibly force us to a map number 3. I mean, look at Ascend. The state of them. Just so low on weapons and economy. Cass has the audacity to push forth like that. Con gets taken down, Guardian retrieved by Japips, but 3 players already waiting on the wings. Cass reaggressing towards heaven. Quickness. Cass is just absolutely insane. Triple kill for her. Wait, oh my god, Ascend? It's a 1v2 suddenly, and it's doable! What is happening? Samfire has to close this one out, but the Cosmic Device...
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh my god! Rolling Thunder! And Capricious
That's perfect.
reposition. This is way too good to be true.
Diffusing!
Capricious out of the hat. No, Sapphire will close it out. A little heart attack.
Match point.
Won't do them harm. PPQ run away from a shocker.
My goodness, I thought Capricious could have broken the ankles there, but decided to sprint back into the fight, wanting to go for that momentum. And again, she was on pace for a 4K here. Sapphire well read on which angle she would pick. And now Ascend down by 4. This is looking like it could be a PPQ map.
Still, right? Wait a minute. Rams get Sleepy Cakey. Quick push and Ascend. They are still struggling to collect one round to stop PPQ's rampage. But Exune still on arcade, but cast as well. Now the question becomes, how do they win this fight? Without Sleepy Cakey, without that explosive power, they might just have to play the picks at this point. There's Khan.
Now we're cooking.
So far back, but Cass gets
Launching
Japip.
smoke. And beacon down.
Go.
Grams gets Exune orbital strike out. Cass no longer living. Capricious again as an iron wall at the back of the side has to get past this. Capricious gets one kill. He's shifting left and right as Sapphire not for long. Khan shuts down Sapphire. Ascend 9 is on their scoreboard. Finally, after a long summer of drought, they're able to get another round.
Definitely been feast or famine for some of these rounds. It's either been a clean wipe or, absolute heroics. But despite Graham turning it up, they are still hanging on by a thread. They're looking to weave some sort of comeback together, maybe get a little bit more comfort if they can manage to topple this economy even more. This could be a potential freebie for Ascend if they get the frags going, but they're taking so much damage and Grams actually gets caught.
What happened? Con so low, Grams eliminated already, and PPQ with the arsenal given to them. They now have 2 upgrades going on towards them. Sapphire with the Vandal. And Ascend. This time around, they don't want to do any silly mistakes. Piety is just still standing in B main. Exune again, the same method for a few rounds, playing the flank game, playing the lurk game, just enticing 3 players to hold A side.
It's been a problem. It's been catching Ascend off guard way too much. This is not a map where you can freely give up too much space, because it does get occupied very quickly. But PPQ, I think they've found themselves some sort of pivot point towards B. And with Ascend pretty damaged, this could be the coup de grace.
This is the finishing blow, but Piety through the smoke catches Sleepy Cakey without even looking. Oh, here goes the Rolling Thunder! Earthquake galore, but catches on stun! Here holding their ground, and Ascend losing bodies left and right. Piety has to bail this one out for Ascend. PPQ 3v1. The aftershock doesn't land. Piety positions herself and exposed to the open. PPQ 13-9. They will force a map number 3.
And once again, PPQ doing such a great job of defending their own map pick. Ascend does look like, or did look like, they found themselves in some quicksand. And I think we were fully expecting the 3-map game for the second series. It honestly shouldn't be a surprise. Both teams have conquered, I believe, a team in the top 8 respectively.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I think that it should have been very apparent to everybody this was going to be a 50-50. Hey, map 3, exciting stuff here. There is a lot, I think a lot that Ascend left on the table there, especially when it comes to like diligence and discipline to clear a few angles here. But PPQ doing such a great job of finding those weaknesses.
Yeah, I do agree with your statements. There has been a lot of I'd say slack happening in terms of Ascend, not maintaining control, giving up space for free. Like you said, Fracture is not a map where you want to give space for free. You choke points, you got to control them. You got to, have them on account as well. And I feel like at that regard, PPQ was so smart to just maintain control. And they know those loopholes that they can really expose, they can really exploit. And they go rushing into the site. And for quite a few moments, Ascend did look quite confused on what they were doing. But of course, we want to hear from more insights with our panelist desk. Tash and Zahk, take it away.
Very competitive map 2 here between the two teams, and I'm super stoked to be seeing this. And I think both teams are showing us a lot of aggression coming up forward. I think this game is entirely the embodiment of what we can see from a Southeast Asian team.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I was muted there. I
It's
think
fine.
you were right there. You were right there, Tash. I think both teams were definitely showing a lot of aggression, but I think the key point here is we did see a lot more precision coming out of precision.
Oh, yeah.
Power. Yeah, I just wanted to make that a bad joke, but yeah, we did see a lot of that really coming through, and I think that. Like Raph or Realize said, I think one of them mentioned that it is that attacking side that tends to be more powerful on Fracture, and we definitely saw that being the case, in that second half. First half was a little bit tense, it was very balanced, ended on a 6-6, a little bit of a comeback there from Ascend, but second half, even those eco rounds, there was just so much good team play and heroism coming out of the PPQ squad that it just seemed like Ascend, they weren't really able to keep up.
I think what's really important to know as well, I think for Ascend, they rely a lot on their sharpshooting, right? But for PPQ's side, it's all about trying to overwhelm them in firepower. But you are also correct about the heroics, because we saw a lot from XUNA, we saw a lot from Cass as well, the multi-frags. There are a lot of situations where I feel like a lot of these close moments where comeback was happening from the side of Ascend was mostly from these hero plays here. We saw these 1v2s, I think maybe a 2v3s in these situations, but it's always very, very by the wire. It's less, I would say, decisive round wins compared to PPQ, and I think that it's really good that they're really taking initiative here on this map and punishing, most importantly, punishing, Ascend for going a super. But there's so many rounds that the hands of sheriffs, and they are super good at using these sheriffs, but because of their reckless aggression, PPQ was very happy to punish them for that.
Yeah, I think the way that they were able to catch him out as well to find that punish, it was just timing. Like, for example, Cass being able to find that triple in this round. This is a very crucial one. I think that it was kind of the straw that broke the camel back. And a lot of these rounds, Tash, it also came down to just a 1v1 kind of situation where it was who was more good in that encounter. And I think that PPQ on this map looks a lot more confident in not just the angles they were holding, but also the fights that they were taking, right?
Yeah.
They looked much more prepared, and you can see that in particular that first kills metric. I think last map it was something like 11 and 4 or something, 11 and A7 or something like that. But
Yeah.
this map it's like much more balanced. So you can see that PPQ, they've been much more willing to take those fights, those opening goals.
Yeah, and I think that, the cast also mentioned just now as well, PPQ perhaps took a little bit later to really warm up and really get into the groove of the game, because we didn't really see them come online toward the end of Haven. And now I think this sort of momentum started to carry here onto this map as well. And I think there's a lot of expectations coming for us from Ascend, given the fact that this team just got signed. This team was also coming in second last season as well on Southeast Asia, finally taking the spot of Boba after so long of the two team dominance, Exipto and Boba as well, right? So there are these expectations coming in from these teams. But you know what's really interesting as well? The fact that in this particular match, I was talking about how I am really excited to see Graham's on that Neon. I'm excited to see a lot of impact from her. We did see that impact, but unfortunately for in terms of PPQ, their util was great to really cut off her from her teammates, so her teammates are not able to catch to follow up. Regardless, it's Cass that's gonna be MVP here. Remember, in the pre-show, Zach, I asked you what can we expect from Cass here, because we haven't really seen much of her on the bigger stage. I think that stats speak for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is not just a player who is the MVP and has the highest kills in ACS. she's also playing a very supportive role in that Brimstone, and more than that, I think she's also the IGL for this team. So a lot of responsibility on Cass's shoulders here. But just like in that previous series where I think we saw 19-1 Teho IGL come out on top, she is able to keep the score up and also have just a lot of impact. I think that even in being able to deny retake situations or buying time, there was a lot of the rounds where her util was really coming in clutch, and I think that her timing on the smokes were also incredibly useful in being able to facilitate crossovers. There were a couple of rounds where it made the difference in terms of positioning. So I think that she definitely did have a lot of impact. It's nice to see. We were talking about this, Tash, before we got into today's games, and about how these newer players, there's just so many of them popping out. And this is how it came up with Grams as well, right? When she played the first time, it was the same kind of impact. So it's nice to see that there are similar players like this. But we do have map 3 coming up, and it's gonna be exciting to see who wins.
Yep, it's as exciting it is to see who wins. We gotta go on a break first, so we'll be right back. This is the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia Series 2. We're gonna see if it's map 3 going to go to our PPQ or even Ascend. We'll be right back.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back. This is the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia with me, Tash, alongside Zahk, your panelist for today. And all I have to say is, Series 2, we have a game on our hands.
Yes, again muted. I apologize for that. But like you're saying, Tash, map number 1, 13-7. Map number 2, similarly close, 13-9. We have a decider coming up for the first time today, and this map number 3, I believe it's going to be Lotus. It is going to decide who comes out on top in the series and moves on in that upper bracket. And I'm personally, I think after that map number 2, momentum has shifted a little bit towards that PPQ side here. But what are your expectations for this map so far?
I mean, this would be our second Lotus for today as well. I mean, the first Lotus we saw was definitely more quick, but if you think about in terms of stats, right, Ascend only played Lotus once recently, and it was against Plant and Play, and regardless of whether or not this team is a bigger one or not, right, it's still 13-8, so I mean it's still very much in the Ascend's hands. So I'm just curious to see how exactly it's going to be like for for PPQ. Oh my god, their name is so long. I'm struggling, but they played this map twice, and it was against Kitty Nyanya, which is the team they lost against, and also a team called Julius. It was a 13-11, very close one against Kitty Nyanya. So I have these expectations that we're also going to get a series, at least a very close match here on Lotus as well.
Yeah, like you said, both teams, they haven't lost it quite yet, have a perfect record on Lotus. So for one of them, at least, it's going to be the end of the day for that. But, looking over these stats, Tash, well, there isn't too much data, like you mentioned. We do also have, like, a kind of a hint of what the agent comps are going to be for these teams on this map, if the past is anything to go by. So, for precision, power, quickness, they do seem like they prefer that Vice on this particular map. And we already see the power of the Vice and Deho on this map, in that first series with the area on the Vice. So
yeah.
I would be excited to see if they're going to be reprising that for this particular decider. But for Ascent, it's a little bit more traditional. They've also slotted in Deho, but they're still sticking to the Cypher here. I mean, Cypher is no slouch either. Even with the recent nerf to his neural depth, you're able to put together some really annoying trips and stuff. And you just get so much information. So I think that even if, you want to play him a little bit less aggressive than what you would do with the Vice, I think that this is still very much a viable comp. So both of these team comps, it could work out. I wouldn't say one necessarily more advantageous than the other.
Yeah, I think just now we did in a previous series that we saw the Lotus. I think we did see Mad V played Teho on that map as well, and I think it's really exciting when you think about this, because if you wait, hang on, did we see Teho? I think we did. I'm not sure. You know what? Every single game starting to meld into my brain. But let's talk a little bit about this Teho. I think this Teho could be really good, mostly because of how exactly you play. You can clear the site so quickly as well. I think we saw Con just now play a most insane Teho. I think she got 2-3 pickoffs just with one Armageddon in order to just really play off, just kind of get people off that site as well. The way that Ascend uses that Armageddon is more than just zoning. It's more of like trying to get people, flush people out, and then immediately they swing out and get those pickoffs. So I want to see more of that from Con coming up forward. Now Graham's on this particular map, she will be moving into that race, and I feel like it's good that she's running into the race for this particular map, mostly because this map is a lot bigger. You can do so much more, with how she can move the satchels, clear out corners as well with those paint shells. Looking forward to that as well. But at the same time, when you look at PPQ, looking at this map, I mean, Sleepy Cakey, no slouch on that race, but at the same time, coming in from that Samfire and Orophilia Opal combo, that is terrifying to deal with.
Yeah, I think those combos are definitely a factor as well. I think that, you were talking about the individual heroics on this particular team for the side of PPQ here. And we just see similar, we saw similar performances coming out, even on that previous map, the one they lost. There were so many rounds where Capricious, was able to, find an advantage, 1v3 or 1v4, almost clutch it out. In fact, there were a couple of clutches that went their way with Graham's, for example, in that first map, winning out like 1v3s and stuff. So there is a lot of rounds that have been very neck and neck. At this point, these two teams, they've been extremely competitive, and I think that, on map number 3, like Tash said, it might just come down to which team can leverage util combos a little bit better, especially on a map like Lotus, right, where you have like a lot of these narrow lanes and choke points. The race makes perfect sense. I think the Vice might enable you to play a little bit more aggressively compared to a Cypher, because you can't leave that wall in place and kind of just rotate off it. You're not still not going to get that information and stuff. So yeah, also with the Razor Vines, I think that's an additional tool that could be useful in post plan, for example. So there's a lot on the table here for both these teams.
Really. But anyways, I think what's really exciting as well coming up forward, I really want to know as well. I think you know, we always talked about the comparison about like that Cypher and the, you know, and the Vice. I think if we want to talk about Vice, the earliest example we can use was Inari just now in the previous map on how exactly she played the Vice. But hers is such a unique circumstances, because the way whenever she picks up an agent, she tends to play it in a way that is very similar to what she loves the most, which is playing that Jet, right? It's very aggressive. She will swing out bait with her util at the same time. So I'm curious to know whether or not XUNA will be doing that same thing as well. Because when you think about XUNA, I think in the first map we didn't really see signs of life from her, not too much at least. But on game 2, she was the sharpshooter. She was aggressive as heck, and she was the one to really make that big impact for a team. So I wouldn't be surprised if her style of play would match up to what we saw that Inari did in the previous map.
Yeah, I think it will be very interesting to see if she can manage that same level of position, because I mean, Inari is just, I think, one of those players who is on an entirely different level, so a lot of a legacy to live up to, especially with the amount of experience that Inari does have comparatively. But yeah, I do like that they're willing to experiment, both teams, you know, opting to kind of lean into different map picks, especially Lotus, because this is a map where you do historically see like a lot of flexibility in terms of what people like to pick as agents. So I'm excited to see that we're still seeing that. I think last year we saw like the Cypher you know, being replaced by a deadlock by some people. There are even people who ran like a triple initiator comp at some point.
Yeah.
So I think, like, yeah, Lotus had some wild comps going around at some point or the other. So I'm happy to see that
Paper X had a no duelist comp on this map. Let's be real here. Questions?
No duelist, Paper X. You know, those are words that I very rarely hear together, but today we hear them.
Yeah, today we hear them. But you know, speaking of, you know what's really surprised me about this map in particular is just the lack. I mean, personally, I'm such a sucker for seeing Fade on this map. I think in particular, you have so much value on a Fade on this map, especially for that reclear on Rubble as well as Mount. I'm surprised that we haven't seen that picked at all today for this particular map.
I just think that it's with Tejo having like a little drone as well as, you know, Breach just giving you a lot more raw util. I feel like kind of the niche for that particular agent has kind of gone down. Even when even when Fade was pretty much like a meta agent in a lot of other maps, you saw very few teams running it on Lotus, mainly because of the range, also because the reveal is kind of easy to break. So yeah, I think that Fnatic was one of the few teams that actually did consistently run it, and even they switched from it once Tejo came out. So yeah, a lot of questions. I think I would personally love to see a Fade, because I still think you have a lot of value, especially, you know, with the ult covering like a whole area. I would love to see one, but yeah, Tash, unfortunately, it's just gonna be what these teams are running. I mean, when you haven't lost yet, why would you want to break it or fix it?
Yeah, and I think this late into the tournament as well, I don't think anyone really wants to risk it this soon. Or maybe if they do have another strat, they want to keep it for later. So, you know, I'm just taking a leaf out of Colbat's book. I know Colbat has moved on from, you know, GCC, but, you know, his strats will forever be in my mind. But coming into this as well, I think it's going to be very, very close. And I think that for Ascend, I think one of their major problems has been that aggression, especially on eco rounds. For me personally, I would love to see them just really take it slow and just do what they do best. Aim, shoot with that Sheriff, because oh my god, Khan has done some insane flicks that particular game as well, right? And PPQ, I think is great that they're leveraging off this momentum. I really think that the momentum is really on their side. They feel really good right now. But what about you, Zach? What's your thoughts?
No, I think that I definitely agree with you. Map number 1, it was a little bit of a sad map for PPQ, even if they had a couple of good rounds. But map 2, they managed to turn the tables, and I mean, Ascend, they fought hard, but there were, especially in those last few rounds, there were like a lot of mistakes that really came through. So hopefully they've been able to mentally reset on this map number 3. And I mean, comp-wise, I like both of them. Personally, I would just lean a little bit more towards the Vice, but I might be biased because of that first one. Either way though, Tash, you and I, we've had a lot of time to speculate, but let's throw it to our wonderful casters one last time for today. Raf and Realize, you have the mic.
But what do you mean the last time for today? Is something gonna happen to me and Realize? Like that sounds so ominous, to be honest with you. But here we go. Here we go. It is the third map of the series. I already hear Tash in my ear, or you know, I think she's saying that the jinx was my fault. I don't think so. I just see two really competitive teams, to be honest with you. How are you doing, Realize?
This is the first time I am on the receiving end of a Tash jinx, so Happy days! I think it's always nice to experience something new, but I think this is what everyone wanted as well, right? A map number 3 to separate these two teams. So competitive. It has been a competitive series as well. I mean, in map number 1, it was certainly a sense map pick. In Fracture, it was much more close. There were a lot of heroic plays as well. And now, map number 3, Lotus. We had Lotus earlier today, in which Falcons was able to pull off the stomp. But now, let's see what these two teams will bring in Lotus.
I'm checking the stats right now. It does look like both teams, I believe, are pretty solid on Lotus. There were 2 maps of Lotus being played on the side of PPQ, so they're not strangers to this. At the same time, I'm curious how Ascent is going to deal with a map of this size. I think when the rotations do kind of get bogged down, it's when a lot of their problems, especially on the defensive end, tend to rise. So with the way that they're playing, there is a lot of mobility, a lot of flexible utility, and pretty much interchangeable positioning for all their agents. Meanwhile, on the side of PPQ, there is the Vice here, so it does kind of point to a bit more aggression.
Aggressive they will be, because PPQ, they're upping up the tempo, just ramping up the speed of attack, but now they open up the rolling door and they might just traverse onto a better place. Grams gets Empire. Their stunner, or rather their breach, gone. And shambles, paint shells to divert the course of the push. The PPQ quick on the kills. 3, 4, 1. It is not worth it at all for Ascend.
Planted.
This will come from the back. Cass gets tapped down, but Capricious is so low. Exuno and Sleepy Keiki both half HP. Exuno might be next, but no. She stands tall. And it's just Con that has to hold this. Waterfall already exposed. Con overthinks the flank, but no one's coming from the back. The flash is good. Con just crushes into the wall. The salvo will push her out. Whoa, Con gets a kill though.
Who's got the snacks?
And Sleepy Keiki will close it out. PPQ. Finally, they win their maiden pistol round.
Sleepy Keiki definitely much awake ever since map 2. Ascend losing the pistol round. I think this is the first time we've seen that happen in the series. It did drop the second half of the previous map, if I'm not mistaken. And so far, their ecos have not been as potent as we would expect. But this is also because PPQ, I'm pretty sure they've done the prep work and the scouting coming into team. After all, I firmly believe both these teams will challenge minimum top 4. Top 3, top 2, definitely within
It's very much possible, especially when you take a look at the caliber that they have, the firepower, the sheer strats that they are able to brandish. I feel like these two teams are very, very strong, and possibly on equal footing as well in this clash. And PPQ, again, slow tempo being demonstrated. They want to try to take control. And I feel like, again, Lotus, at least for A side, that choke point back there in rubble, that's where you really get a control. It's almost as if it's like Fracture. But again, it doesn't really pay you that big reward as opposed to maybe controlling Arcade, let's say, or A main in Fracture. Ascend. They will still hold in the side. Piety gets jumped on, but she gets the kill with the classic Sleepy Keiki. Just decimated, but Cass will swing for the repeat. The smoke just hides behind. Quickness gets the kill. Second one, even with the Sheriff.
Spike down.
That is very scary, and that is a costly gun run, of course. And now a retake for Grams. Can she do this?
Grams trying to make some magic happen here. Could potentially isolate a 1v1 while that spike is going down, but that window of opportunity has closed. There is a Spectre in front of her, but there's an even bigger Bulldog in the inventory. This could be an error, but no, Sapphire will remain true to that Gemstone Shine, and now PPQ up 2-0.
But still, right? It feels like it's a win-loss, I'd say. Because, yeah, you do win the round, but at what cost? It's a very pricey and expensive price to pay when you lose 3 members, all with very, very strong weapons. And now Ascend has the chance to win their gun round. It almost seems like if PPQ did win that round, they had a chance on that bonus and they might be up 3-0. But Ascend, they have something else to say. And ultimate count or Ophelia 2 more towards that Armageddon. And B main counted out already with one drone. PKK might want to jump into rubble with all the utils coming in. PKK under pressure. Samfire might repeat this. They have control of rubble. It's all relinquished by Ascend. PPQ, they will try to reaggress onto A side.
If anything, though, the rotations on this map can be a tad bit safer if you're in the defender side, but it is still a long way to go, depending how you want to hold the site. And Lotus, very attacker-sided still. PQ, they're trying to squeeze the most out of this. You did mention the weapons are just not as good as they would hope for. No orbs anymore to take. Samfire's still very healthy. Exune could find one here. Maybe a pair, but no, Piety will survive with 40 health per name.
Oh, Piety might go big here. Behind the smoke, she lies still. And the trap connects. Piety goes for the spray. A sloppy one if that still gets the job done. Triple kill even for Piety before she is taken out. Or Ophelia with Samfire. It's a 1v1 situation now, and oh my god, what happened? It's too chaotic in B side. And we just said they had a greater chance to win the bonus round if they had better weapons. But they didn't need any of that. They still straight out won the round.
That looked so good for a moment there for Ascend, but and you blink and you miss it. Piety, especially with that fadeaway kill here, gets a scan, but everything being said and done, it's still Ascend, unfortunately not converting. They will have to force something out a little bit here. Maybe want to replicate the success of that eco win. But PPQ, true to their name, being very precise with how they've been taking these fights. I think they're a little bit more patient. They respect Ascend's front-facing firepower a bit more now and are trying to dissect them. Despite it taking time to react.
What was that move from Cass and the showstopper?
There.
Might be the showstopper. But no, it doesn't stop anything. If anything, PPQ just got even more rampant. And that was an uncharacteristic whiff from Cass, but still, PPQ, they have control. A side next on the menu.
Oh, good though. The team did manage to find everybody else. The moment doesn't look like it was anything too consequential. There is a Vandal in the hands of Piety, which is always a scary thing if you are playing against her. Look at the discipline by PPQ again. They will burn their utility first before they'll ever face check anything. And I'm really liking this discipline. Nothing for free. Samfire does go for a shoulder peek, but does get decimated. 1v3. Time is still winding down though.
Losing seconds by the minute here, and Piety is just asking them to dance with her. It takes two to tango. It's a spray down almost. My god, Piety. Almost a clutch PPQ. You did say they were disciplined, but Piety barged her way into the site. And Ascend almost saved by Piety. Yes, you mentioned it. It's very scary when it's Piety against you.
Bam. You'd think if maybe she had one more teammate alive, but then again, maybe that's result-based analysis. Still, really good attempt there by Piety. Can't really fault her for, you know, going for it. If anything, she will get closer and closer to that neural theft. And Ascend will burn a timeout. They've been pretty good out of the pause so far. They have to remember, Ophelia has Armageddon as well as Samfire with a Rolling Thunder. We haven't seen those two abilities being used in tandem as often, at least for today. But everybody else is also close on their heels. Steel Garden, not too far. Sleepy Cakey's Showstopper, despite being used, still back up. Cass with Omen ult. I want to say Omen ult is great. It's an instant rotate. It could be a scouting tool, but it's an Omen ult. It's from the shadows. I don't know what else to expect from it.
And yeah, I do think there's a lot of ways you can utilize that ultimate, but again, It's either wanting to rotate quickly onto a site or just reposition yourself into a better place. But again, as a defender, I don't think there's much use of that ultimate. And PPQ, they don't want to stop with this momentum that they have.
They found my wife.
But we know what timeouts can do to teams. Sleepy Keiki teleporting into the side, jumping in, and Ascend gets 2 quick kills. This is what they're capable of. The holding power that they have stops TPQ right at that tracks. And Exune together with 2 other members, they need a way out of this.
And have to ask yourself this: is Ascend just getting like slower adjustments despite these duels coming out here? Because again, out of the pause, they're so good, but they don't seem to maintain that speed going into the later rounds. Once PPQ adjusts, it just seems like Ascend could potentially be a step behind.
Yeah,
but a 2v4.
It seems like it's always the case. Ascend, you would feel like they're very slow on the read. It takes them 1 or 2 timeouts to finally get their grasp on the game. Ophelia with a round that could potentially be salvageable. No. Precious gets the last laugh and Ascend 1 round on the board. And yeah, timeouts really save rounds. And you talked about it, Ascend kind of slow on their approach, readjustments and whatnots. But it feels like after a timeout, they realize what they have to do. They know. You know, they come up to an epiphany that, hey, probably should push Mound. Hey, we probably should be anchoring site. And that's what they do. They do it well. And I do believe this is also because BPQ was forcing their way into the site. By the way, what was that shot? That's so nasty by Ophelia. But yeah, PPQ was so quick, and I feel like Ascend knew that they had to play patiently.
It seems like the map pool is definitely lending itself to PPQ now. Grams could have potentially found one, but it's still Tash getting picked off by the tail utility. Like you said, patience is a virtue, and Temperance has been in spades for most of the players here. You don't necessarily see too many ill-advised pushes, but cannot line up the shot is actually Ophelia. Con makes this a bit more doable, a bit more possible for a team.
More than possible, because the spike is there. Just hugged by her tightly. And Con might be a victim of timing, because behind the door is Sleepy Keiki, but she only has a Bucky to her name. And yes, that Bucky will betray her. Grams follows up in the party of kills. Ozam fire. Almost with the fireworks. 2 with the sheriff, not enough. And Ascend, they respond quickly. 2 rounds straight. BPQ, economy check. They still have credits enough to buy, to rebuy in the next round. But as of now, they need a newer approach.
My memory is failing me. There was this initiator player. I'm pretty sure she's still competing. That had such a disgusting sheriff. I should know this.
Initiator
but
player.
I can't. Yeah, I remember because this was a call made by Tash Ascend like a few years ago. But we have to look at now as the players are ready to cook and PPQ looking to prepare up PPQ for Ascend.
PPQ, BBQ. Barbecue up in Mound. And Pyrie and Con are not invited. As PPQ will rotate into a site. 3v2, again, still doable. But in terms of the rounds that they're able to get, in terms of how far they're reaching out, it seems like PPQ are overthinking this. They don't want to rush into a site. What are they waiting for? They might be looking for other navigations, and the neural theft just reveals them, and they know that it was in C Mound. So now they have to run into a side. Cass will do the teleport, leaving behind 2 vulnerable members. Con, that was too close for comfort. And now they have to run fast. Yune, alongside Transfire and Cass, has to close this one out for PPQ.
I have now remembered. It bothered me too much. It was Iceberg. Iceberg was so crazy with the sheriff. But now, highlighting potentially the newer generation. Actually, one of the or many of the returning players. 2v3 PQ, very big advantage. Piety, who's been absolutely disgusting on this Vandal, can't seem to find value on this literal rotating door, and now she's up for herself that has been sprayed down with bullets. PPQ have not let go of the gas.
They haven't. No breaks whatsoever in their name. And as you take a look at the scoreline, it seems like it's coming up roses for PPQ. I mean, they did not even expend a single ultimate in that round. A Rolling Thunder and Armageddon still, and Exune with the Steel Garden as well, still available to give them that leeway to enter narrow sites like B, right? Because we're talking about B, it's so tight. It's a space that's hard to retake, but when you can take it, it's going to give you those rounds you need. And Sleepy Keiki might be the one to present herself into the faces of Ascend. Here she goes. A spray down is enough to get the kills. 2 players on that Hobbit area. Waterfall assault. Capricious holds her ground. Only gets to 3v2 situation now. Retake for again 2 players of Ascend. This time though, it's Grams and Con.
Man, this defense is looking so flimsy for Ascend. Maybe they're getting a bit too impatient. They're checking, and maybe they're just relying too much on their aim duel. But this confidence doesn't seem like it's too unfounded. But now Sleepy Keiki sees the opportunity to find an ill-equipped player towards Mount. Time is winding down. Grahams has to make a move here. 8 bullets left in the mag for Sleepy Keiki, and it is not enough. Ascend respond with 1 more round to the on the board.
How did PPQ fumble that? I mean, they were up 3 players. They had the perfect post plant situated in C site. But Ascend, they were so quick to get their grasp on the retake, courtesy of Grams and Con. It was mostly Grams, and this entry was actually perfect, but they again second-guessed their own decisions. They could have maybe planned for B-side, have someone look at Link, or rather Hobbit. They could have gotten a perfect round closure as well. This time though, they only expended the Steel Garden, but again, in terms of the weaponry, a little bit limited on what they have. Capricious jump peaks this. Except 1 player has to fall back. Sleepy Keiki will re-aggress forward. 2 away from the showstopper. And Cass just holding the flank. Again, being that backbone, that foundation of PPQ. To not have someone slip from behind. She's basically impervious.
Very, very strong statements to make here, but absolutely a lot of fantastic performances from really everybody. You can't really say any one of these players are having like a slow game. They've had their moments, they've had their clutches. If it came down to that, Grahams with the showstopper would choose to be a bit more passive on this take. Fall back vent, but this is going to leave an uncontested site. Does PPQ know that? Well, very soon they will with that stealth drone. No lurk threat whatsoever, but the Razor Vine is going to stop Grahams from, or rather Grahams from re-engaging onto the site.
Sleepy Keiki set his foot on Garden. And now A side.
30 seconds left.
Looks so enticing to them. They control side Armageddon and stun. Perfect combination, but where are the victims? No one has fallen yet. Joe, stop her! Right on cue. As Capricious gets to Exune, able to trade 1 back. Playing this slowly. Of course, you can't slow down. There's no time. PPQ to have no choice but to surrender. On towards Ascend. 3 players that are ready to peek her out. Ascend just stealing from behind now, a margin of 1 round.
Go back and forth. I mean, we've talked about how the veto does kind of lend itself to PPQ at this point, but Ascend are not going to go down quietly. They are still exhibiting a lot of fight left in them and have a lot to give. But maybe on a macro level, they're not responding to PPQ's fake outs, or just like the rhythm is bothering them a lot. Because we see PPQ wait out a lot of these rounds, and Ascend, they seem iffy on their defense, which is, again, not a common sight for them. It does look like they've adjusted slowly but surely. But I'm pretty sure PPQ will respond in time.
It's actually into the side of Sleepy Keiki. Under so much pressure, flash, shot on. Capricious has to deliver. They line up for her. 2 quick kills, and Cass down as well. Ascend in the nick of time so quickly. They equalize the score. PPQ seems like they've lost their footing on the rounds given to them. Ascend are so quick on the reply, and it feels like PPQ are overthinking a lot of things. A lot of the times the decisions that they made are on point, but they second guess it. It seems like it's happened almost 3 rounds straight.
Spin swing for swing. PPQ, they do have 2 timeouts to use, but they have not decided to do just that.
Targets.
Still have a showstopper, I believe,
suppressed.
is Sleepy Cakey, as well as an Armageddon to back it up if they choose to use that as a bit of a band-aid solution. I'm not a fan of like some of these ults, especially in eco rounds. But hey, you know, everybody has a different philosophy approaching the game. Some really like to just supplement the weaker weapons. But Ascend, like you said, could potentially be overplaying. It's something they have to address.
Yeah. 4 sheriffs now. Grams, 5 HP. Just hemorrhaging. Almost taken out. And Cass has the regen armor. With the sheriff in hand, it seems like it's going to be hard to do wonders. But we have seen what these players can do with the sheriffs given to them. Japip spots one out. And it's Con that gets first blood onto Exune. Meanwhile, the smoke will cover her. Will she do a great play behind that smoke? The boom bot as well. It's triggered, but oh, the paint shells connects to Graham's. He is low on HP, rolling thunder pop. But where is the follow-up? There goes the Armageddon as well. Fire has to run back. Sleepy Cake, what?
Okay.
10 seconds left.
That's not where
Spike
you want to
planted.
shoot your bazooka.
One
Will
enemy
swing
remaining.
from drop. It's done and dusted. It seems like Oriophilia will not stand for any longer. Cass gets betrayed by her own teammate.
Okay, benefit of the doubt, there could have been a call that somebody was going to jump down. Or it could have been the double click. It can happen. At the same time, it did snowball into an unrecoverable situation. But Ascend, they will take that. They will absolutely take that.
Maybe
Now,
it's just Sleepy Cakey's broken mouse.
yeah, exactly. If you think about it though, at least it happened on the eco. At least it happened on the eco round.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't want it to happen. But, you know, sometimes the best way to approach this game is to just have a short memory and move on with the next round. And I'm pretty sure that's what PPQ are going to do. They have a full set of rifles and a pretty impressive arsenal of utility.
Don't dawdle. Don't dawdle on the past. Let's move forward, and that might be the mindset that PPQ wants after that that catastrophe. But Ascend again approaching. The spike in their hands, a rubble control under siege. But Ascend, look at Grahams, she wants all the blood. Walking into garage, or rather garden, excuse me. As the Hobbit door will be prepared to be broken. And they will rotate onto B site. B site occupied, and Con might want to push this, but no, it's not wise enough for you to do that. And Spike will be planted soon. B site. Retake situation for Ascend, and this is one of the hardest sites you can retake because of how narrow it is. But again, for PPQ, you can't play inside if you want to play this safely. Con gets a tap on Cass. That's a very disgusting kill. Steel Garden comes in, but Capricious gets Sapphire and Ascend swarm the site together. They are able to dismantle PPQ and Ascend. Get the 7th round onto their scoreboard. PPQ overtaken by Ascend.
Impressive recovery there by Ascend. Despite the Steel Garden coming out, they realize there's so many players available for us to throw at a really claustrophobic site. So why not, right? And everything else, Con landing that shot, the operator denying that aggressive platform push, just worked out in the end for Ascend. 7-5 on defense is more than you can ask for, especially on Lotus. But now, PPQ, they are in a pretty similar situation to Haven, and you know, it's been shown that they can dig themselves out of that hole.
Now the question becomes, how do they want to play the defender side, right? I mean, we have seen how vile the Breach, Teho, and Vice combo could be, right? It was brought upon by Falcons in series number 1, and it proved to be very, very deadly. And this might be the formula that PPQ needs to stop Ascend in their tracks. I mean, they have Grams, who's going to be very explosive with the Rays, and you really want a strong stopping power. You want that bold stop that just leaves your opponent guessing. And I feel like with Breach, Teho, and Vice, they can do two things. Either they want to play aggressively, control Rubble, which we haven't seen much, by the way, in the first half, or if they want to anchor the site, that could also work because of the Razor Vines, the Shears, and the stuns from Breach as well. So a lot of flexibilities on the table for PPQ. For Ascend, it's just up to them on how wary they are on the pushes that might come from PPQ. But it seems like from the formation in the radar, it feels like they want to take control of Rubble. I mean, you have the Breach ready to stun, you have the Teho as well standing, and Sleepy Keiki preparing herself to satchel forward, it seems like.
Bomb buddy out.
That does look like they are going to be a bit more aggressive towards Mound this time. If anything, it could have been like a warning from the Falcons game earlier. The Falcons were so good at holding this choke point with the layering and whatnot, and just making this site inaccessible in general. Maybe PPQ have taken some cues from Seti, but Zune finding Grahams and Capricious from behind.
Oh, Capricious gets one. It's a 1-for-1 trade though. PPQ, they rumble into the site. Yet to do that because Ascend have full control of it. Mound plant, which means they can reposition and just play for plant. But again, they still have cast on the smokes. They just block the visions. Remember, you can't ping the spike anymore, so they have to be careful of the potential looming threats that Ascend could bring. PPQ gets a kill via Oriolia. Samfire, good flash. He swings one, brother. She swings that, but oh, Pips is oblivious of where Samfire is. Despite the fuse still cancel. Oh, Con has to stick this or rather swing this. My God, Con! Who won that? PPQ won it. Sadly.
Wow. Again, they had no idea who was sticking or who was low at that point. No real pieces of utility to spam the plant position despite how powerful. But there was a lot of chaos going on in that round. Again, it started with Capricious from behind, Exune getting the nasty frag onto Grahams, and Samfire, who's been, well, no pun intended, on fire for the series, really brings down the hammer.
Ah, the
PPQ.
defuse. Well, that defuse was so close. I'm sorry for cutting you, Raph, but that defuse was so insane. It almost felt like Con was the one to win that round, right? But hey, pros don't fake. And it seems like Ascend, they might want to hit B side.
Could be the call. And speed has been the name of the game, but once again, Sheer just needs that much more support to be effective, and PPQ are right back on track to equalizing their odds. These classics, sure, a few shots here and there could do a reasonable amount of damage, but it's not enough to chip away at PPQ.
Pips, 6 HP. Graham still able to get one
Spike
kill.
down, B.
A consolation prize at least for her. This PPQ just hunt her down. Not even a chance to live to tell the tale. And PPQ 7-7. At least they're able to secure their pistol round and not get thriftied in their bonus, or rather gun round. And this is where the real round begins. This is where Sand are able to buy up, they're able to maximize their weapons, and PPQ, they have to be content with their bonus round. But if you take a look at their bonus, right, a Guardian, an Outlaw, 2 Bulldogs, I think it's still there's still a possibility, there's still a world where PPQ might be able to win this.
Oh yeah, especially with 7-7 and a fragile economy on the end of Ascent. That's another round that they could convert. The PPQ have been really good at pushing away the ecos, despite ID getting awfully close in the first half. But now Sleepy Cake, he finds one with the outlaw, and Graham's yet again removed from play.
Graham's deleted. Now it's confusing how Ascend want to enter the site because they have no explosive power whatsoever. So they play this the slow way. They play full contact, and Piety though gets spotted out. So no question in hand on how Ascend will try to ramp up the speed. But at least for PPQ, all they need to do is wait. All they need to do is be patient. Because again, patience is a virtue, like how they were able to show in the previous map. And now here comes the Tejo flying into the missile. Oh, Capricious dodges death. Still able to survive for God knows how long. And she's able to relocate herself to a better position. C-side will convert to be empty. And they will rush in, but Exune is there to stand between them. The retake will happen soon because it seems like Ascend will get the plant. PPQ called upon to try to win back, claim back this siege that is happening. The flash towards the backside. Piety, basically a dead woman walking, and yes, Sleepy Cake will catch herself. Flash is good. Japip looks straight, but Connor's there and Capricious again. The one to start it and the one to finish it. PPQ lose another round, and this time it's because of Capricious.
And there has been an equal frag distribution among Ascend. Japips has been assisting her way onto the board. 11 assists. That's exactly what you want from your breach. Just influencing these fights to be that much more unfair towards the enemy. And despite everything, PPQ have been doing a good job of keeping this afloat, but now they're in a reset position. They're the ones that are in trouble for an eco threat. Really quick pieces of utility being thrown out here. And they will manage the fight for Rubble here. Ascend, they're holding. They still haven't found a way to lurk into PPQ's defense.
Yeah. Only speaking, they're playing this very upfront. Sleepy Cakey doesn't get flash, but does get a bullet to her dome. Action.
No more charges left.
So far, it's a 1-1 rate. It's still even for both teams.
That it. Although the 1-for-1s will definitely benefit the attacking side here. No. Showstopper or Sleepy Cakey actually. If they did get that orb, it could have been a different story. But now PPQ. They will have to rely on Exune here with the Razor Vine. But Ascend taking their time. Again, this is very vintage of them to just kind of dissect the map. But I feel like with them seeing Capricious, they know where this attack is going to be leading towards. Can they respond?
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
it's leading towards Seaside now. Capricious, the main player to put the hurting on multiple players
Go
now.
ahead.
Ascend.
Stand your ground.
In they go. Armageddon as well popped towards Waterfall. Now Ophelia one away from them.
Spike planted. Irrelevant. One enemy remaining. Ready. Irrelevant. One enemy remaining. Ready. Rip and tear.
Alright, welcome back. You get Tash and Zahk back again here as casters while we deal with some technical difficulties. A little bit of an eco round here for the Ascend side, and you have Piety Isolator here expecting this position. Turns away for a long time though, still manages to get a kill, but the trade is there.
I don't know how they're able to get through that. Sleepy Kiki had the rifles. They're so aggressive. But Ascend have other things in mind. They've made the noise and they just move away here. They're looking to reposition as Khan. Sharpshooters as ever, and Oriophilia understands that, decides to stay out the way.
Spotted out though. He knows the position, has to get the headshot, and does. Takes a lot of damage in the process, but still numbers now in favor of Ascent. We've talked about these thrifty rounds, these ecos, and the damage it can do. Only one player kind of left towards his A side, and even they are going to be retaining
30
noise.
seconds left.
Has given up this A side. The flash does make contact with us, information gain, and now it is just going to be Ascent taking the side.
Salvos will keep that at bay, but actually should have played with her teammates. A bit too unlucky in terms of timing, but she makes it work. Japips falls.
Launching Thorn.
As the Razor Vines will go down here, Grahams have no problem clearing it out. He should have stayed offline, but can't. Oh, her timing could be massive here. We don't know where she is here.
One enemy remaining.
All she needs, keeping fairly quiet. Cass is all alone. Her teammate, side by side. They surrounded her from all different angles, and Khan, she does his best. Shoot people in the head, and that's a thrifty to Ascend.
What a beautiful round there from Ascend, right? Of course, Khan getting that opening kill towards B, that was massive. But also, the crunch play in the beginning of the round, and we didn't see Graham getting those 2 headshots, but Graham's just keeping up with the sheriff, getting 2 isolated hits and being able to find 2 kills. That was just a fantastic round coming in for them there. So kudos to Ascend for being able to make the most of a bad situation. Now it is PPQ's turn to kind of feel the pain of a broken economy, at least for Oriophilia. Only gonna have a sheriff and no ultimate either for this team. And look at Ascend, Tash. It's a full, whatever you call it, like a full stack, bolts, guns, everything you need.
Yeah, all the bells, all the whistles, everything you need. In fact, that's 4 ultimates online here for Ascend, and it's gonna be massive if you think about it. Cass still on the hold here, and I think I'm really liking the fact that Ascend is willing to take it slow this time instead of their aggressive style pushes, because I think we have criticized so many times about how their overheats have really cost them the round, but this time around, Graham's on the side goes aggressive, finds nothing, but it's Sleepy Keiki that opens up the round.
That lurk, it worked the last time, but not this time as Khan gets shut down. Aggressively, space being taken here as a C-link towards Waterfall gets pushed through. Still have Southfire though watching for the cross. This fight might decide the duration of this down here. And all the bit of the peak is there for Grahams though, who gets 2 with that right swing. That said, here the retake ult is on its way. The attackers and defenders have swapped places.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Tries to double for herself now. The 2 situation. It's all the
One enemy remaining.
And Oreo finding the isolated 1v1. It's Japeeps though, has a full kit of util and arsenal. Oreo trying to bait it out here. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. No way to dodge it here. Japeeps just happy to try and buy time, denying the tap on the spike. Clock ticking though. Those information not on the spike. Has the stunner, so everything in the kitchen sink, and Japeep with the cyberbullying gets another round for Ascend.
And that is how you want to see an oppressive breach plays. But ladies and gentlemen, our casters are already back, so I'm going to throw it back to them.
Wow. You know, you ask for a desk that can't really do everything. The jump in when things can go south. So big thank you. But of course it's Graph and Realize. We're back on it.
We're back. Thank you, Tash and Zahk, for being our substitute players. You know, you're always gonna need a last-minute winner. So, W, Tash and Zahk, and now we are back. Round 19. What have we missed so far? It's been PPQ now on the back foot of this map. Seems like they will push up, but Ascend are happy to challenge them into a fist fight. It's a 5v3 now. Sleepy Keiki and Cass have gone out of the equation.
Well, there's definitely a lot of math to be done here. But it should be plain and simple for Ascend. They have the player advantage. They have the economy advantage. They should play this by the book if everything is forecasted. But now, you cannot be too complacent against these sheriffs still.
One enemy remaining. Activated.
Hey, that's the heavy lifting, but it's way too heavy to even be lifted. And your Pips loses out the round 11-8.
We're here.
That map win that they really want, because after this they're able to move to the next round and potentially knock the PPQ down to the lower brackets. But still, it's not over yet for PPQ. The timeout is being called because I do think they want to strategize on how they're going to use the ultimates. They have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Steel Garden as well to go with it. So, oh, it's actually Ascend's timeout. Interesting. Nah, it's PPQ. My bad. I got bamboozled by that, bro.
It's okay. What's important is that Send have really gone on a bit of a tear here, and PPQ will have to burn that timeout just to keep this competitive. They are playing with a dangerous economy once more. If this does not pan out, then Ascend could potentially convert into a win against Sheriffs. But PPQ, they're doing exactly what they need to do to address this potential game ender. But they have the operator on Sleepy Kiki, who's been pretty sharp, all things considered.
It's been very sharp with the operator, but again, it's not a sight you want to behold as PPQ. And Ascend, they're trying to build up that momentum as well as that economy, right? 3 rounds straight being won. That's more than what they can really hope for. Early salvo to just displace the Ascend players, but they don't want to stop pushing. Stealth drone revealing information. Oreophilia shown herself in that Hobbit place. And Exune try to hold Garden, has the Razor Vine ready, and this might be the entry where Ascend looks for. PPQ is more than ready to stop this assault. But they only have Exune inside though, so this is going to be very punishing for her. She has to face directly into 4 players. Graham satcheling into the backside. Steel Garden being popped. Their primaries jammed. No use of that Vandal, but Sapphire and Oreophilia together. They shut down the operations of PPQ, or rather of Ascend. PPQ 9-11, they're able to get the 9th round.
Ooh, well, they certainly turned the situation around with probably the most successful Steel Garden we've seen all day. The last time we saw Steel Garden, it did look like Ascend was still pretty much emboldened by the fact that they had the numbers, but PPQ, great read on where the players could be holding, and just absolutely using their firepower to create a solution for themselves. Now it's Ascend's responsibility to keep this afloat. They will have a pretty shaky buy if they lose this. Granted, just a very finite cushion is in place for them, but they want to close this out before PPQ can cut down the lead.
You can see the sound cues being made. The orb as well. Just flirted upon. Sleepy Keiki peeps right at the players of Ascend. She's flirting with death, but the smoke covers her. She's going to be fine and dandy. Meanwhile, Cass is her wingman standing in bend. But where are the stuns from Ascend? The stun, the flashes, the missiles even. I could really rattle them. And now, Piety gets the first blood onto Oreophilia, but no neural theft, so she has to traverse her way around that. Repositions back. Graham satcheled into the sides of missiles, also coming out. Cass with the flash, perfect blind, gets one. The second one, she TP's out to her death. Capricious, though, repositions after the Armageddon pop.
30 seconds left.
And PPQ, they lose too. Ascend as well, still. An impasse. 3v3 situation now. Rolling Thunder being activated by Sapphire. She rushes into the side, holding her ground. The smoke is Piety! Still able to get the kill for herself. Sleepy Keiki with the operator. Just neglected fully with the players of Ascend.
My goodness. It did look pretty even, and you know, even with the fancy shooting early on, Ascend stay strong. They managed to get everything going. If there's one thing that we've noticed, it's really these shears not getting too much value. Sure, it alarms them, but imagine if there was a player within close proximity. Either way, PPQ at the precipice of death. Narrowly missing Piety here. Well, we'll get that refrag anyway, or that retry.
Tejo, or Con rather, is to rush in. Look at Sleepy Cakey. Not even able to save the operator. Con will take it for herself. And Ascend are on match point. 12 to 9. One away from closing this series out. And this was Cass actually holding her ground despite of the missile coming in, the Armageddon as well. But she teleports into her death. I think that was out of panic as well, I feel like. She also did not expect Capricious to be in the back of that double box, so yeah, you gotta give her the benefit of the doubt. But now, Con, with the operator that she has been able to snatch from Sleepy Cakey, but using that operator as an attacker means you're gonna play a little bit more slow.
This is the speed that Ascent could win with, or PPQ could fight back. Again, they are at the razor's edge. Piety trying to set up a lurk threat here, trying to go head to head with her fellow Sentinel player, but this time there's a lot of backup there, making a lot of noise. So this should be the call from PPQ to rotate. Here again. Support Razor Vine as well to stop the tree push. This could be enough to delay Ascend and put PPQ with proper footing, but no. They hit him with the ankle breaker. They're going back to see. It's gonna be uncontested. And PPQ know nothing about this rotation at the moment.
Yeah, a plot twist happening, and Cass, that over-rotation with the From the Shadows might just bite them back.
30 seconds left.
And Ascend, they get into the site scot-free. Coziness all in their names, and Cass will try to reclaim control of that spawn area. Good flash, good flick as well from Cass to hide and dodge the flash, but Cass comes in, rejuvenated, and all of a sudden it's up to only the Pips. Low HP, headshot is good. Looks for the second one, no, she won't get it, and PPQ. Their over-rotation might seem scary, but Ascend fail to hold their fortress.
Some of it is definitely on fire here. They have to put it out. They don't want the entire place to burn down. 10 to 12, Ascend, one away. They have to also remember that they can't be overzealous with this. They are still at risk of going into overtime. Economy-wise, if they drop this, then... I'm not entirely sure if they should just risk the eco here, to be honest with you, just to secure the better buy in the next round. But they seem to be confident in the rifle buy at the moment. This is going to be a timeout, and if we look at previous data from just today, Ascend have been converting out of this pause almost every single time.
And the timeout, of course, again, the momentum breaker. Or rather just trying to re-strategize what they want to use, because if we take a peek at what they are dealt with in the next round, it seems like Ascend are really squeezed to the core. They don't really have that much credits as well to work with. I mean, 2 players with Sheriffs. I mean, again, Piety with the Phantom could always do wonders, right? She could always be the game changer for Ascend, turning the tides around for them. PPQ, this seems to be a cushion for them. This seems to be where they could turn things around. And Sleepy Cakey with the operator back again. This means that Ascend, they might just lose another round, and a possible overtime might even ensue. But again, Ascend still have at least 2 lifelines to work with. And they can start from here. Sleepy Cakey, just trying to scope in, scope out, flicks out, but gets shot in the body. Loses 2 kills. Sleepy Cakey showstopper connects. What happened?
No damage!
Piety!
Oh no!
He's able to dodge death. BBQ. They're gonna lose 2 in that process, even 3, Raph.
I'm gonna maul.
What was that?
Planted.
That's a Rosa ult if we see. That's crazy. I thought for sure it could have been the worst case scenario trade, but Piety comes out almost unscathed, unfazed, and now PPQ have been presented with an almost impossible situation here. They have to not line up, and Capricious will nail that coffin shut. The statistics are true. Every single time we see a Capricious double kill, it will convert.
That's just... I don't know, that is preposterous the way they ended that game. It was Piety cosplaying as Neo in the Matrix, just dodging the rockets like he was Neo. And the way Capricious closes the round with a piercing shot, 2 for 1, you know, 2 birds with 1 stone, whatever they say. But that must be so heartbreaking for Team PPQ. That's not how you want to end it, because they were able to recover from that, by the way.
Yeah, well,
sad.
Seems like there's a little bit of like a coloring issue with my camera. It sent me into the afterlife apparently, but you know, aside from that, that was a really good showing from both these teams. It could have gone either way, but for fans of both these teams, they still have. Well, for Ascend, big congratulations. I think the desk was talking about how they were the favorites of coming into the series, but PPQ, they definitely have a shot to still keep on contending. I'm really surprised too that some of these teams are already duking it out on day one. Again, guys, it's only day one of our playoffs.
Yeah, still day one, but so action-packed. Again, Falcons showing their dominance, and then, you know, that series number 2 is so insane. But I think that is it for us, me, Realize, and also my partner, Raf. It's been us, Double R's. We're gonna throw it back to the panelist desk. We'll see you guys in the next match.
Thanks very much, our double R's, Realize as well as Raf, for the insanely great commentary. Now, coming into this one, first of all, I am super happy that this is very, very competitive coming into this game. I loved seeing how each team really duke it out. Both teams are just really forced, you know, to the edge. Every team was forced to readapt, reposition. End of the day, Ascend came up on top, but still, it was a very, very close match.
100%. I mean, this entire map, it was very, very back and forth. You know, you saw in the beginning, PPQ had such a strong start, 4-0 start, I think, before Ascend were able to bounce back and eventually, you know, ended the half with a 7-5 lead. You know, after the side switch, once again, you know, it was just very back and forth kind of gameplay that we could see between both of these teams. And I think it was the last 5 or 6 rounds where we really saw Ascend kind of like feel confident. I think they were able to convert at Thrifty rounds, and off the back of that, they had renewed economy. They had the really good ultimates. There was just nothing really left in the gas tank at that point. So a bit unfortunate there for PPQ, but Ascend, the fact that they were able to maintain all of that mental, even at the beginning of map 3 when they were losing, I think that it's commendable that they were able to come out on top, and they will be moving forward in that upper bracket.
You know, it's really exciting as well when you look at that match in particular. I think both teams showed us heroics. I think it's very, I would say it's a deja vu moment from that previous map, right? On Fracture. But coming into this one, it felt like everyone seems to be online. Everyone seems to be on the same page. And everyone seemed to be kind of like going into these small situations where they're forced to 1v2s, 1v3s, such as this one. But at the same time as well, you know, some of these fights, you know, are just kind of like gone into these moments where we talked about Zahk, especially in particular for like players like Khan, players like Grahams, as well as Capricious, how they're able to really capitalize when they are on these equal rounds, especially when they're put onto these sheriffs.
Definitely, I think we saw a lot of those sheriff moments coming into play today, and not just sheriffs. I mean, that was a nice pistol from Samfire, but this was also a major round. Grabs being able to find this advanced positioning, and Japip's just using every single bit of utility necessary in that, or available in that game, to be able to close it out there. So a lot of very, very valuable or insane moments coming out from both sides, but in the end, it was gonna be Ascend coming out on top here. In terms of the stats as well, right? They did manage to get more first kills again, but the rest of the things compared to map number 1, you can see that the margins have really narrowed here. In fact, post-plant ratio, I would say, is better for PPQ compared to Ascend, meaning that their attacking side, if they started on the opposite side, perhaps it might have gone a little bit better.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to, when we talk about, these players and how they play, I think that that's another thing that I really want to touch upon. It's Capricious as well as her roles. I think we were questioning, and I was talking a little bit about how I prefer her on more aggressive roles. I mean, previous match she was put on that Astra. I felt like she was a little bit uncomfortable on how her style of play mixes with that Astra's kit. But with this Omen, it felt like she was so comfortable to play aggressive. She was repositioning all over the place. In fact, she looked a lot more confident as well. That Collat shot for that last kill before we ended the game was just perfection. Like, what a way to end the game. But at the same time, when you see those highlights earlier, the way she moved around the map, the way she can go up and straight up in your face and use the kit to her advantage, I have to say that, coming up forward, I feel like looking at her on this Omen is just made for her,
Definitely. I mean, we were talking about, I think so one of our casters was talking about that duelist to controller Omen pipeline, the TENS pipeline. So I can see Capricious going through that arc, just coming out on top as a even more scary Omen than she was as a Jet or even as a Raze. So hoping we do see more of that, because I agree with you. I think she looked much more comfortable on that Omen compared to the Astra. And I mean, the stats tell the story for themselves here. Again, it's going to be Con stepping up huge for the Ascent side. First map as well as this particular one. It's Con, the MVP, with that Teho on top. Capricious as well right behind. In fact, every single member on this team has stepped up huge. Japeeps has more. I think Japeeps has as many assists as the entire team put together.
11
almost, if you look at
assists
it.
is crazy.
Yeah.
That
And
is
she
crazy.
She did win that crucial round as well. So yeah, I think everyone on the Ascent side has stepped up huge for their roster.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think when you look at Con, the first thing, I think for a long time now, I think you and I have been on the disc for a while now. When you look at Con, the first thing you would think of is aimer. I think for a while now we know how insane she is in terms of aim as well. But I think that she has really leveled up, particularly this year. Looking at how much more, I would say, agents she has in her pool. How much more, how much more she's kind of like using her util to really help out her team before she kind of like moves into that sharp shooting mode that she has as well. And I think that it's great because especially as this season, as well as the patch and the metas and the agents come through, it's gone more than just a shooter game. There's a lot of emphasis onto utility, especially at the beginning of each round. And I think that the teams have really started to understand this dynamic and sort of adapt it. I think in the beginning of the tournament, or at least the day today, we talked about how some teams here in Game Changers, they tend to go for more comfort picks. But again, a lot of teams have really grown up. A lot of teams have really adapted. And now we're seeing a lot more set plays. And while it's not the usual conventional set plays, but the utility usage has been definitely a lot better this season compared to the rest here in GC, Southeast Asia.
Yeah, all of those are great points there. A little bit of an update for our viewers. We are waiting on a winner's interview, so hopefully we'll be having someone from Ascend coming through. I think that the information is that it's going to be their coach who's joining us today, Coach Gunner. I think Tash, you've also interviewed him back when he was on that orangutan team roster. So you get to see Japeeps and Gunner, the OG duo, come back into action.
Yeah, I think this is great as well. I think Gunner has not been in the Game Changers coaching scene for quite some time. He did coach for Toda, a Malaysian team, for a little bit. And, I think it's great to see his return here to the Game Changers stage where he debuted. I think it's coming back. Again, I don't know why, but this season feels like it's like a one circle moment. I don't know. I'm hoping that it's not like a recurring theme because it's starting to feel a bit more scary. But anyways, coming into what we can expect today, I think it's also a big change as well for the team. I mean, for a long time they stuck with Sie, I believe, Sie as the coach for quite some time. So at the same time, having a new coach, not necessarily a newer coach, but rather just kind of adjusting to each other, new teammates, new coaches, is going to take some time. I mean, coming into this season, I think that compared to Sisu and now, this is still quite a big roster reshuffle if you think about it. But one thing that enough about Ascend, I'm really excited to talk about the newer players here. I think for PPQ, the fact of the matter is they did give Ascend a run for their money, like it or not. This was a very, very close series. Each team was just taking away each other's map picks here at this point. And I could really see the effort put in from the PPQ players as well, sharp as heck. And I'm really excited to see how competitive this stage is this year as well, because I think with the arrivals of brand new players here in Tier 1 Pacific, I think it's kind of like poetic that we're having that here in Game Changer Southeast Asia as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that at least for me there is a very clear favorite, heading into this particular top 8. But aside from that, second, third, fourth, all of this is up for grabs.
Up in the air.
And I think at the end of the day, if you can make it to that top 4 for this particular tournament, even if you don't win the whole thing, you as a roster who's just starting out, you make it to the top 4, you lock in your spot in that group stage, get yourself a head start, and then focus on improving. That's kind of what you want to do as a team that might not have the same amount of resources or the same amount of time that they've spent together, or the experience that some of these players share. So it's nice that there is that kind of a combination available to push things forward.
Yeah, and I think also, coming into today as well, while it was a very fast map 1, map 2 looking a lot more, close, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow as well, if you think about it, because we're going to be seeing our favorites return. Mad Army in particular, I think for a long time, Sapphire has been like one of the strongest teams here in Game Changer Southeast Asia for a while, until they were finally overtaken, by the SMG Zipto roster. So this is also something that's very excited to talk about. And at the same time, when you talk about these newer teams, I think today we went into a lot of these matches blind, right, Zahk? The only thing we had about info, what we had about these players were just their Swiss games.
True.
And then suddenly we're like, okay, this team looks new, they look really good. And then suddenly we open it up and it's just like, oh wait, we know these players, we've seen them play before, but most of them have been mixtures of newer players and older players. We're not really seeing that full roster of veteran players like we used to.
Yeah, I think that Ascend is probably one of those exceptions. Even then, like, for example, Brahams, for example, is like 2 years in the scene at this point, I would say, compared to someone like Aneri, who's been around since like the game came out, since its very inception. So there is a little bit of differential even in terms of that experience. But yeah, I think Ascend, one of those teams with those more veteran players. So perhaps an outcome that we both expected when we did lock in our predictions, Tash, for today. But I mean, for PPQ's side, they took a map off Ascend and that last map as well, right? I genuinely feel like if that Thrift team round hadn't materialized for Ascend, PPQ had a much better chance of being able to close that map out, because Ascend would have been forced to burn more of those ultimates in that next round. PPQ would have had an economy of their own that was pretty strong, instead of them being forcing the 2 other players to go into it. But either way, it is Ascend coming out on top, and I do believe we have our interview ready to go, Tash.
Hi, Coach Gunner! First of all, I just want to say welcome back to the Game Changer stage. Happy to have you back here again. First of all, how does it feel coming back here into the scene after so long of being in Challengers?
Thanks for the welcome, and I think obviously Game Changers is improving a lot day by day. And when I came back to the Game Changers scene again, I wasn't expecting teams to be this good. Okay, like they have evolved a lot throughout when I wasn't there, maybe. But they've evolved a lot, and I felt like now it's much better than before. It's a lot better, and I think they have what it takes to even compete against some of the tier 1 players, as well.
Ooh, that is a very bold claim, and I love hearing that from you, Coach Gunner. Now, can you share with us a little bit about what you think of this new Sisu roster moving into Ascend, and what's it like, kind of like trying to figure out the chemistry as well as how these players gel off each other, especially since there's a lot of role swaps coming into the team.
I think the Sisu has a lot of dynamic players which can play a lot of roles, okay, but at the moment we are still trying to figure out which role can suit which player at best. And I recently joined this team just 20 days ago, so we didn't revamp anything at all. We just continued with what we had before. So but there are going to be a lot of changes in split 2, so let's see what happens. But I think Sisu roster for me is kind of a miss, like it's a bit of everything. Okay, we have 3 experienced players like Japeus, Mia, and MJ being there, and then we have the firepower in terms of Grahams and Paiti. So we're trying to utilize all of that we have into having a good game plan. Sorry.
All right, Zahk, what about you? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, firstly, welcome back, Gunnar. It's nice to have you back with us back in GC. My question, I mean, in this particular matchup, especially on that map number 2, you did take both timeouts, but the map still went the way of the opponent. So what did you tell your players before map 3 and during the timeout you took during map 3? That's what I'm curious about.
To be honest with you, I didn't set them anything. I just told them to chill, take a little break, like listen to music and come back. And then we just discussed how we wanna approach the Lotus map. So because we know we got this map, and we were just having some fun in the second map as well. But we got punished for it, but it's fine. At the end of the day, we closed out the map.
And I think that's really important. Now let's talk a little bit more about, you know, coming into, you know, this team. I mean, we have some very, very strong contenders here going into the season. We have a lot of newer players. We also have Falcons with this mixed roster. So for you and your team, with the adaptations coming through, what are your expectations if, say, you do go face to face again against Team Falcons?
I mean, obviously nobody likes to play for the second slot. They have achieved a lot throughout the past 2 years, and kudos to them on continuing the same momentum. But obviously we are here to challenge them. We are here to, you know, show our best, and we are gonna do that. We're not playing for the second slot.
Not playing for the second slot. I love to hear that. Thank you so much, Coach Gunner. I'm excited to see more from you and your team. So we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye, guys.
You know, it's really exciting when you have coaches just coming back here, and I think, you know, his claim that's saying that, you know, not only has GC improved, but also be able to really challenge the challengers players, the tier 2 players, it does hold water. I mean, we're seeing that a lot in other regions, so I think it's about time it's coming here too now. What do you think, Zach?
Oh no, I definitely agree. I mean, we already did see our first GC to VCT player go through from NA to EMEA. Like, we had multi-regional, multi-league swap happening there. So, I mean, I think that GC definitely is bridging that gap more and more. I wouldn't say that every single GC player is on that level of a VCT player yet, but there are several individuals who are currently playing in Challengers or in VCT in other regions. So I'm hoping that SCA is catching up there pretty soon. I would love to see that personally. You know, I think last year as well, when we had that spotlight tournament, it was really, really fun to watch, and I really enjoyed watching it, especially with Paper Rocks coming out on top. GE also looked great. So
yeah,
it was fantastic.
Yeah, I agree with you. But anyways, for you guys watching at home, let's have a look at the brackets here to see where our journey goes from day number 1. So we've seen 2 series today already, where we're looking at Falcons going up to the upper brackets, meeting up again against Ascend. It's going to be the second time they're meeting. So let's see how far they're going to go from here. Now, coming into the lower brackets here, LILAX and PPQ will be going into the lowers, waiting for the lower bracket winners to move on to them. So we're going to be seeing Mad Army full sense tomorrow. This is going to be a full Thai derby, as well as LXC versus ECA as well. So that's going to be very, very fun. Now, coming back into this one, full sense is going to be, it's not necessarily a newer roster, but I believe it was part of the roster from Invincible GC previously. And Mad Army is the previous roster of Full Sense Sapphire. So I don't know, is that rivalry or what? What do you think, Zach?
I think that's definitely rivalry. I would personally be very excited to see that particular one. You know, Jitty going up against the Full Sense team currently, so that's gonna be a banger one. And remember, Tash, these 2 games are also the lower bracket games, so much higher stakes. Today's games, at least both PPQ as well as Falcons opponents will be having a second chance in the lower bracket. But for tomorrow's games, there's no such thing. You either win or you're out for the rest of the split. So a lot at stake there in that lower bracket. However, you know, any parting thoughts for today from what we've seen?
Ooh, for me, my parting thoughts, seeing these new players, new blood come up into, you know, into the league and really challenging the veteran players is something that I'm very, very excited to see. Actually, I'm welcoming this because I think for quite some time now, it's been such a rain from veteran teams, veteran players. It's really fun when you have newer players just really challenge these players on top as well. And I think it's great that we're seeing all these new players come up because for Game Changers, it's all about inclusivity. It's all about giving that space to players to really be brave and showcase the best that they're able to give to us. So I'm very happy to see that. What about you, Zach?
I mean, all of those points I completely agree with. I'm gonna be a little bit more like less nuanced there. I'm just really excited to see Falcons as a roster, and you know, as soon as they made the announcement, I was like, okay, this looks like an absolute banger team on paper. I can't wait to see them in action. So as a fan girl, I'm very happy to see that the potential is more than being lived up to here. But also, like you said, Tash, I love that we have these teams being a little bit more versatile in terms of comms, already bringing in the Teho, bringing in the Vice, and in terms of aim as well, right? So many players have just consistently leveled up over the years, and we're seeing that continue. So I'm very happy to be here, be seeing these kind of plays happening, and of course to be on this with you as always.
I completely agree with you. But anyways, this is the end of day 1 of the Valorant Challengers Southeast Asia. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Same time, same place tomorrow for the lower brackets. I'm Tash, but alongside Zach. It's been a pleasure desking for you guys. Good night, everyone.
this is your moment. Turn away, feel the pain. It's your fate, celebrate. Go get your freedom. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. Falling again. Eyes wide open. Go get your freedom. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. Sunrise, blooming afterlife, daylight, dawn comes as a surprise.